We are in the headquarters. Military objects, including the airfield in Rostov, are under our control. The aircraft go on schedule. There are no problems. We took control to prevent Air Force strikes against us and instead focus on the attacks on Ukrainians. The headquarters works as usual. There are no problems. No officer has been relieved. So when you're gonna hear stories that the Wagner interrupted work and therefore something went wrong on the front line, things didn't go wrong on the front line because of this.
Barbara Angeber has more on the fast-moving developments of the situation.
This is the aftermath of what the leader of the paramilitary Wagner group says was a Russian airstrike on his forces. In a series of audio clips Friday night, Yevgeny Prigozhin accused Russia's defense minister of ordering the attacks, which killed 2,000 of his fighters. There's tightened security in Moscow after Prigozhin said his men are marching into Russia, seeking to avenge their deaths. The governor of the southern Rostov region has urged civilians to remain indoors.
The evil that the military leadership of the country bears must be stopped. They neglect the lives of soldiers. They forgot the word justice, and we will return it. Therefore, those who destroyed our guys today, those who destroyed many tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers will be punished.
The Kremlin says President Vladimir Putin is being constantly updated on Wagner Group activities, and the FSB security agency has opened an investigation into what it says is an attempted mutiny. A top Russian general called on Wagner forces to turn on their leader and arrest Prigozhin.
You must do this before it's too late. Obey the will and command of the elected president of the Russian Federation. Stop the convoys, return to bases and places where you're stationed.
Tension between rival forces escalated during the Battle of Bakhmut, where Wagner forces played a crucial role in the drawn-out fight to capture the city. But Prigozhin accused the Russian military of holding back ammunition and other supplies. More recently, Russia ordered Wagner Group soldiers to sign contracts with the Russian Defense Ministry by the end of June. Prigozhin says his forces crossed from Ukraine into Rostov in southern Russia, though that claim can't be independently verified. He warned his fighters will go all the way to topple military leaders he accuses of betraying Russia. He says this does not amount to a military coup, but his one-time allies in Russia's military are calling it an armed mutiny. Barbara Angeber, Al Jazeera.
Now, the southern city of Rostov-on-Don is about 1,100 kilometers away from the capital, Moscow. The governor of the Lipetsk region in central Russia has said a military convoy was on the M4 highway connecting Moscow to southern regions, including Rostov-on-Don and Voronezh. And the motorway is close to traffic on the border with the Voronezh region. Yevgeny Prigozhin has suggested he sent an armed convoy of his fighters towards Moscow. So let's take a closer look at the Wagner Group. Now, the private paramilitary force was established in 2014 by Yevgeny Prigozhin when it participated in Russia's annexation of Crimea. Prigozhin is a businessman with close ties to President Putin. Now, he became known as Putin's chef for his catering and restaurant businesses. It's believed they have as many as 50,000 fighters in Ukraine, many of them criminals released from Russian jails and promised freedom if they survive the fighting. Wagner Group members have been accused of war crimes. Now, the group has been at the forefront of the fighting in Bakhmut. Russia finally captured the city last month after suffering heavy casualties. Well, earlier I spoke to Rajan Menon, who's Director of Grand Strategy Programme at Defence Priorities, a Washington, D.C.-based think tank. He explains why Prigozhin is making a move against the military establishment.
A war that Mr. Putin expected to be a short war, by all accounts, has turned into a protracted war, and now it has brought political turmoil to the home front that he dearly wanted to avoid. What we know, of course, is that the Wagner Group has marched on parts of southern Russia. Two senior generals, General Surovikin and General Vladimir Alexeyev, have appealed to Wagner soldiers to put down their arms. There are security personnel in Moscow who've been told to stand by. Rostov has taken special security measures. So this is an unfolding crisis, and I don't think we've seen the end of it. The interesting question is whether Prigozhin is acting as a lone wolf, which would be suicidal, irrational. He hasn't shown any signs of that yet. Or whether he's backed by other forces, we don't know. I don't know, but it's something to watch for.
Okay, so in your analysis and what you've been sort of researching and looking at these past few months while the conflict has been ongoing, is there any basis or any fact to the accusations that Prigozhin is saying that Moscow is killing or turned against his Wagner forces?
We only have Prigozhin's word for it, but this began with Prigozhin accusing the military of withholding supplies, then accusing the defense ministry and the chair of the general staff, General Gerasimov, of incompetence. Then comes this latest accusation. But we also had a statement from Prigozhin that said the war was unnecessary, the Russian people had been misled. And before that, he warned that the war could turn into a revolution. So he's been upping the ante, and now he's decided to take on the Russian state and Vladimir Putin personally.
Prigozhin possibly can ruffle a lot of feathers by what he's saying and what's going on right now. But do his actions mean there is the worry for Moscow that this could start a domino type of effect, that there may be other disgruntled military officials in other parts of the country that agree with what Prigozhin actually has to say and maybe thinking about joining him, perhaps?
This much is absolutely clear. It has certainly crossed the minds of the senior Russian leadership, including Mr. Putin, that that could happen. Hence the appeal by two very senior generals speaking to the Wagner group, addressing them almost as comrades and telling them, we do not want to push the country into a civil war. The enemy is waiting for that to happen. Please go back to your stations, your barracks, and obey the elected leaders of the country. So I think they are indeed very worried that they're facing a situation that is headed in a direction that they don't know, and they're not taking any chances.
Pavel Felgenhauer is a defence and military analyst. Now, he says Vladimir Putin has never faced a crisis this serious during his presidency.
This is, I would say, the most serious crisis of President Putin's 22 and a half years of rule. His predecessor also had, serious problems. There was even fighting in Moscow and sort of mutiny in '93, but Putin never faced such a crisis as now, which may shake the foundations of his regime. He's not directly attacking the president, but he's attacking the defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, his number two Chief of General Staff Valery Gerasimov, other military top brass, and in general the allegedly very corrupt Russian ruling elite. And these are popular themes, popular most likely with his own soldiers and officers and with the Russian general public. So potentially this could be the beginning of a real revolution in Russia. If his forces continue to move, and they're moving rapidly, and if his soldiers obey orders and will be ready to use force, and I believe they will, and do so rather enthusiastically, because they are also kind of outcasts of the system, former convicts, former military personnel that left the military and doesn't like the military hierarchy, and they're of course battle-hardened veterans of the Battle of Bakhmut, where they saw so many of their comrades killed. I mean, they are, I think, very angry people too. And if they take over Rostov, that will be a very serious problem, because Rostov is the nerve center of the Russian operation in Ukraine. That's where the main staff is. That's the city where the staff of the South Military District always is. But also there in a bunker is the main command staff of the entire operation. And those forces that guard Rostov, they don't think they're a match for the Wagner veterans. These are paramilitary people, maybe some conscripts. They're no match. So stopping them, they would need to bring in crack troops somewhere from the front. That's also logistically not that easy.
And these are pictures of a huge traffic jam on the M4 highway in the Rostov region. The motorway that goes all the way to Moscow is now partly closed. The authorities of the Voronezh region have urged residents not to use it. Russian missiles targeted several cities across Ukraine overnight. Explosions were reported in Dnipro, Kharkiv and Kyiv. 2 people were injured by falling debris in the capital. Ukraine says air defence systems intercepted at least 20 Russian missiles. And progress has also far been slow in the early stages of Ukraine's new counteroffensive. Ukraine says it's recaptured at least 8 villages as it seeks weaknesses in Russian defensive lines in the east. Charles Stratford is on the frontline village of Storozheve, where fighting is continuing for full control of the area.
Russian forces have withdrawn from what remains of this part of the village. Its people have fled. A destroyed Ukrainian military vehicle is towed from the battlefield. Dead Russian soldiers in the grass. The Ukrainian military last week announced it had completely retaken the village of Storozheve. But that's not quite true. The crater you can see here is as a result of a Russian airstrike yesterday. The Ukrainian military are telling us that although they've cleared, so they say, the majority of this village, there is still ongoing fighting on the outskirts, and they say they are facing fierce resistance from Russian forces. Ukraine's counteroffensive was expected for months, and that gave Russian forces time to prepare.
They have strong air power and a lot of infantry supported by heavy artillery. They're moving slowly towards us, but we're killing them. We're conducting small offensive operations on the outskirts of the village along the forest line, but there are many mines.
Around 200 kilometers north, near the Russian-occupied town of Kreminna, barrage after barrage of artillery fire echoes through the forests. The Ukrainian soldiers here are nervous. Russian positions are a few hundred meters away. Ukrainian forces retook this area during a counter-offensive last summer. Neither side has made a major advance for months. But as the Ukrainian army began to probe for weakness in Russian defenses to the south, things here began to change.
Honestly, there is nothing good here. The situation is very tense.
The trench commander tells us to take cover because Russian helicopter gunships are in the area.
There is constant fire from mortars, artillery, helicopters, airstrikes and small arms. They assault our position in small groups. They are trying to break through to capture an important supply route.
Hard graft and early days, says Ukraine and its NATO backers. If there ever is a decisive breakthrough, it could take months. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Eastern Ukraine.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
Rob Reynolds in Utah with a report over the controversy on banning books from school libraries in the United States, including an attempt to ban the Bible.
Rights to explore for oil in the world's second largest rainforest are up for auction. If that exploration takes place, the impacts on the region's biodiversity and indeed on global warming could be immense. I'm traveling through the Congo Basin to see what the effects might be on local communities, and I'll be speaking to local politicians and to scientists about potential solutions. Join me, Nick Clark, for a series of reports from the Democratic Republic of Congo on Al Jazeera.
To lead your country onto the pitch is a special moment for any footballer. To do it as a Palestinian woman is a remarkable achievement. Footballing legend Eric Cantona introduces Hani Thalja, who broke through social and political barriers to inspire a generation of female players across the Middle East. Football Rebels.
Let's do it.
On Al Jazeera.
Between 2002 and 2008, Colombian soldiers executed thousands of civilians, framing them as guerrilla fighters to make it seem like the army was winning the armed conflict. Once incentivized to kill, a military commander now confesses in exchange for amnesty and in hope of forgiveness. Fault Lines, The Confession, on Al Jazeera.
A survivor of a genocide.
There were people who begged me to kill them, to end their suffering, but I didn't have the heart to do it.
Who's dedicated his life to searching the woods for bones of the victims of the Srebrenica massacre.
And here is the jaw.
In the hope of finally laying the past to rest and giving peace to the victims' families.
If I could just find a finger bone, I could bury him.
Bone Hunter on Al Jazeera.
Welcome back. You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Rahman, in Doha. A reminder of our top news stories. The head of the Wagner mercenary group says his forces will blockade the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don and then proceed to the capital unless the military leadership meets with him. Yevgeny Prigozhin claims his forces are now in control of the military headquarters in Rostov, which oversees Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia is accusing Yevgeny Prigozhin of launching an armed mutiny after he vowed revenge against military leaders, accusing them of carrying out strikes targeting his fighters. In other news, the United Nations is warning that violence in the occupied West Bank is at risk of spiralling out of control. The message comes after several Palestinian villages were raided and destroyed by Israeli forces and settlers. Harry Fawcett reports now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
The smoke has cleared, but the damage done in Turmusaya is indelible. An attack by Israeli settlers on Wednesday left cars and houses burned, 12 Palestinians injured and 1 dead. Villagers say Omar Katin was shot by Israeli forces who arrived after the settlers had retreated.
He walked into the fire to rescue others. He didn't care about himself. He cared about the safety of others. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him. We're all so proud of him.
EU officials and other diplomats arrived on Friday to evaluate and to condemn.
According to the accounts we have received from numerous sources, indeed, a group of settlers, many settlers came here. I would call them terrorist settlers because they spread terror in the vicinity and in the neighborhood here by shooting with live rounds and fire at Palestinians.
The attack was part of a wave of settler violence that came after 4 Israeli settlers were shot dead by Palestinian attackers at a petrol station on Tuesday. That followed a large-scale Israeli raid on Jenin on Monday that left 7 Palestinians, including 2 children, dead and scores wounded. The UN on Friday demanded Israel reset its actions to minimize the use of lethal force and protect people's right to life.
This week's violence in the occupied West Bank risks spiralling out of control, fueled by strident political rhetoric and an escalation in the use of advanced military weaponry by Israel.
There was more strident rhetoric, though, from Israel's security minister visiting a settlement outpost deemed illegal under Israeli law, one the government plans to endorse retrospectively.
We must settle the entire land of Israel, and in parallel to settle the land, we must carry out a military operation to topple buildings, to kill terrorists, not 1 or 2, but dozens and hundreds, and if needed, thousands.
There has been pressure on the Israeli government from other quarters as well. Morocco has delayed again hosting an Arab-Israeli-US summit. The US ambassador has said Washington won't stand by and allow settler violence to continue. The Israeli military has condemned it as well. But there's pressure in the other direction from within the government, from far-right settler leaders who now hold positions of unprecedented power. Harry Fawcett, Al Jazeera, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
The voters in Mali have overwhelmingly backed changes to the constitution proposed by the governing military junta, which says it paves the way to civilian rule. 97% voted yes to the changes in Sunday's referendum, but the turnout was less than 40%. Opponents say the changes give too much power to the president. Nicholas Hack has more from Dakar in neighbouring Senegal.
This is a significant moment for Mali and Malians because a change in the constitution has been debated for the last 30 years. And it seems that the Malian military junta has succeeded where previously elected presidents have failed in organizing this referendum. But the level of participation, the voter turnout, is pretty low. Around 39% of voters came out to vote. That's in effect similar to the last election or vote that took place in 2018. A large part of the population were fearful to go out to polling stations because there were threats from armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIL. But this is a significant moment for not just Malians, but for the region as a whole. In a region where there's been a series of coups in Burkina Faso and Guinea, Mali is the only country that is taking steps towards constitutional order and paving the way for a return to democracy with elections scheduled for February 2024. But with this new constitution, the Mali military junta will be able to run in the upcoming presidential elections. And if he wins, then he will have greater power than any previous president in Mali. The regions will have more autonomy, but there will be greater oversight on the president himself. There will be a Senate, a constitutional court, and the president will be limited to 2 mandates. So this is great steps for a new constitution and with elections planned for February 2024. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Dakar.
Amnesty International is accusing Spain and Morocco of a cover-up over the deaths of dozens of migrants and refugees exactly a year ago. A huge number tried to cross the border fence from Morocco into the tiny North African coastal enclave of Melilla, which is Spanish territory. The warning that Nadine Barbar's report contains distressing images from the start.
The aftermath of a tragedy, one that's still causing heartache a year on. Last June, 2,000 migrants stormed a high fence separating Morocco from the small Spanish territory of Melilla. This video, released by the Moroccan Association of Human Rights, appears to show Moroccan officers beating survivors. And here they walk around as people lie motionless. Suddenly one person gasps. Morocco's government said some of the dead fell from the border fence while others suffocated as people panicked and started a stampede. It put the death toll at least 23. Amnesty International says the figure was at least 37, with at least 76 missing.
76 disappears in the days after. The people that were sent to the desert, injured, was put in buses to the desert and left there. So we are talking about the most serious massacre in the border between Morocco and Spain in 25 years.
An investigation by Spain's public prosecutor found no evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Spanish opposition parties have demanded the interior minister resign, but the government says any deaths happened outside Spanish territory, calling the actions of its security forces irreproachable. Morocco's declined to comment, but it has reportedly jailed dozens of people involved in storming the border. In a statement, the head of Amnesty says Spain and Morocco are hiding the truth.
1 year on from the carnage at Melilla, Spanish and Moroccan authorities not only continue to deny any responsibility, but are preventing attempts to find the truth. Bodies are still lying in a morgue and in graves, and efforts to identify the dead and inform their relatives have been blocked. Barriers to truth and justice are also a reflection of the continuing harmful treatment based on race and migration status.
Such a huge loss of life in a single incident involving migrants on land is rare. Sadly, the same can't be said for sea crossings from the North African coastline. Nadine Barber, Al Jazeera.
The US has filed criminal charges against 4 Chinese companies and 8 individuals over allegations they illegally trafficked chemicals used to make the drug fentanyl. The highly addictive painkiller has fueled America's opioid crisis. Rosalind Jordan has more from Washington, D.C.
For the better part of a decade, the U.S. has been dealing with an ever-expanding opioid crisis in which people who are addicted to painkillers are taking medicines bought on the street that have turned out to be laced with fentanyl, which in many cases can kill people almost instantly. The U.S. government now says that it is going after the very source of fentanyl, not just going after the people who are selling it illegally. This is Merrick Garland, the U.S. Attorney General.
These companies and their employees knowingly conspired to manufacture deadly fentanyl for distribution in the United States. As alleged in our filings, just one of these China-based chemical companies shipped more than 200 kilograms of fentanyl-related precursor chemicals to the U.S. for the purpose of making 50 kilograms of fentanyl, a quantity that could contain enough deadly doses of fentanyl to kill 25 million Americans.
There are 3 indictments that have been brought by the U.S. Justice Department. At least 2 of the 8 people named in those indictments have already been arrested and are awaiting their arraignment in Manhattan Federal Court. However, for its part, the Chinese embassy based in Washington says that this is nothing more than a classic case of entrapment, that the U.S. government is trying to shift the blame for the opioid crisis away from factors inside its own country, and that the U.S. should try to do better if it wants to continue cooperating with Beijing on the matter of counter-narcotics operations. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
A large number of US states are targeting what some see as controversial books, trying to get them removed from libraries. The state of Utah has recently passed a law allowing parents to challenge books that they want out of school libraries. Rob Reynolds reports now from Salt Lake City in Utah.
Libraries across the U.S. are being forced to pull thousands of books off the shelves after many states and school districts passed laws to restrict children's access to books deemed too sexual, too violent, or otherwise inappropriate. Some of the books often removed include Gender Queer by Maya Kobabe, The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, and The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, who made a video with an unburnable metal alloy copy of her book.
When we have an effort to pick and choose what can be taught in schools, what can be accessed by students, what kinds of identities we're trying to learn about, that is an affront to democracy.
Utah recently passed a bill allowing parents to challenge books they want kept out of school libraries.
It's basically erotic sexual conduct. So it's pictures of people having sex. It's the graphic description or written words of people having sex. You would not be able to distribute pornographic material on the streets to a minor. You would be arrested. But right now, some of that content is in school libraries.
Davis County, Utah's school system, removed more than 30 volumes after parent challenges. But then things got complicated.
An anonymous parent filed a formal complaint against a certain book they said was chock full of sex and violence. And that book was the Bible.
The school district removed 8 Bibles from elementary and junior high school libraries. The move created an uproar with Christian parents demonstrating in protest. The book bill's author says the challenge should have been dismissed outright.
Somebody was trying to poke the legislature in the eye politically, would be my guess. It was a hate-filled, ridiculous challenge on its face.
The challenges keep coming. The latest cites the Book of Mormon, sacred to members of the Latter-day Saints Church, who make up 60% of Utah's population.
All in favor?
This week, the county school board reversed the Bible restriction.
Say aye. Aye.
A local book controversy resolved, but a nationwide debate that continues. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera, Salt Lake City, Utah.
You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Rahman in Doha. A reminder of our top stories. The head of the Wagner mercenary group says his forces will blockade the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don and then proceed to the capital unless the military leadership meets with him. Yevgeny Prigozhin claims his forces are now in control of the military headquarters in Rostov, which oversees Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia is accusing Prigozhin of launching an armed mutiny after he vowed revenge against military leaders. He's accusing them of carrying out strikes targeting his fighters.
The evil that the military leadership of the country bears must be stopped. They neglect the lives of soldiers. They forgot the word justice, and we will return it. Therefore, those who destroyed our guys today, those who destroyed many tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers will be punished.
Russian missiles targeted several cities across Ukraine overnight. Explosions were reported in Dnipro, Kharkiv and Kyiv. 3 people were killed in the capital after a 25-story building was struck. Ukrainian officials say the missile caused a massive fire. Ukraine says air defense systems intercepted at least 20 Russian missiles. You can follow those stories on our website at aljazeera.com. It's updated through the day. We're continuing to watch the movements of Prigozhin as he allegedly moves his way north to Moscow. More on that in our next bulletin in half an hour. Do stay with us here on Al Jazeera.
A disciplinary court in Poland. The accused, judges who refused to toe the state's line. Witness follows 2 courageous judges spearheading the stand against reforms critics claim leave the highest guardians of the Constitution vulnerable to politically motivated sanctions based on their rulings. Judges under pressure on Al Jazeera.
Hi, I'm Steve Clements, and I have a question. Is there any room in U.S. politics for a candidate who's running against both the Republican and the Democratic parties and wants to stand up for the working class? Let's get to the bottom line. It's hard to imagine a presidential candidate in the United States who's not impressed with any of the major political parties, who wants to stand up for racial equality and the working class, and wants to sort of unplug the military-industrial complex. But that's exactly what my guest today is doing. He is Dr. Cornell West, one of America's most prominent scholars and activists, the author of more than a dozen books, who's taught at some of the top universities in the United States, including Yale, Princeton, and Harvard. And he's a professor of philosophy at Union Theological Seminary in New York. Dr. West, it's such a pleasure to have you on the show again. And let me just start out. You have launched a bid to seek the nomination as the Green Party candidate for President of the United States running in 2024. I'm going to start out. People are worried about the impact you have. I want to know why you're running. What do you want to bring to this race and to the national conversation?
Well, I appreciate you having me, my dear brother. But no, I've tried to be true to my calling, which is the quest for truth. The condition of truth is to allow suffering to speak, and the quest for justice. And justice is what love looks like in public. And so the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr., Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, Edward Said, and Dorothy Day, and Fannie Lou Hamer, all of these are wind at my back as I spill over into the electoral political system. You see, the American empire is in very deep internal decay and external decline. And for me, I want to put the focus on those Frantz Fanon called the wretched of the earth, the precious poor people, precious working people here and abroad, no matter what color, no matter what gender, no matter what sexual orientation, no matter what religious identity. So it's a question of raising my voice and showing the ways in which big money and corporate wealth has completely dominated both parties, and neither party can speak to the plight and the predicament of poor and working people here and abroad. The militarism abroad on the one hand, and the internal grotesque wealth inequality within the American empire.
You know, when President Biden ran against Donald Trump and won the presidency, Black Americans delivered that win for him. It's just absolutely clear that Black Americans who basically lag in wealth, they are victims of mass incarceration in American society. You have lots of problems that have been anchoring, you know, the story of Black Americans, but they delivered Joe Biden to the presidency. Do you believe they should be satisfied with Joe Biden's performance?
Oh, not at all. I mean, one, the poverty has increased. He did cut child poverty in half during the pandemic, but the law expired and the child poverty went right back up again. So it showed there's no deep commitment to trying to reduce child poverty. I'm calling for the abolition of poverty. I'm calling for living wages. I'm calling for strong defense of trade union movements. I'm calling for decarbonizing the air. And most importantly, I'm calling for what Biden has very much fought for. He fights for the expansion of the military budget and the expansion of militaristic policies abroad. I'm calling for the demilitarizing of U.S. foreign policy, demilitarizing of U.S. imperial policy. So we have a major clash, and I've got to convince not just Black Americans, I've got to convince my fellow Americans across the board that militarizing abroad is leading toward possible nuclear exchange. Militarizing abroad is taking away valuable resources that should be invested in healthcare, in decent housing, quality education, and in increasing the quality of the relations in the countries. The violence, the polarization, the gangsterization of American culture is a very sad thing to witness, my brother, and that has much to do with the lack of serious leadership in the White House, be it the Republican Party tied toward neo-fascism, exemplified by Trump, or Biden, tied by very much mediocre milquetoast neoliberalism, exemplified by Biden.
You know, Dr. West, I think I've read all of your speeches in the last few years, and I was frankly kind of surprised to see your willingness to run for the nomination of the Green Party and to run for president, because it's kind of a comment that you're playing by the rules of the system, that you're going to run for office within the boundaries of how electoral politics is done. You're running against the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. But I always thought you as someone who's basically saying this system is rigged, and it's rigged against the people you're trying to represent. I'd love to understand that tension, because it's an interesting comment that of all people running in this way, you're running in the system, sort of against the system.
Yeah, that's a wonderful point, though. And in all honesty, I surprised myself. In all honesty, I surprised my magnificent wife, Anahita Madavi West. Why? Because I've always viewed myself as part of a prophetic tradition that brings critique to bear on unjust status quos and tries to empower poor and working people wherever they are. But what has happened in the last couple of years is that we haven't had voices on the inside that have in any way tried to speak to poor and working people. So I decided to do what? Become head of the American empire in order to dismantle the American empire and empower poor and working people around the world. And my candidacy, my brother, is just a moment in a larger global movement, increasing voices from around the world, every corner of the globe, calling for policies that would accent their dignity. And so in that sense, it's quite continuous with my own prophetic sensibility. It's just that you're right. Now I'm going inside in order to dismantle, to ensure that those resources available there can be made much more available to poor and working people.
How do you feel your message is being heard? You know, I remember, 20 years ago, I worked closely and professionally with Dr. Chalmers Johnson. Chalmers wrote the book called Blowback: The Costs and Consequences of American Empire. It became the toughest to get book after the Iraq war, our invasion of Iraq occurred. And he made similar arguments. And he was a powerful white scholar from UC Berkeley who had moved to UC San Diego, commenting that the tensions about American militarism and American military engagement were going to chew up the fabric of society internally. And I'm interested in your own observations about that and how you get from where we are today to the kind of world where you think there's going to be much more justice and equity. Because it seems to me, if you're right, it's going to be a horribly messy process.
Well, one, it's already messy in terms of the deaths. It could be on the West Bank, where you've got so many precious Palestinians being crushed by barbaric Israeli defense forces. And yet at the same time, you've got peasants in Brazil. At the same time, you've got workers in Uganda. At the same time, you've got Dalits in India or Muslims in China who are not being treated right. And it's just a matter of trying to not hate anybody, but to hate injustice. Chalmers Johnson was a great truth teller. He was cutting radically against the grain. He was cutting radically against those scholars who were coming up with rationalization of American imperial power. So he became a prophetic figure, very much like C. Wright Mills or W.B. Du Bois or Toni Morrison, trying to tell the truth. But it's already messy. It's already ugly. It's already violent. The question is, how do we come to terms with that messiness, that violence, in such a way that we can accent the best in each and every one of us?
I listened recently to an interview you did with the Black Agenda Report, which I found very, very interesting and illuminating. And one of the other surprises for me in that was your enthusiasm, frankly, for wanting to go into Trump country, and your thought that there will be a lot of Trumpists that are now kind of engaged with President Trump who may find your message very compelling. Tell us more.
Well, of course, 1 out of 10 of the supporters of Donald Trump actually supported my very dear brother, Bernie Sanders. You know, I supported Bernie Sanders twice, 2016, 2020, and he had the same critique of Wall Street that I had. He didn't have the same critique of the Pentagon that I have, but he's very progressive. And it means then that those who support Trump, you know, they're not stereotypes. They're human beings who are deeply wounded, deeply pushed against the wall economically, but they choose to follow a neo-fascist Pied Piper rather than understand their condition in such a way that it creates a class solidarity across race and across regions. So I'm going straight into Trump country and try to convince them that their major political foes actually are the 1%, echoes of the Occupy movement. And you know, of course, 3 individuals in the United States have wealth equivalent to the bottom 50% of Americans. That's 160 million. And the top 1% have wealth equivalent to the bottom 90%. So 60% of Americans are struggling every day to survive. And yet it's the richest nation in the history of the world. And yet it's got military expenditures that are more than the next 10 countries combined. It's got 800 military units all around the world for its empire. And there's no way that poor and working people can be empowered given this kind of arrangement of an empire. So that's where the real effort needs to be. The truth-telling on the one hand, the organizing on the other, and then trying to do it in the spirit of love, though, brother. This is the challenge. You know what I mean? That's the real challenge. How do you talk about Israeli-Palestinian situation without trashing Jewish brothers and sisters? I have no time for any anti-Jewish hatred. I only have time for affirming Palestinian dignity and affirming Jewish security, but Jewish security does not go hand in hand with an Israeli occupation. There will never be Jewish security with an Israeli occupation and domination of Palestinians. How do we engage in this in such a way that we get beyond hatred and revenge, but put love and put justice, and most importantly, put the suffering of the least of these? As you know, I'm a revolutionary Christian, so the 25th chapter of Matthew means much to me. What you do to the least of these, the poor, the oppressed, the subjugated, you do unto me. I take that very seriously in terms of a calling.
But you also have the first woman of color essentially in the White House as Vice President of the United States. And so I'm just asking, has she delivered for the communities you're talking about? I mean, I'm interested in your view because a lot of people point to Kamala Harris and they say, that's a sign of success. Does it feel like a sign of success?
Well, no. I mean, the same thing was true with Obama when we had a black president. You had a black president, you had a black attorney general, you had black Homeland Security, but you got a Black Lives Movement. Why? You had militarized police departments, just like you got militarized apartheid-like conditions on the West Bank and Gaza. That a presence of a black face in a high place symbolically shows a certain breakthrough, but substantially doesn't mean too much if they don't have the courage to critique the status quo that they're a part of. And so Kamala Harris just last year or so, when Biden was asked whether America was a racist society, he said no. And they asked her, is America a racist society? She said no. So she's just following her boss. She's not interested in truth. As I said before, if you can't allow the suffering to speak, you're not speaking truth. We got mass incarceration. My God, 25% of all incarcerated people in the world are in the United States. Most of them black and brown. Deeply, deeply white supremacists in that way, an extension in many ways of the slavery of 244 years in the Western Hemisphere and Jim Crow and James Crow another 100 years. So you have to be free enough to speak the truth, not in the spirit of self-righteousness, but in a spirit of self-critical, tenacious commitment to the overcoming the plight and predicament of poor and working people around the world. It reminds me of Ida B. Wells Barnett. That's my tradition. It's a great tradition of a Black people that says, in the face of terror, we don't terrorize back. We want liberty for everybody, but we will fight. In the face of hatred, we will still love truth and beauty and justice and organize in order to attempt to overcome. In the face of trauma, we'll be wounded healers rather than wounded hurters. That's the great tradition of struggle for Black freedom in the United States. And this campaign is just a small wave in that great ocean of that grand tradition, my brother.
In your campaign launch video, Dr. West, you reference your concern about the destruction of American democracy. I'd love to hear more. What is driving that destruction of American democracy from your view?
Well, we got neo-fascism escalating. What is neo-fascism? It is the rule of big military, big money, with political leaders who convince a relatively helpless citizenry that they should scapegoat the most vulnerable, indigenous people, Black people, Muslims, Arabs, immigrants, Jews, any group that historically has been degraded. And that's precisely what Trump does. And you cannot have a democracy with the rule of big money, with grotesque wealth inequality, with hardly a public sphere, which means everything is commodified, ends up being militarized, ends up being privatized. So there's no public spaces where people can come together and engage in critical reflection. It's simply gangsterized, simply polarized. And the result is what? Tyranny, increasing tyranny. That's what we're seeing in the United States. And that's why it's so important to keep alive the great legacies of Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, and others.
You know, next week, the Supreme Court is supposed to rule on affirmative action. And I'm interested, if they strike down affirmative action, do you worry about that? Or is that basically a small measure when it comes to the level of systemic change you're advocating?
Yeah, I mean, my expectation is they certainly will. They'd already diluted it down to very narrow conceptions of diversity. It no longer has anything to do with the kind of call for reparations that are needed in order to begin to deal with the damage done of slavery and Jim Crow and James Crow and other forms of domination. So my hunch is they certainly will eliminate affirmative action, and we simply have to continue our struggle and try to come up with ways in which Black people, but not just Black people, but brown people, not just brown people, indigenous people, not just indigenous people, but poor people across the board have ways in which they gain access to resources and dignity. So we simply have to shift in strategies that, my brother, the Supreme Court, deeply conservative, deeply right-wing for the most part.
As you look at the campaign that's coming ahead, I'm really interested in the Green Party, the People's Party, and many people discount that you have any chance at all of winning. But what I've been able to tell them is that your voice is going to be heard. You're going to be out there critiquing. But what is your national strategy politically as you kind of begin this effort, which you launched on June 5th? As you look at the country, how are you going to try and turn someone who's a skeptic of your candidacy into someone who understands what you're doing?
Well, first, though, the political discourse in America has been so narrow that most fellow citizens haven't even been exposed to the kind of vision and analysis that I have. So that it's going to be a real breath of fresh air. I hope that they can see that somebody is concerned about taboo issues that they hardly get a chance to talk about. Look at the Ukrainian war. There's no serious understanding of the impact of the expansion of NATO and the United States violating its promise that NATO would not move 1 inch toward Russia. Americans know that if there were missiles in Canada or Mexico and Russian missiles in Canada and Mexico, U.S. empire would blow them into smithereens. They would never allow it. We saw this in the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. Well, that's how empires behave. There's no doubt about that. Now, Russia, we know, has its own domination and oppression, but it is a small empire compared to the United States. And so just to have an analysis of ceasefire, stop the war, stop the suffering of our precious Ukrainian brothers and sisters, but understand that NATO historically and is today an arm of U.S. global power. And therefore, it is in no way neutral. It is in no way to be trusted in terms of telling the truth. Most Americans hardly even gain access to that view. They will now in this campaign, because I'll raise that issue over and over again. Same will be true in the Middle East in terms of the Palestinian situation. Same will be true when it comes to what's happening in Latin America vis-a-vis U.S. imperial power. And certainly that will be the case in terms of the mass incarceration, the decrepit schools, indecent housing, unavailable health care for poor Black, poor brown, poor white, and others in the richest empire in the history of the world.
Dr. West, from the moment you launched your campaign, the headlines about your campaign launch were Cornell West, spoiler for Biden. I'm fascinated by the commentary that sort of, tries to support the lock that two political parties have in the U.S. political system and the immediate enmity of a third party that comes in. I'd love to hear from you and tell those people who have that criticism and see you as a potential spoiler for Joe Biden how you view democracy a little differently.
I mean, it's fascinating to me that those who, on the one hand, supposed to be committed to democracy are so interested in excluding a variety of different voices, especially when those voices are highly critical of unjust status quos. The idea that we could have a political discourse in the United States at this moment with no serious talk about destruction of the planet, let alone destruction of democracy, with no serious talk about the redistribution of wealth downward as opposed to where it is now, going upward, with no serious talk about the issues of class and how it relates to issues of race and gender, let alone how it relates to imperial foreign policy. So it shows, in fact, that our political elites, they're not interested in democracy in any substantive way, a democratic, robust conversation about power, status, justice, and a vision for a better future. Not at all. They've got mechanisms of censorship. They've got mechanisms of exclusion. And to say I'm a spoiler is to say what? That Joseph Biden, that he owns votes? That people can't think for themselves, that people can't be Socratic and reach positions that are outside of the mainstream? How sad.
Let me ask you finally, Dr. West, what would day one of a Cornell West presidency look like?
Well, I've told my beloved wife, I said, if and when I win, I'm not even going to move into the White House until everyone has a house. That the first day is going to be one in which a paradigm shift has taken place. The first day is one in which we're going to begin the demilitarizing of U.S. foreign policy, the pullback of all the military troops in too many places. Is going to be one in which Wall Street and Pentagon and Silicon Valley elites will begin to tremble because we'll cast a light on their organized greed, not in the spirit of hatred. It's like Jesus in the temple, and I'm no Jesus, but Jesus in the temple ran out the money changers, not because he hated the rich, he hated greed. And this campaign is about a hatred, not of persons, of greed, a hatred of injustice. That will be the spirit of a West administration. And I was just going to say, I pardon Julian Assange and Snowden and Mumia Abu-Jamal and a whole host of political prisoners. That's what I was going to say, my brother.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Cornell West. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, man.
So what's the bottom line? The voice of this American philosopher is going to become a significant part of the national conversation about America's next leader and what that leader should stand for and try to accomplish. This election was already bound to be interesting, but with Dr. Cornell West in the race, there's going to be someone with a national megaphone shaming a system that has little concern for those living in poverty, who've been victims of mass incarceration. No matter who the Democratic and Republican nominees for president are, and even though I don't think Dr. West has a snowball's chance in hell of winning, they will have to respond to his critiques and challenges. And that's going to be a win for many who have never had the chance to win. And that's the bottom line.
Hello there. It's a scorching story across the Middle East and Levant. Lots of heat here, and we are expecting temperatures to continue to rise this weekend. 48 degrees Celsius there in Baghdad, 46 in Doha, but look at Kuwait City, 49 degrees Celsius, well above the June average. Much more pleasant conditions to be enjoyed across the Levant and across Turkey. Lots of sunshine over there, but the wind picks up, bringing Shamal wind across the Gulf. That's going to kick up a lot of dust and create some hazy sunshine. Now, as we move to the north of Africa, the heat continues to build across the northwest with heat wave conditions in Morocco. The temperature in Rabat picking up Saturday into Sunday. But further south of this, temperatures will be coming down across western parts of Africa. There'll be more in the way of windy weather with lots of hazy sunshine here too. Heavier rain affecting coastal areas of Nigeria, that central band of Africa, seeing lots of heavy rain through to Sunday. Much drier to the south of this. The winds pick up, however, for Tanzania, blowing some of that rain further north. It clears up for northern areas of Mozambique. Instead, we'll see some of that wetter weather starting to creep into Cape Town, but sunshine in Johannesburg at 19 degrees Celsius.
July on Al Jazeera.
Spain goes to the polls. After local elections saw a shift to the right, could the country witness another European far-right government?
101 East meets the Indian women breaking down gender barriers as they fight to become champions.
St. Petersburg hosts African leaders from across the continent as Russia seeks to strengthen relations with the region.
People in Power focuses on Somalia's fight for survival as years of drought and armed conflict have combined to create a humanitarian disaster.
As food security becomes an increasing global concern, the United Nations launches a report examining food crises and hunger around the world.
July on Al Jazeera.
How do states control information? How does the narrative inform public opinion? How is citizen journalism reframing the story? The Listening Post dissects the media.
We don't cover the news, we cover the way the news is covered.
Hello there, welcome to another exciting edition of The Baby Doctor with me, Bernice Abubedu Lanza. Vaccines, that word is familiar, right? Obviously became quite popular in the past years and very popular quite recently when COVID-19 hit us. A lot of skepticism about it. But today we're not talking about COVID-19 vaccines. We're talking about measles, about polio, about all the other diseases that children get vaccinated for. Why is it important for cute little babies as young as a day old to be subjected to such pain and discomfort? Well, today I'll be exploring the issue of vaccination in babies and children right here on this show. Do stay with me, I'll be back. Hi there. Thank you so much for staying on The Baby Doctor with me, Bernice Abubedu-Lansa. Today, we are talking about vaccination in children, and I've got Ekia Nyama with me. She is a nurse midwife at LMS Health, and she will be taking us through everything vaccination, the most important points you need to know. Hello, Ekia. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I've heard of a midwife. I've heard of a nurse. I've not heard of a nurse midwife. Is there any specialty to that?
Okay, so I'm a public health nurse and then a midwife as well.
All right. Okay, those who like books, so that's a nurse midwife. If you're inspired, you can be like Ekia. Now, Ekia, vaccinations are very important for babies and children. But why is it so? Why must we subject cute little babies? And some of them are so like fragile, and then you have to prick them, and it's honestly, a lot of women feel the pain on behalf of their babies. If you watch their faces, they are like that, but they're not the ones taking the injection though. But why is it important for us to vaccinate children?
Okay, so vaccination, by way of definition, is a substance introduced into the body to elicit immunity. So it is important because it goes into the future.
Okay.
Before the disease occurs, you are given a protection, so you don't even get the disease at all.
Okay.
That is why vaccinations are very, very important. There are some that are even given in pregnancy. Tetanus, diphtheria is a vaccine that is given whilst the mother is pregnant. And the mother passes some level of immunity to the baby until baby is born and gets to grow to a certain stage that he or she takes the vaccine by him or herself. And so pretty much vaccinations are the best and safest if we are looking at, and prevention has always been the best way.
But can't we wait for them to grow a little older?
Strangely, as you grow, you are not able to tolerate pain as you are young. And so most of the vaccines or the pain that they get to experience or exhibit, few adults can take it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That is why
that's news to me.
Yes, that's why we do circumcision in babies. We subject them to all those because at that time they're able to take in more pain than as they grow.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, but some babies are left with, I don't want to call them side effects. I don't know how you would term them. One common one is a fever, right? So you've told us that the vaccines are introduced into our bodies to help us fight something that may come up in the future. But how does it work? And why do they leave babies with those kind of high temperatures?
So vaccines are made, and there are two different forms of vaccine. We have the live attenuated, where it's just the weakened form of the virus or the organism that has been used to manufacture the vaccine. And then we have the dead attenuated, where it's a killed form of the organism that has been used to manufacture the vaccine. Now with the live ones, they offer more stronger immunity, and then it lasts longer.
Okay.
Unlike the weakened ones. And with the weakened ones, you will need quite a multiple of doses to get the desired immunity that we want. When a vaccine is introduced into your system, first of all, it starts with a needle prick. And there are some people that their system is such that they can't take it once a prick goes, yes. And then with some babies, on the part of the ones doing the immunization, if you land yourself in a wrong site, you can injure the child. However, when the antigen is introduced into you, it has to fight something in your system to come up with a desired immunity. And so whatever reaction your body goes through to produce the immunity usually leaves them with a fever, or mostly what we call the adverse events following immunization. And as I said, it is expected, but with just pain medications, they are able to overcome it.
Now, there's something interesting that I encountered. And, you know, when a child is born, there's the one that is offered almost immediately. And then over the period up until they're about 2 years, they are given different vaccines. Is it possible for a child to be exposed to a certain virus before the due period of taking that vaccination? So say chicken pox, for example, is it possible that the child will contract the chicken pox before the scheduled time for taking that vaccine?
Obviously, it's yes, because and even you can still vaccinate a child and the child will still get the disease later.
Okay.
Yes, that's also possible. And so that's why we have outbreaks of diseases. When we have an outbreak on our hands, babies who are not yet due, if you are scheduled for 9 months to take measles, rubella vaccine or yellow fever, and there's an outbreak on our hands, 6 months old child, when gets exposed, can suffer the disease. But then when you look at the schedule that has been laid down, that child is not due to take the vaccine. So usually when there's an outbreak like that, those children will be immunized. Okay. We won't wait because there's an outbreak on our hands.
So those who are exposed, so maybe say in a certain community, if you realize that maybe there's a measles outbreak, you would want to vaccinate the children
it's
there?
It's not just those that are exposed. Usually measles, SIAs are nationwide exercises that we do when, like polio, for instance. Even if we record 1 or 2 cases, we term it as an outbreak, and then it calls for like a reinforcement or a booster doses so that we can get to cover quite a number of people. We call it herd immunity. We give a larger group a certain level of immunity. And as I said, those that have been vaccinated can get the disease later.
Why is that?
So there's what we call seroconversion, where when you introduce the vaccine to the child, the system is unable to produce the desired immunity.
Okay.
When it happens like that, the baby is still at risk, and so many factors can come in place. Also, there are some medical conditions that may make us delay in immunizing this child. Let's say a mother has HIV and delivers. Because we assume child has been exposed, BCG is to be delayed.
Okay.
Because when you introduce it and the child got the virus in utero, the child can actually develop the tuberculosis.
Okay.
Yes. And so you want to look at so many things before you do vaccinations in general. Yes.
And that's why here in Ghana we have the booklets, right?
We have the booklet, and then so that's why we've combined the mother's antenatal records with the immunizing, because it helps you to understand or know the medical history of the mother and to know what to do for the child. And in Ghana, at birth, we're doing BCG. It's a very long name. So the BCG is actually someone's name. Okay. Because usually those that invent the vaccines, we name the vaccines after them. Okay. So Bacillus, Calmette, Guarin, it's a very long name. That we have BCG, which is against tuberculosis. And then we have the oral polio vaccine, and we do the O. The child takes 4, which is recorded. But usually there are national exercises that comes to add because they are mostly the weakened form. So you need more boosters. So we do the oral polio vaccine, the O. And so the ideal situation is that we have to give hepatitis B to every baby. Now, when a woman is hepatitis B positive and delivers, because we say baby has been exposed, there's what we call hepatitis B immunoglobulin. In addition to the hepatitis B vaccine, that should be given to the baby to protect the child from developing the disease.
Okay, so the general hepatitis B vaccine is administered, and
then the immunoglobulin that is the ideal thing. That is the right thing to do for a Hep B positive mother who delivers. But they are expensive, and so most people do not even do it. They just do the vaccine, leaving the immunoglobulin. And if the child is exposed, later the child can develop the disease. But at LMS, per our protocol, every baby gets the Hep B vaccine, because when a baby is born, a Hep B positive staph can actually infect your baby.
Okay.
And so we want to tread cautiously. When you deliver in America, in the Europe, or anywhere, Hep B is the first vaccine given to every baby.
Okay.
Yes. And in our book, it is there.
I see it.
So we do it. But then it hasn't been introduced as part of the EPI with the Ghana Health Service yet. So, but then I know facilities that, but LMS is our protocol. So we do it in addition to your BCG and your oral polio vaccine.
I'm grateful that you share this information, and it's important because I remember when there was a shortage of vaccines and people were wondering where to access vaccines. They were willing to pay for it because we know with the Ghana Health Service, those are free. And there were people who said, look, I can pay for, I don't want my child to be exposed, especially to polio, because that leaves lifelong lasting effects on the children. And so thank you for notifying us about LMS provision of, but apart from the Hep B, do you offer other vaccines as well?
There are lots of vaccines we do. So we go through the routine EPI, which is the expanded program on immunization by Ghana Health Service. So at 6 weeks, a child gets the 5-in-1 vaccine, that is diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, hepatitis B, and then hemophilus influenza type B. All these vaccines are put together in one shot, and usually that's what makes them run temperature.
Okay.
Because I asked the mother, when you were pregnant, did you take tetanus injection? She said, how was it? She said, my hand was hurting. So I'm like, okay, so take a mental picture with other 4 drugs having been added to tetanus. That's why they get the temperature. So then they understand, and everything has to do with communication. Madam, in the I'm coming to give your child we expect let the woman understand why, because 5 drugs being put together, obviously there will be some reaction. And then we give the pneumococcal vaccine against pneumonia in children, so Prevnar 13 or the pneumococcal conjugate, and then we drop the oral polio 1, then Rotarix, which is against the rotavirus. It's also an oral vaccine that we do. So at 6 weeks, we repeat it at 10 weeks. And then at 14 weeks, we will do all this and still add the IPV, which is the injection form of the polio, to it.
Okay.
Per the Ghana Health Service schedule, you are to, baby is not going to take any vaccine until 6 months, and then they take vitamin A supplements.
Yeah.
At 6 months, we do influenza. Mind you, we explain and it's optional.
Okay.
Because some deliver outside, like in the US, they come and they want to continue the American schedule.
Okay.
So we stock all these vaccines so that, because they are spending, let's say, a month or 2 and they want to go back. So they don't want to start hours that they cannot complete.
Right.
And so we get all this. And then 9 months, you take your measles, rubella vaccine. In some countries, they do measles, mumps, and rubella. But our schedule is measles, rubella, and then you take your yellow fever vaccine.
We don't do mumps. The children get it a lot. In fact, I remember there was a time a pediatrician told me, I have an outbreak on my hands because almost all the children are coming with swelling cheeks and jawlines. So I'm very grateful that you've mentioned it. But you know, with every vaccine, you mention a timeline. If somebody is watching us today and thinks that, oh, I want to give my child the mumps because I didn't get it in the public health facility, but maybe that child has gone beyond the age that you mentioned, is it possible for them to access it as well?
Obviously, even adults are taking it.
Okay.
For travel and other school, once they're traveling from like tropics or areas that are prone, they will recommend or they will require that you are vaccinated before you come. And so 2 years upwards, that is when I would say that with the Ghana Health Service structure, they would have completed. And so these additional ones come to add on.
Okay.
And though we start at 1 year, 18 months, they will still take a second dose of the measles, rubella, and then meningitis A. But then, mind you, there are other strains of the meningitis, and so 2 years, we do the meningitis that has all the other strains, ACY. And 1 year, we add chicken pox. We have vaccine for cholera. We have, we have vaccines for hepatitis A, which is more of through a foodborne, contaminated food or water, because they've done the B in the 5-in-1. So we do the A. And then they start school and then they are getting running nose, flu. all the time. So we do 6 months flu vaccination till they are 2. So by the time your child is going to school, your child has a certain level of immunity. And then 18 months we still do our measles, rubella, and then our meningitis A, and continue with every other one that they ask.
I'm sure some mothers are saying, oh, where have you been? I've been looking for you. The cold, the flu, the kids go to school, and the whole house is down because they bring us terrible coughs and colds. So at the end of the show, I'll be telling you how to get in touch with Nanekia and her team at Elima so that you can get further detailed, more individual, care based on your situation. So we don't expect mothers to miss appointments when it comes to vaccinations, but it happens sometimes, Something may come to distract them one way or the other. What is the first thing to do when you realize you've missed your appointment?
You don't have to wait. Come. What happens with vaccination is that there are schedules. Sometimes when you delay or when the gap is widened, we do not get the desired immunity that we want to elicit. And so in some cases, like that, tetanus diphtheria, for instance, and I'm very much particular about that because the first dose we give to a pregnant woman gives no protection.
Okay.
So until you take your second dose, it goes to act on the first one to offer a certain amount of immunity. So if you just take one and you don't come again, cause 90.
That's the tetanus, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, when the gap widens, in some cases, in some of the vaccines, I will let you start all over. Yes. Chickenpox is 2 doses, maximum between 6 to 8 weeks. You should take your second dose.
Okay.
You are coming after like 3 months, like 20 weeks, or what will happen to the first one? Because the second one goes to act on it to give you the desired immunity. And so if you widen the gap, I'm tempted to start all over.
Okay.
However, there's still room that we make.
Right.
So at least each vaccine, the schedule should not be, or the next doses should not be more than less than 1 month.
Okay.
Meaning within a month when you miss you
should
can't come. Yes.
Right.
So
Right.
you don't have an excuse at all.
You've partly answered the question on what we can do due to unavailability, and facilities like yours stock up, and so.
In fact, we never ran short of vaccines.
Okay.
Even when Ghana, we always had vaccines.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we get people flying from Kumasi to come and take vaccine and going back.
It's important.
Yes.
It's important, especially for the polio. And I had mothers who came, they were desperate, you know, saying that, hey, polio, dear Miss Ro, I'm scared of polio. Every other thing, yes, but polio, I don't want my child to even start exhibiting any signs of it. So thank you for making that available. So you've just highlighted the importance of vaccines to us and how over the years they've proven to be effective in public health management. But there are some people who still say no. Some religious groupings, for example, say we don't accept vaccines, or they do not subscribe to it because there are a lot of theories thrown out there, a lot of information on the internet, people sharing things they don't even understand. So today, if somebody is watching us who is skeptical about vaccines or who says that, oh, you people, it's just another way to turn us all into something else, you know, we don't trust the world of science and it's a grand scheme, something new world order, you know, all the theories they throw around. What will your message be to them?
So someone was saying this, and I was asking the person that we pray, yet we don't believe in our prayers. COVID came and we were praying, God, give us a cure. God, give us a solution. Now we develop vaccines, and you're saying, yay, they want to kill us. And people were dying from the disease, though they were being managed in the hospitals. So I always say that prevention has always been the best compared to curative. When we are exposed to the disease, you can't tell who will survive it and who will not. Mind you, when a child is less than 18 years, the child belongs to the government. And so when push comes to shove, there are some ways that the government intervenes, because religion shouldn't stop a child from being vaccinated. You as an adult can take that decision. But once the child is under 18 years, it is mandatory.
Okay.
So it got to a time, that's how come all the restrictions with COVID and other, because until you put in some force, you won't get it. Mind you, I protect my child by vaccinating. Your child is not protected, and then your child gets exposed and brings it to school. My child will be exposed too. And before my child's system will, I have this immunity in me already, my child would have exhibited a very mild form of it before. And we don't want that to happen at all. I keep telling people that since the introduction of oral polio, how many times do we see babies with polio? If it wasn't that effective, why wouldn't we have stopped doing it till now? I mean, measles, when mothers call in there, Auntie Care, my baby has some rash and I think it's measles. I said, if it's measles, you wouldn't be sitting on your phone telling me this, because measles are deadly disease. I mean, it's a deadly disease. And few babies were surviving from measles infection. So if it is measles as you are thinking, then you wouldn't be holding your baby, being reluctant, calling me that, oh, should I come to or should I wait? No. Vaccines have proven to be very effective. And I mean, we started with 6 childhood killer diseases. We're doing more than 13 now, because the others we found out that we can still prevent them. And we are good at preventing. And I must commend the Ghana Health Service, because government of Ghana has done I mean, prevention, we've done well compared to other countries. I mean, I was talking to one doctor, and then he's like, when COVID came, doctors now had to be trained to give the vaccine.
Because they're not used to it. We had a system in place already.
But Ghana, we just jumped on because vaccinations, we are good at it. We are good at it because we don't have much. And so we would want to prevent it than having the crisis on our hands. Because we may not have the system to manage the cases. And so we always will push for, give me any day and I'll choose prevention over curative, because I may not be able to survive it.
Ikea, there's a lot more to talk about, but we'll take a breather here, go sip on some water. When we come back, we'll be finding out more on what kind of vaccines your child should be taking after the first 2 years, which is the regular period where the Ghana Health Service is giving you mandatory vaccines. The key word here is mandatory. You heard it from the public health person, not me. And also we'll be breaking some myths. We'll be doing a truth or myth exercise. You don't want to miss that. Do stay with us. Thank you for staying on The Baby Doctor with me, Bernice Abubedu-Lansa. Today I've got Ikea Nyama with me. She is a nurse midwife at Elimas Health, and we've been talking about vaccination in children. So, Ikea, just before we took that breather, we were talking about different forms of vaccines, how people can access, what to do if you miss an appointment and all that. But what should I be looking at as a mother beyond the 2 years? What are the other important vaccines that I must, you know, note down to ensure that my child has them even as they grow and develop?
So children between 9 to 14 years in America are being given vaccine, the Gardasil vaccine, which is against HPV, the human papilloma virus. That causes cervical cancer, like a strain of it, type 16 and type 18. It causes about 70 to 75% of the cervical cancer cases. Now, when we build this immunity, child is going to grow, and before they become sexually active, once they come in contact even with the virus, they are not going to get, because they have the immunity in them.
Right.
We don't have it here. We have it at LMS though, but then parents will still have to ask for it, and then mostly we're doing it for adults who have screened and are negative, and they want to give it to them before they are exposed to the virus. Most of the other vaccines, usually from 12 months till the child is about 2.5, or the additional ones, we would have done. And so once the child starts school, we don't have any cause to worry.
Okay.
Until they're maybe traveling outside, and then there's a particular or certain type of additional vaccines that the country may require. All that is needed, all that is most predominant, or the disease that are predominant, like chickenpox, where we can have outbreak, like people getting chickenpox. We try to take care of it while they are under 2 years. And so once the child is 2 years upwards, we don't have much to worry about until they are about 9. Now, with a child welfare clinic, or weighing, as we keep saying, weighing is just an aspect of the clinic.
Okay.
So we are actually going for a child welfare clinic, because within the clinic, growth is being monitored. That is the weight. We are checking the height. We are doing the vaccination. We are doing counseling. All these things comes together as a clinic. So if you say, I'm going for weighing, it's as if once your child is weighed, that's it, you're allowed to go home.
No, but that's what happens in most public places. Because now you're saying checking height. I don't know. I have always wanted to ask. And I don't know if you all can relate. The weight is checked though, but the height, even at birth, is left blank.
Oh no, the height. So we usually check full length, head circumference. At birth, we do it. Yes, we do it.
I have to go and check
again.
Oh,
please check. That's one day I know. That's one day as a midwife and haven't been in the labor. We check the chest circumference, the head circumference.
That,
and
yes.
full length. That one, yeah. Oh, I can buy from. Please,
I'll bring you my book.
Yes.
In fact, my books.
So if you come and it's in it.
Oh, I owe you lunch.
So we check, and then with the weight, for instance, ideally we are saying that by the time the child is 1 year, the child should gain about 3 times the birth weight. And so we monitor the growth pace, and then we draw it on a graph to see how the pace is going, because the other lines we don't want the child to be on it. Every 6 months, till your child is 5 years, your child needs to take vitamin A supplements.
A?
Yes. And
every 6 months?
Every 6 months.
And so is that given at public health facilities
as
well?
Yes, it's in the book. That red capsule. So at 6 months, we give the blue capsule. And then from 1 year upwards, we give the red capsule. So I encourage my mothers that, okay, it's oral. It's just a drop. So even if you can't bring the child, you come with a book. I put it in a drug envelope. I record the date. And then when they pick their children from school, they just drop it. And they get to, so I monitor my clients to make sure.
Why is the vitamin A important?
Oh, it corrects any issue on the eye. It's a retinol. And we say that what the child is eating, the vitamin A that they need may not be enough. So this comes as a supplement. Yes. Because you know their eating pattern at that time, they don't like certain fruits and other things. So at least this will come, and it is like the 200,000 IU, very strong to be in the child system for about 6 months until a new dose is given. So you don't say, okay, they usually say, I'm done with taking all my injections. So
yeah,
what,
so that's
what is
it. Yeah.
No. Please. So it means in a year you'll be going twice.
Okay.
Just
so the child is 5 years.
Okay. And most of my mothers, they are very religious because I'm so much on them. And some of them, I even set reminders. I go that extreme for them. And so they're like, hey, if I don't go and take it, I'm like, don't call me when there's an emergency. So do this as a condition, and then I also do this for you. Yes.
Okay. I think it's because of the pressure, because I mean, you're right. Most mothers would relax after all the injections, immunizations are done, and you feel like, okay, no, those are the serious ones. As for the other ones, and even checking the weight of the child, you know, a lot of them stop at about 2.5 years. They don't check the weight of the child again.
Just after 18 months, once they are done with the government vaccination, because mostly the vaccinations, the injections, it ends at 18 months. Now they are done, because until we introduce the, even with the malaria vaccine, it still ends at 18 months, because it starts 6 months, 7 months, 9 months, and then the last one is at 8. Once they are done, they are done. Like the clinic has ended. Time no day. It's either we are starting for another baby, if the mother is pregnant.
Yeah, I know, right? The older one is,
you get it.
To stand aside.
So, but then what we are saying is that, and I'm advocating for it, that every 6 months, at least, your child needs the vitamin A. They feel so unwell, children, and then they lose weight to gain height.
Okay.
Then they eat or fill up, and then so you will still want the height to be measured. So when you come, we have our height chart, and then we do it too, so that we plot it to see, as the pace that the child is going, is it correlating with the age? Because at some point, you are not much concerned about the weight of the child. You are much concerned about the total well-being of the child, the activity of the child. Is it corresponding with the age of the child? Because if you want your child to be plumpy, or how they put it, chubby, your child can be chubby and wouldn't be hearing.
Okay.
So when you come, we do all these assessments.
Yeah. So there's child welfare.
Exactly. So when there's a sound and the child is not turning towards that direction at a certain age, it gives us a concern. And it's not just about the vaccination, because we are doing a total welfare of so the developmental milestone of the child. In the book, you see that at a point the child is sitting, the child is crawling, the child is walking, and the child is running. At the age, is the child doing that activity? And these are basic that you don't really need specialists, because we may all not find that opportunity.
So we should expect that when we go to weigh in, as we term it, and per the age of my child, the person attending to me, the public health assistant or a nurse or a midwife or whoever it is, should at least have the time to ask me those quick questions.
Yes.
Is the child walking? Is the child talking? Is the child hearing when they hear a sound? But we don't get that.
That's the ideal situation. But sometimes, you know, the workload, I mean, the overwhelming numbers of mothers. And these same mothers don't have time. There's so much in a hurry to go to the market. I mean, I worked in a public facility for like 14 years. And so I have experience of every area, until I still did field epidemiology at master's, and then I still ventured into outbreak investigations, because then it took me from the clinical setting more to the field, to understand how disease outbreaks and how our health-seeking behaviors works, because you are even asking questions and they don't have the time, because there's so much in a hurry to go and sell in the market or something. So it boils down to it. And then, you know how many people have even completed school and are staying at home unemployed? I mean, if those numbers were to add on, it would ease more of the pressures, and then we can get to answer some of the questions. But we're so overwhelmed.
I can understand.
And you are conducting the child welfare clinic under some tree somewhere. The rains are coming. You are a whole lot. And so it doesn't allow them to really give the things. But they really want to do it. Because when they get a chance, they do it.
I think the other thing is, on the flip side, as a mother, maybe you should express some concern, and beyond taking the injection, ask the nurse or the midwife or whoever it is, a community nurse, oh, what should I expect to be seeing in my child? Maybe just a quick chat. And here again, I'll share a story of a woman who went for weighing and was told by one nurse that, we've checked the weight, you can go. And she's like, no, you're supposed to give an injection. She said, the nurse says no. But the mother said, I want to cross-check. And she says, my child is at this age. And in the book, he's supposed to take an injection. And so sometimes, like you say, probably it was the stress of the day. She was overwhelmed. But it is important for mothers to also make the effort in asking your healthcare provider what you should expect.
So I tell my mothers that that book you are holding is not, go through it. Even if you can't read, you can see pictures.
Right.
Because we've made it so pictorial that danger signs in pregnancy, bleeding, a woman is vomiting, you will see it. Same with the feeding of newborns, same with vaccinations and other things. We've made it so pictorial. So if you see something and you are not seeing it in your, when you come, because mind you, we are also human beings and we can get overwhelmed. There's a story of a midwife who lost her child, I mean her pregnancy, and was back in the labor or 2 weeks conducting delivery.
Wow.
Yes. You expect this midwife to give up her best. But unknown to you on the other side, you don't know what she's equally going through. And so sometimes I try to make room, because when they come like, and the nurses, the nurses are coming from the community. We churn them out with a certain attitude and then they bring it to the ward. So please, take responsibility as a mother too. Because I have instances where some of my mothers, they prompt me and take care. So when I remember, I tell you ahead. Next month, when you come, I will do this for you.
Right.
So when they, Antika, you said that.
Okay.
So I go through the books with my mothers like that.
Right.
And I've done this for like 17 years. So when you ask me and I'm even sleeping, I can tell you, okay, check this page for me. Check this page of this book. Do this, like page numbers, do this. Okay, take a picture of this place and send to me. I'm like, okay, have you seen this yourself? So this is what we do. And then we are all on the same. So sometimes I go into the future with them before they even come. That, okay, when you come, I'll do this. So if I forget, remind me.
Right.
It doesn't make you less of a nurse. At least it lessens your burden, because by the time they're coming, due to the emergency on your hand, a client comes and then they are due for vaccination. Another child has asthmatic attack. I have to nebulize. At a clinic, at a child welfare clinic. And some can get wheezing, like anything, then what happens? Immunizations can wait by then.
Yes.
And then we nebulize this baby or save it. But communication, and you know, sometimes if we don't have the answers, we tend to be a little bit angry just as a defense mechanism. But it's not the best. I tell my mothers, please, I don't know this. I will ask and get back to you.
Yeah.
And Auntie Claudia, if she doesn't know, she will tell you. Because it's better than giving you a wrong information and then we are all on the same page. I think it's better. Yes.
Right. So it's a shared responsibility, as you've heard. It is important that as a mother, you are curious enough to know what's happening with your child. And so you heard that you must be interested in the well-being of your child. Now let's do this little exercise, right? I call it truth or myth, right? Truth or myth. The first one is vaccines can make children autistic.
Yes and no. It's a no outright answer. But I'm saying yes because some vaccines have been, a solvent in certain vaccines have been linked to with. Nonetheless, we are saying that autism has to do with more of a genetic malfunction. And so if you're not on the spectrum, if you don't have a trace
of autism,
it can't go and bring it.
Okay.
That's the literal. Someone said somewhere that, okay, I did family planning, IECD, and then I developed cervical cancer. But research shows that cervical cancer is caused by a virus. If you, and the IECD, when we place it in you, can last for 10 years. The virus, when you are introduced, can hide and persist between 10 to 15 years before they cause the disease. Now, later years, when you are found, it is very possible for you to say it's the IED that brought the cancer. But then, if the virus wasn't there, they wouldn't have caused anything. And so there should be something genetically before this thing can maybe hasten it or escalate it, but it doesn't cause it.
Autism.
Yes.
Right. Okay, number 2. Some vaccines contain toxic substances.
It is not true. What toxins here means, because it's either the weakened form or the dead form, and based on how strong it is or the way they elicit their immunity and how the reaction that goes on in the body, that's what makes them think that, okay, maybe it's poisonous. COVID vaccine came, just as you were saying, and then people were being hospitalized after everything. Once it's novel, mostly you get some reactions, and then we learn because it's a evidence-based practice which keeps going. We research into it, and then okay, let's modify this, let's take this out, but they don't contain any.
Okay, so since you introduced the COVID vaccine conversation, some say vaccines contain certain chips or magnetic substances that allow you to be monitored or manipulated or controlled.
It is not true.
But even on the chip, I've always said, hey, but how do you see a chip in a vaccine?
You get it. And then if you're to monitor, looking at the number of people that took the vaccine, how do we monitor everybody? Who is going to do that job? Because you can do, how many people can you monitor at a time? Even on your CCTV, there's still a certain corners and still you can't get it. So it's not true.
These are all myths.
Yes.
Okay. So there's another one that suggests that natural immunity is better. So they say, for example, allow the child to be exposed to the virus on their own. Influenza. A lot of children have it, right? So the body itself will go through the cycle. The body will build the immunity. They may get another form of a flu virus. The body will build its own immunity. The people who believe that nature has its own way of taking care of things. So instead of allowing a certain produced vaccine to be put into your system, just allow the body to find its way around it.
But then we may not have the luxury because we wouldn't know who is going to survive it or who will not. Because if we are talking of, say, measles, a lot of babies were dying from measles. So why would you want the baby to be infected with measles before developing the immunity? If that child dies, where is the immunity? You understand? So it's better in some cases, like the passive one which mothers give to their babies. I mean, it's within, but even that when babies are born, we still introduce it to them for them to elicit their own immunity. And so you might want to wait, but you can't tell whether your child will survive it or not if they are infected with the disease.
So it's a probability game you don't want to play because you can't tell.
And the rate at which they will die from the disease is higher than survival. Okay. So why would we want to go on that tangent?
Right. Okay, so you have some education here on whether natural immunity is better. Well, that's a myth. Okay, now, there are those who also believe that, okay, you can give the vaccines, but for the first 1 year, that's too much for a child to handle. That's just too many vaccines for a child or a baby to handle.
But it's within those 1 year too that they are very fragile, they are prone, their immunity is very low. And so if we don't give them that, this active immunity from the vaccines we are giving, the chances of babies not surviving the disease when they are infected is high. And so the earlier, the better. Yes.
Okay. The next one is vaccines can give children the diseases we are trying to prevent. So there are those who say that I took a shot for influenza, but I'm beginning to feel the symptoms or show the symptoms, show the signs of influenza. So, cause 90, Anna.
So usually when babies or children are vaccinated, they can be exposed to the disease, but then they will, in some cases, they will suffer a very mild form of it, unlike if they hadn't been vaccinated at all. And then in some cases, they will not get the disease at all. Because I know adults who have come in to take chickenpox vaccine because they have never gotten chickenpox and they don't want to get it. Babies will always elicit certain kind of immunity from vaccinations. And what happens is, as I said, the body goes through certain kind of fights to give the immunity it desired. And as it is going through, you can fall sick. That's where the temperature comes in and all the adverse events. But it is the body's way of fighting with or generating the antibodies to build the immunity.
Okay.
And then in some cases, they will get it before they are exposed. And so, but then babies can be exposed to. So I say that you can be vaccinated but not get immunity, and you can get immunity but without vaccination.
Okay.
Because when we give the vaccination, there's a certain thing we're looking out for. It's a cold chain. When you break the chain, you alter the potency of the vaccine, and so you would have given the vaccine all right. But because you altered the potency of the vaccine, the child may not get the desired immunity, and though vaccinated, child can still get the disease.
How do we alter the potency of the vaccine?
Usually it's going to be done by the health worker.
Okay.
So how we handle the vaccine, that's how come it's always in a cold box. And some parts is done by the parents. When we immunize, it's within a certain temperature, +2 to +8. We say that, okay, when you notice a swelling, reddening or anything, put ice on it. Some will go and rub kerosene. Yes, some will rub shea butter. Some introduce hot items, and then you alter the potency of the vaccine. It's not just altering, you are going to cause a reaction at the injection site. Because they are not just, they massage the place and...
Kerosene, I have not heard that before.
Oh, they do a lot of things. In fact, they do a lot of things. Oh, now since we are my mother says, I've heard a lot because I've worked in a rural area before. I've worked in the city. I've done every bit some, so I know of the things they can put on it.
Yeah.
Don't do this. That's what they are doing. And when they come, they won't tell you this is what I did.
Okay.
So they will make it look like, oh, adverse event following immunization. Then your head is like, because there are forms you need to fill. We need to trace that particular batch of vaccine. Yeah. Because if it's something that we have to recall that batch, and then all the FDA investigations, we want to, it's a whole lot of things. So when we give instructions that, okay, if you notice any reaction, let's say reddening or hardening of the, put ice on it. If it's not subsiding, report back. And then let us manage it for you. Because in some cases, it ends up in abscess. Well, we end up in the theater for incision and drainage. Because we have to incise or open up the site, take whatever passes there, drain it, and then when we could have, and they won't tell you this is what I did.
Please, the abscess, for those of you who are not too familiar
like
with...
it's a localized swelling of the injection site, yes, usually.
Right.
And the hardening from the 5-in-1, the one they take at 6 weeks, 10 weeks, and 14 weeks, is very common. Okay. But then all you need to do is to apply your cold compress, and then it suits or subsides.
Okay, we're left with the last point on the truth or myth. But since you've brought in the bit of the aftercare for immunized children, let me just find out from you. There are those who believe that before the child even takes the injection, there are some things you can give them, or there's a way you can prepare them so that the impact or the effect of the vaccine is not as serious.
So, if you are not sick, why are you taking medication? Okay. We give the pain medication to go and act on something that is happening in the child.
Okay.
Vaccine hasn't been introduced yet, and you've given your para or your pain antipyretic already. What is it acting on? Mind you, all the reactions babies get from vaccination, it is not every child.
You're right.
And so if you hurriedly go and give the para syrup and your child may not even react at all, what have you done? You've just given nothing, a medication which is not going to do anything in there. And it will become a tossing in there, because if you're doing exclusive, I know of someone doing exclusive breastfeeding. And so when we even give the immunization, she won't give oral para. She will put suppository. She doesn't want anything
to disrupt her
exclusive, you know. So, and when we give the vaccine, the reaction doesn't occur instantly.
Okay.
And so there's still time that you can always give your pain medication after the antigen or vaccine has been introduced into the child and never before.
So you recommend that we do it after, and
Afterwards.
that is even if the child develops the fever?
The fever doesn't come sudden. You feel some warmth, then you give. It goes to act on it as at the time it is happening. But if you give way, and some give hours before they come because they think that is what is going to prepare the system, it will wear off. And so by the time the pain is setting in and you are giving another one, it is now going to kick in because the first one had worn out earlier than you anticipated. And in some cases, we ask you to do tepid sponge, where you do lukewarm water. And mind you, you have to start from the feet.
Oh.
You don't start from the head.
Okay.
By the time it gets up here, it would have registered. But when you start from the head, the child can startle. And if there's high temperature, the child can convulse.
You're learning a lot here on Baby Doctor, and that's why this show has been put together. So for those of you who prefer to, as we say, sponge your child when they have a temperature, please always start from the feet. And what should the temperature of the water be?
Oh, it should be lukewarm. It shouldn't be that cold water.
Okay.
Because so when you put when the child has temperature and you are applying cold water, it's like your car having overheated and you are pouring an iced.
Yeah.
So you will shut the system and it's not good.
Okay.
But when you bring in a lukewarm water, and you should always test it with the back of your hands, not in your palm.
Okay. Back.
Yes, so that you know that it's a bit, it's not too hot, it's not too cold.
Okay.
And it will still bring the temperature down.
Okay. So
because it goes like, it neutralizes the temperature that's already in the system.
So as the child's temperature drops, can I increase it from lukewarm to a little bit cooler and cooler?
We want a tepid water.
Okay.
And the tepid is lukewarm.
Okay.
Very not hot, not cold.
Okay. So to our last point on myth versus truth, better hygiene can prevent infections compared to vaccines. And so wash your hands, cover your nose, don't touch your face, all the things we had to do, or the protocols we had to observe in addition to getting a COVID vaccine. There are those who believe that. Why not just do those ones and avoid introducing certain elements into your body that they think you can do without?
Hygiene in general is the best thing. Nonetheless, you will be doing all that you have to do, as in observing all the personal and environmental hygiene. Is your neighbor doing same?
Okay.
And that it still puts you at a risk, because if you're doing it, I'm doing it, then it gives us a room not to worry. But just as you're doing it, someone is not. Look, the year COVID came and they were locked down, and we didn't record any cholera outbreak. Everybody was washing their hands. Everybody was. Now we've thrown all the cautions to the wind, and we're getting some outbreaks which we didn't record within the year that we're battling COVID, because hand sanitizers, hand washing, like everybody, we're wearing shaking hands, wearing the distancing. But now we've thrown all the caution, and we will not all act same at the same time.
Okay.
And so we protect ourselves the better, or we prevent ourselves the better. And prevention has always been better than cure. As we say, prevention is better than cure. And for me, prevention is my business, because I keep saying I may not live to survive it if I am infected. And so if there's a way I would prevent it, I wouldn't want to get it at all. Because being sick is not fun. It's never fun. And so, and especially when your child is sick, you are equally sick. Look, if your child needs to, it's not a pleasant thing to go through. Child has flu, can't breathe, it's so restless. And the caution here is that flus are viral infections. And so giving antibiotics is another thing, which is a no-no, because it's not a bacterial infection.
Please don't abuse the antibiotics. Well, I'll be back to wrap up the conversation, but here are your tips for today. Hope you learned something from them.
Tidbits on vaccination. Use an ice pack or cold compress when you notice swelling and redness at the site of injection. Remember to always make time for your next vaccination appointment. Ensure that your child is fully immunized. Remember, prevention, they say, is always better than cure.
And those were your tips for today. Quickly, in wrapping up the conversation, let me just say a very big thank you to Elimas Health. Elimas Health is located at 10A Volta Street at Airport Residential Area, very close to the National Service Secretariat. You can also call them on 024-8075568, 024-8075568. And Nanekia is with Elimas Health. She is a nurse and a midwife, and she'll just run you through the important vaccines they have available for your children so you can make an informed decision on your child's health. Nanekia.
So aside all the government vaccines, which we do, we have vaccines for influenza, that's the flu, and then we have chickenpox, we have hepatitis A, we have cholera, we have typhoid fever vaccine, yes, and then the meningitis vaccine, we have all the strain. We have the MMR, the one with the mumps, and then we have the Gardasil vaccine for HPV, even in Gun or older children. And so anytime you can come in, then
all right. Daneka and her team will be looking out for you. Do give them a call. Do visit them at the airport residential area. Tell them you watch the baby doctor. And who knows, there'll be a nice package for you. Well, before I go, let me also say thank you so much to Azel Vogue for my dress. You can find Azel Vogue on Instagram, and you would find the name coming up on your screen shortly. Or you can contact Azel Vogue on 0244 155 266, 0244 155 266. And also a big thank you to Think Media, where you're bringing you the show from all your media work, creative, event organization, anything you need creative related, find Think Media and they will be able to sort you out. Well, it's time to say goodbye, but you know we are always interactive. Do find us on Facebook. Baby Doctor is the name, and my name is Bernice Abu-Be-Dulansa, always serving you the best when it comes to the health of your baby and your child, because happy children always make happy homes. See you in our next episode. Take care.
is going to be empowered enough to be the light and the heart of our society.
I am committed to ensuring that these NGOs are supporting government efforts and not the opposite.
We have developed a very effective cycle of admitting and rehabilitating young women in need.
I don't want to be your soldier. I don't just want to be in the program. I want to be by your side.
Get her ready.
You're saved and you're brought here to make something of yourself. Only rule is that you stay as good girls.
Our investigations here focus on organizations with a seemingly clean sheet.
You will fail. You know why? Because I never lose.
Even the builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for once having it for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime, 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Chocomold from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Frytol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
Big Chef is back. A new edition with a new twist, new recipes, a new style, new delicious plates, and new critics. This is Big Chef Tertiary. It's a battle of Ghana's tertiary schools with the best chefs with the sharpest knife. Make a date Sunday, 25th of June, 2023 at 5 p.m. as we outdoor the schools representing your region at the launch of the maiden edition of Big Chef Tertiary.
It does get better anytime your favorite shop, Melcom, says it's there for you and got you covered with all your daily need items. Continue shopping on products ranging from groceries, stationery, electronics, homeware, kitchenware, furniture, home decor, electrical, and many more at low prices. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom, where Ghana shops.
Get ready for the most anticipated youth empowerment event of the year. The Magdan Youth Connect Summit is back. This time, it's coming to the vibrant city of Cape Coast. Get ready to connect with Dr. Daniel Macaulay. Friday, 30th June 2023 at the new Examination Center, University of Cape Coast from 3 p.m. sharp. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to engage in thought-provoking panel discussions and unlock your full potential. Mark your calendars and get ready for an unforgettable day of inspiration, networking, and empowerment at the Magdan Youth Connect Summit 2023 on Friday, 30th June 2023 at the new Examination Center, University of Cape Coast from 3 p.m. sharp.
Ghana will be hosting the 2023 version of the World Convention of the Full Gospel Business Men's Fellowship International on July 13. I mean, some 2,500 Christian businessmen and women from all continents of the world are expected to congregate in Ghana for that meeting. We're lucky today to sit with the coordinator of the ladies wing of the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship, and she's no other person than Mrs. Matilda Emisatha. I'm glad to sit with you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
And what have you been up to?
I've been in my corner, minding my own business, writing books and editing books, and training authors.
So you are the national coordinator of the ladies wing of the Full Gospel Business Men's Fellowship International. What are ladies doing in a men's fellowship?
Yes, the ladies in the fellowship are called Ladies of the Fellowship.
Okay.
So I'm the national coordinator of the Ladies of the Fellowship Ghana.
Okay.
Full Gospel is predominantly a men's organization, as was given to the founder.
Okay.
Let me just put it in perspective for you. An Armenian American dairy farmer had a vision where God asked him to form a fellowship.
Okay.
Based on the fact that a lot of men would rather drop their families at church and not go to church.
Okay.
And go and sit in either hotels and drink or play golf, and then after the church service, go and pick their families. So in the vision, God told Demos Shakarian to find these men and let them congregate where they go, the hotels, and talk about themselves and talk about God, so that what they miss out from the church, they would gain.
Okay.
So that was the genesis of Full Gospel. So it was predominantly to men, and that is how Demo started this. But along the line, the men were coming with their wives, just not to as members, but the wives would tag along, and then the wives would serve the tea and the coffee and whatnot. Gradually, other women who were not spouses of the men who went to Full Gospel also find their way there. So in 2012, the international office decided that something had to be done. And so the Ladies of the Fellowship was formed. And in Ghana, in 2013, it was inaugurated. So just briefly to give you a background.
Oh, wow, interesting. So the women, how would you describe this one? Is it different from what we've come to know as Women Aglow? How different is this one?
Women Aglow is a women's fellowship.
Okay.
Whereas Full Gospel is a men's fellowship. Men meeting, sharing their testimonies, ordinary men, doctors, lawyers, plumbers, teachers, tailors, teachers meeting, talking about what God has done for them. So that means that in Full Gospel, you must be gainfully employed to be a member.
Okay.
You must also be a Christian. However, if you're not a Christian and you find your way there, one of the things that will happen to you is you'll be helped to come to the saving knowledge of God. So men meet and talk about themselves, and the women are part of the men. We work on chapter basis. So for example, in Ghana, we have chapters all over Ghana. I belong to the East Legon chapter, and the chapter has men and women. So men hold positions. Women are not elected to positions, but women can be appointed. So for example, I was appointed national coordinator of the Ladies of the Fellowship, but I cannot become a chapter president. So we, together with the men, meet once a week. We call it seminar meetings, where we talk about things to do with business, because you know we are businessmen and women.
Yeah.
So we have seminar meetings where we talk about different things like careers, we talk about marketing, we talk about finance, we talk about any social thing you can think of. And then we also talk about spiritual things, because one of the things that happens in Full Gospel is when you come, you will be empowered spiritually. For example, if you don't know the gifts that you are endowed with, you will be helped to identify your gifts. And you'll be trained in a way that you can use those gifts effectively for yourself and also to glorify God.
Okay. So let's talk about how effective the ladies have been in this fellowship so far.
With the ladies, there's a national executive. And the national executive, if you like, oversees all the ladies' affairs in the country. Under the national executive, we have various ministries. We have a prison ministry, a schools ministry, we have an orphanage ministry, hospital ministry, maternity ministry, we have a market ministry, we have a publicity section. So, for example, under the schools ministry, every Friday, the team goes to schools to talk to the children about God, morals, and things. We have a prison ministry where they visit the prisons, not just to donate food items and things, but also to engage the warders and the prisoners in talks as to how to change their lives. The maternity ministry also does the same. The hospital ministry also does the same. So that is nationally what we do. In every region, we have a ladies coordinator, a regional ladies coordinator. And the regions, if you like, mirror what is done national. So that, for example, if we are going to, last month, for example, the prison ministry went to the secondary prison. Instead of people going from Accra to go secondary, the secondary ladies of the fellowship will organize everything, and just a couple of people will go from Accra, and it is done.
Okay. So how do you then respond to accusations that the fellowship in general, and that means the ladies and the men, have not really done much or have failed in the fight against corruption and immorality in our society?
Are you saying that we are being accused of that?
Yes.
By who?
Well, I mean, because it is one of your core mandates, or one of the things that you champion, people think that you really haven't done much in that direction.
You know, fighting against corruption and things takes different forms. In the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship, we have what we call unashamedly ethical. Unashamedly ethical is a global movement that anybody can belong to. Full Gospel, as a fellowship, is a member of Unashamedly Ethical. And what Unashamedly Ethical stands for is to help people in whatever business you are doing, wherever you are, to be ethical in what you do. Therefore, for example, if you are a contractor and you are a member of Full Gospel and you are also signed on to Unashamedly Ethical, you make an understanding, you make a commitment that in your business you will follow ethical rules and you will do your business ethically and you will not cut any corners. That, in my view, it's working against corruption and everything. Again, one of the things we do as a body in our training, the seminars I'm talking about, is to empower people to know that they have to be ethical in whatever they are doing. And we teach them and we encourage them to do things with moral, ethical values. So if we are training people and if we are in different chapters and if our members are ethical, then we have definitely supported the fight in corruption.
What are the ladies in the fellowship doing about the rising unemployment rates, especially among female school leavers?
So the ladies, for example, when the teams go to the school, we have paid school fees, we have helped people acquire skills. One of our flagship programs is the Markets Ministry.
Okay.
And in the Markets Ministry, women who are illiterates have been taught how to read and write, first in the local language, and then in English, primarily so that whatever they sell, they can be able to do basic bookkeeping and accounting, write their names, and do just the little things that help them. And we have stories about people who could not read and write, who are now reading, writing, can now at least do basic accounting. And somewhere in Tema, there's this young child who is not a market person, but the mother benefited from this program, and therefore the mother was able to teach the child, and now the child reads.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, how would you describe the success so far, I mean, in trying to bridge the unemployment gap in your own small way? How has it been so far?
A couple of days ago, I went to an event where the guest speaker actually said a lot about what Full Gospel has done for men in Ghana.
Okay.
And then just this last Sunday, in my church, as Asbidanwo Church, the pastor in charge, Professor Samuajidu, actually said, to my amazement, that he wants to thank Full Gospel. He said that because the international president of Full Gospel is a Ghanaian, and is in the same church with me. So said he wants to thank Full Gospel because a lot of men would have been wayward, a lot of families would have been wayward, but for Full Gospel, who instilled moral, ethical values in their men, and therefore the men went home and became better husbands. And the same for the ladies who are in Full Gospel. If you commit to the teachings of Full Gospel, if you commit to the way things are done in Full Gospel, you become a better wife, a better mother, a better worker. And therefore, in Full Gospel, the ladies, the men are empowered, not just to serve God in churches. That is wrong. We are marketplace people. So wherever you are is your marketplace. If you are a teacher, the classroom is your marketplace. If you are a doctor, the hospital. Media Apple, the media landscape is your marketplace. So wherever you find yourself, affect those people. Let them see the difference that you make because you know God and because you are morally right. And that in itself will spill over.
Tell me about the World Convention coming up on July 13. What's the objective?
So every year, Full Gospel hosts a World Convention, and this year it's coming in Ghana. The theme is Empowered for Service. It's a 3-day convention from the 13th to 15th of July, where people from all over the world will meet. There are seminars. For example, we have the main theme that is Empowered for Service, and then we have a youth forum, we have a business expo, we have seminars on family, marriage, finance, business, and then we have a ladies conference. Apart from the fact that people are coming to Ghana, spending, and therefore it helps the economy. There's also the aspect of participants learning and being enriched in different aspects of life. And then there's the spiritual side of it, where spiritually you'll be empowered. For example, we have speakers like Joshua Selman. I don't know if you know Joshua Selman from Nigeria. Joshua Selman is a world acclaimed speaker, motivator, miracle worker. He's coming to speak. And Joshua Selman, I'm sure, would not only teach people Christian beliefs and things, but there will be a miracle service where, God willing, the power of the Holy Spirit will be manifested. One of the things we believe in full gospel is the manifestation of the Holy Spirit. Because our founder, Demon Shakarian, founded this fellowship on the basis of visions that he had.
Okay.
And all these visions were through the works of the Holy Spirit. So we do not leave the Holy Spirit out of anything we are doing. So one of the greatest things that's going to happen these 3 days is the empowerment of the Holy Spirit, where ordinary men and women will manifest the power of the Holy Spirit. And that means that through healing, through prophesying, through the various gifts of the Holy Spirit.
Okay. What role specifically will the ladies be playing in this 3 days convention?
In the 3 days, the hospitality is what the ladies do. For example, when they come to Ghana, the welcoming, making sure that they are comfortable. If you like, the proverbial Ghanaian hospitality, that's what we do.
Okay.
But our main event is the ladies' conference that comes on the 14th of July, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. We have Dr. Pearl Coupe. Dr. Pearl Coupe is an attorney from South Africa.
Okay.
She's an international global speaker. She is herself a businesswoman, and she runs a women's ministry.
Okay.
She'll be speaking on the theme, Empowered for Service.
Okay.
In these times and seasons, everybody, not just ladies, must know how to position themselves and be able to make do with what God provides. One of the things that we're going to learn during the ladies' conference is how to harness our resources as women, how to complement each other, and how to uplift each other to change the narrative. You know, a lot of the times we are stuck in our feminist roles and the roles that society works out for us. But in the Bible, if we take Deborah, if we take Esther, we see how God used them to save Israel. So in that ladies' conference, the women are going to be empowered. The women are going to be stirred up to be able to see the potentials that they have and to harness them and make something good of it so that we live a fulfilled life.
What impact are you looking forward to, actually having on, especially the young ladies, after this convention?
The women's conference, for example, is open to the public. So we're going to go out and give invitations.
Okay.
And Full Gospel is an adult fellowship. We have the youth fellowship in the university and they are also coming.
Okay.
For example, in the ladies' conference, we are hoping that every lady who comes, whether you are an adult or you are a youth, will go away having understood fully the potentials that you have.
Okay.
And having understood that you can harness your abilities and your skills, not just to change yourself, but to affect other people and therefore change your society.
Are there business opportunities?
Yes, there's a big business expo. From the 13th to the 15th, there is the whole convention is being held at the Grand Arena. The Grand Arena is on the premises of the Accra International Conference Center. When you enter, the Grand Arena is on your right. That's where the conference will be held. Okay. There will be a business expo inside the Accra International Conference Center, where all businesses in Ghana can come and exhibit. So for those who haven't come, please register and come. And the 3 days, you can exhibit your things. And there is a business seminar where businessmen and women will be not just encouraged in what they are doing, but will be opened to learn new ways of doing things, new initiatives and so on. And the interesting thing is, with all that 2,500 people, there'll be a great network of ideas. There'll be a great network of ideas where, for example, you in the media, you can meet somebody else from another country who's in the media. You can engage in all kinds of talk about things and learn from them. So it's an opportunity to network on the social on the spiritual side.
Certainly, this is going to be a great opportunity. I mean, am I invited?
Yes, I will definitely send you an invitation card for the opening ceremony and for the ladies' conference.
I won't miss this.
And for the ladies'
anything.
conference. And following up, it's an invitation for business people to come and join the fellowship because it's one of the largest Christian movements in the whole world. And people will tell you how full gospel has affected them, either through going to a breakfast meeting or a seminar or even meeting a member of the full gospel. We are changing the world. We are not one of those who loudly proclaim on rooftops. We are not in the media houses doing things. We are training our members to go to their offices, to go to their workplaces and affect those in their workplaces. And like I said, we're a marketplace fellowship. So for us, where you work, where you live, it's your ministry. It's your ground.
I wish you all the best. I mean,
thank you so much.
This 3 days is going to be big in Ghana.
It is going to be big in Ghana.
Yeah. And we're looking forward to a fruitful discussion and deliberations at the meeting.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues.
My first video shoot in this place. Like my first video shoot. The song was Oni Chorus.
Oni Chorus. Yeah, what you spoke about.
So after the song, recorded the song with Willis B. To record it again with Still Vibes because that was where I was doing most of my recordings.
Why did you stand anywhere?
I remember I was here, then I came to this place.
Okay.
Yeah. So my first time shooting a video.
You came here.
I Jojo and they stand here. Do this, no, the position.
So you stood somewhere here. They wanted to. I'm sure they wanted to get the view.
Here.
So what did you do? Like.
I was just performing when you call it. No, I don't like your attitude towards camera. Do this.
Okay.
Hey, we're intimidating. Oh, Jojo. Then you know what happened.
No, tell me, please. Let's have a seat. Really?
Yes.
The video never came out?
Yes, after all the Jojo, the video never came.
The music video never came. And you didn't call the producers or the directors or the...
I was here with Still Vibe, the guy who recorded me.
Okay.
Yeah, he was helping me, like, my activity. So, actually, he organized the cameraman. He said, oh, my friend of his want to shoot the video for me. So, now I'm from once, I'm in the video, so I agreed. And the location was here.
Yeah.
It wasn't here alone. We went to some other place. But I remember here very well. I was here. I did everything. I spent like 4 hours here. And tell me, oh, the video. They told me some stories, memory card or something. Yeah, so eventually we forgot about it.
You forgot about
That's
it.
How
Never had. Oh, wow. Wow. All right, the current location, people, is Harbour View. Yes, we're still here inside Takoradi, and the rap god or Fanti rap god, Fanti god, whatever you want to call him, Kofi Kinata. He's been taking us around. We've been having conversations. This is still E-Vibes. I know. Yeah, we just had to, you know, pause here a bit and have a deeper conversation about the man, Kofi Kinata, where he started from, where he's going, and where he's taking music to. So basically, that's what's happening here. And he was telling me a while ago about how he shot his first music video right here inside Harbour View. And it's a very interesting story, Kofi. I know, I can't stop laughing. But let me also remind you that right behind us, that is the Ghana Railway Corporation, right? Yeah. And he actually did his internship there. Tell me about the experience. A lot of people don't know that.
Internship.
Yeah.
I call it attachment.
Attachment. Yeah. Well, internship. So
I was doing
attachment.
BC in TTI.
Okay.
Block laying and concreting,
yeah.
building and construction, and I was doing attachment. And
okay. Did you ever finish? Yeah,
was more of draftsman.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't finish.
Did you help build anything during your time?
No,
there?
we were drawing. So yeah, you just draw. Draftsmanship there, you'll be drawing plans and people will build it.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
And so when you moved from there, that's when you decided that I want to take this music business seriously?
I was coming here while I was in school. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was what happened?
Yeah, that was what's happening.
Okay. So on a more serious note, how did you move away from Takoradi? Because we know that, because when I came in here, let me tell you a story. When we came in here, myself and my team, wherever you get to, at least you hear one Kofi Kinata song. I don't know, all the radio stations, at least I hear one Kofi Kinata song. Yeah. So I know that you're well established here, the people love you here. Yeah. But breaking through, to Accra.
Moving to Accra?
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't a plan.
Okay.
I didn't intend to travel to Accra. Yeah. I wasn't desperate to. I was doing music. I love what I was doing. I had some 1 or 2 fans. People love what I was doing. So I was doing it for myself as well as the fans enjoying it. So I was enjoying it too. Though it was only show. Those times now, it wasn't show business. Yeah. It was show. We were
just having fun.
Interested in the performances, like the shows, the rapping, singing, going. Yeah, that was what we were doing. So as I said earlier on, I didn't intend to travel to Accra. It was a call of duty.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that. So I had a call from Tony, Samini's manager. Tony.
Shout out to Tony Pan.
Yeah. I was receiving such calls, like a lot of people wanted to work with me. Oh, you are very good, I want to work with you. Whenever I do a freestyle, people show interest and stuff like that. But Tony called, and Dr. Pounds also called to like talk about Tony. Like he called and he recommended Tony that Tony, I was in school with Tony, he's managing Samini. I didn't know he was Samini's manager. Yeah. He's managing Samini and he has done it before, so Dr. Pounds kind of convinced me. Yeah, so I met Tony. We scheduled for a date. I met Tony in Accra, and we started working. Yeah.
You've learned how much did you learn when you were with Tony and the high grade family?
I realized I didn't know anything. Yeah. I realized I didn't know anything, so I was willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So that was what I was doing. So when I went there, like the people of Takoradi were behind me because I was everywhere in Takoradi, and all of a sudden I moved, and the news came. They saw me on TV, Samini talking about me, endorsing me and stuff like that. So they couldn't wait. So the pressure was coming. Kofi, when is the next song?
Coming.
What are you doing? When is your next video? Like, they were curious. They wanted to know what's going on. And I didn't blame them. They are diehard fans. Yeah. They supported me to that level. So I need to account to them.
What was your first song under the label High Grade?
It was called This Year.
This year.
This year, Zacchaeus Ibo for Jesus. Obasakra manabra boy different. This year, Zacchaeus ana business. Bia ebenya interest this year.
So how many songs did you release under the label High Grade family before you moved? I know that you had a couple.
In High Grade, it wasn't like release song for releasing song's sake.
Yeah.
Like they were grooming me, they were training me.
Yeah.
Yo, it's show business now. It's no more show. Like branding, that's how you have to go about it. You know, the system is like this, so you make sure you do songs like this. So I was learning from Samini, from Tony, from everyone. Yeah. So that was it. So at High Grade, I realized my promotion was kind of some way because Samini was there.
Yeah.
So they have to look out for Samini first before me.
Yeah.
So I realized, okay, mine is some kind of percentage, so I have to put in my best. I have to make sure my songs will be easier to be promoted. Like when Tony or somebody takes my song somewhere to promote, a DJ will say, "Oh, I even love this song. Let me play." So that was what like I had in mind, or what I planned to do to make sure my promotions will be easier. People, even if DJs wouldn't play, the fans will love it, and that was so the focus was to build a fan base, so that when the songs come and they are not playing it on air, the fans have it, and the fans will come for the shows. They will sing the songs along. So I had a whole lot going on. Had a whole lot of plans. So that was how come like my songs are this way. I make sure I put in my all. I make sure people can relate to. I make sure it's the best. Yeah.
Have you always known that you're a very good writer when it comes to the music business? Because apart from the rap that everybody else knows you for, I mean, even before you broke into Accra, you write very good songs, and it has won you awards, a lot of them. Have you always known that? Listen, I'm very good at writing, because what you do at TTI is drawing. You just mentioned you draw, but you write songs, and the songs comes out and it's quality.
Yeah, I would say that is talent. That is talent. Before you go to school, you have your own talent, and sometimes when you are lucky, the school helps you. Like the school shape you up.
Yeah.
So I would say that would be talent, and I'm the type that I wouldn't want to do anything. Like I just want to be different, even if people will hate me for that. Yeah, I don't want to do what everybody is doing. Yeah. So I put a whole lot of things into consideration. Looking at where I'm coming from, where I took you,
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not doing bad like that, but we are not there.
Yeah.
So
yes.
It makes me feel like if I'm singing, then I have to make sure my music is bringing like hope to the hopeless, comfort, like advising, and at the same time entertaining, because I've seen a lot and I'm still seeing a lot. So I don't feel like when I do a song with no content, I feel like I'm wasting. I don't know, I'm wasting my time, or I'm wasting the time of the listeners, because there are a whole lot of things to be talked about. Like, yeah.
So from no chorus to digress, I'm sure there's a lot of songs that you've done that you might probably forget, some of them, but you go out and a lot of people can relate to the songs that you sing. Not too long ago, I had a conversation with you, and you told me that you sing or you write from your heart. You write what people can relate to. And so it brings me back to the question of whether or not you think about what you are. Is it you? You just wake up and think that, for instance, the song about when God blesses you, I mean, no man can, I forgot the song. Behind the scenes that you said that when God blesses you, nobody can can do anything about it. So a song like Behind the Scenes, I just want to, know, I'm sure the viewers would want to find out what actually goes into it, or what went into it. Did you just wake up one day and said, no, this is it, let me just write this, or somebody inspired you to, what happened?
Behind this, I just needed something that people could relate. That was one. So I had the sketch. I talked to people outside. I have a lot of friends outside, The harbor is just here. So
yeah, the train works here.
Those days, say your boats are sank, train will your boats are like a planky. You better apply.
Oh, yeah, a planky,
Yeah.
Oh, we should have, had the feel of that, but it's fine.
It's a song like Behind. I was comforting the travelers, people who have moved from their comfort zone, and at the same time, telling their relatives that things are not all that moving like that, so they should take time for them. So I was talking to the relatives at the same time, talking to the hustlers, and at the same time praying to God.
Wow, wow, that's like, it's a very deep song, together with Grace and all of that. When you see fans or music,
people have appreciated whatever you did, and like it's making impact in the lives of people that you feel fulfilled. Yeah. It's more than an award. Yeah.
You're humble.
Why?
You know that?
I don't know.
Oh, it's not like I am the one saying it, but I mean, I drove with you through town, and I see how you relate to the people. Even though you're in the limelight, you get down, you say hello and all of that.
Take pictures.
Take pictures.
You get corona.
How is life as a celebrity?
Am I a celebrity?
Oh, you are. I mean, if you check the definition of celebrity in the dictionary, you fall under it. You're doing something that people are looking at and they're celebrating you. We're celebrating you here on E-Vibes.
Or positive and negative.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you get tired.
Okay.
Sometimes you get tired. Sometimes you feel like it's not worth it. Like, your privacy will be at stake. Like, you don't have that private life anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel like or you're worrying at us. But at times too, we have some privileges that comes with it, and when you are enjoying that, you are happy. But when people start rushing, you have to take pictures even when you don't feel like taking pictures. Yeah, you can't go to your usual places. It's kind of
Are you fulfilled?
Yes.
In life, generally.
Yes.
You are.
Yes, and I'm very, very happy.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was told, my mom told me at the age of like 6, 7, my mom told me he wanted me to sing or play football.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was a very good footballer.
Yeah.
Kofi, my parents had another airball ball, and I'm singing now. So I know she's fulfilled, she's happy, and I'm happy too.
You mentioned how I'm not too sure. I know, but behind the scenes, you mentioned that your mom has been very supportive of you. How is that? Give me a picture of how your mom has been very supportive throughout, obviously school, and now to the man Kofi Kinata that we all know.
She sings a lot in the house. She has a lot of melodies that she plays around, and she makes me feel like the thing is in the family, and if I'm doing it, I'm not stealing it, or I'm not going wayward. So I should just focus and do it. Like your mom is doing it. You have your role model here. Your mentor is here. Just do it. Yeah.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah.
How many are you?
5.
5. You have an elder brother.
Yes.
One elder brother.
2 elder brothers. 2
sisters.
Elder
brothers, 2 sisters. And you're the
last born.
You're the last born.
The good one.
Oh, obviously not. So you're the only one, you know, in the limelight,
yes.
singing.
Yeah.
How does your family or your siblings or your brothers feel about their younger, their baby brother?
They don't show it. I'm still their baby brother. My sister will call you and send you. Go and buy me this. Even when you go to Takari right now and she sees you, she can send you. She doesn't mind. Yeah, so in my house, I don't feel like I'm a star.
Okay.
Yeah, but when I go outside, that's
then
when people makes me feel like, yeah. But in my house, hey, Kofi, forget. Yeah.
and the Takoradi township.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to find out how it has, you know, changed you. Has it changed you in any way? Has it added anything to, you know, the person we are seeing now? What are the other ones that, you know, we don't know? Like the things that it has added or subtracted?
A lot of people will be asking why are the people of Takoradi crazy about Kofi Kinata? I am a Takoradi. When I represent them, the way I talk, the way I do my things. Like, no, I'm just representing them, so I'm Takoradi.
Are you representing them well?
And they see themselves in me. And that's why they are supporting me. They feel like whatever I'm doing is relatable. They can relate. Yo, I'm the man, Kofi just said it. Why they will feel the, yo, maybe I'm a representative. Hey, Tadi. Yeah. If you come, for instance, people feel the Takoradi, baby, or you are high if you come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we got here, because you mentioned when we got here, I said we have to go to Efiekuma.
Yes.
For some reason, let's go to Efiekuma.
Because
I know that Efiekuma Sabaze, you know, and what is it about Efiekuma? Is it because you grew up there?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I was born there.
Is it just the Efiekuma that we have when we come to, so say I come to Takoradi, we don't just have Efiekuma, right? There are other places.
Yeah, you have Efiekuma, Kwesimitim, Amman for a lot of places.
But you are putting Efiekuma on the map.
But
you have, actually.
Yeah, you have to. Like, that's where you're from. Home first. So we started it, Efiekuma, they gave me the support. Then, Takoradi, Sekendi, Takoradi, Western region. Then now, since I look Ghana, it's one step at a time.
How is your relationship with God?
I'm a nigga, I'm Padia.
You go to church?
I'm Padia.
Oh, Opadia.
Yeah.
Have you seen him before? Do you speak to him?
I speak to him a lot.
How?
Praying.
Okay, but you don't go to church. Is it because you have become, you know, a celebrity?
Okay. Like, yeah. Sunday school, my mother can testify. Like, when they take me there, I don't feel like sitting there. Especially when one of my Sunday school madam told me, I asked her a question, Madam, will we eat in heaven? And the madam was like, no, heaven put it. Then my pedam answered because I haven't eaten anything, but I'm full. I don't know what is your call. I didn't like that idea.
So is the reason why
put him off.
Okay.
At tender age.
Yeah.
Now, girl, be no, I'm penasa. Muna na loco.
Why?
Men no Sunday school. Na madam baby said one of part of heaven. Nti mama say again so man na madam say to. Because my part of go to heaven wo. Man yana yard.
How is that girl doing now? You can't remember. Oh. Yeah. But have you met, you know, any of your, I mean, after, you know, you've met a lot of them. Yeah. You've met your old girlfriend as well. You must be very stubborn.
Oh my God.
You must be very stubborn. I mean, considering what you're saying, you even back in school, but you don't want to admit it. So your old girlfriend,
I have a girlfriend, old girlfriend.
And I say also account.
Classmates are fine, but
okay, so your old classmates and all of that.
I see them a lot.
You see them.
I'm not in a classroom. There was a guy we went to nursery together. I didn't see him again. I met him in Pokwase. We went to nursery.
Yeah.
We didn't even come to class 1. We were in nursery. Then, like, it's either OJ school or the BB them. I met him in Pokwase 2017, and I mentioned his full name.
And he was shocked.
He was surprised. He didn't know he went to school with Kofi Kinata. He had all my songs. Oh.
Oh. How did you feel?
Asafo, Mala Martin. Okay, they are called Nezri Wahabat on K Martin. But describing the mammy in Puchelano. No mammy, no mammy about for the Kofi.
Yeah.
But describing the mammy, also the mammy knew that I don't know. Let me say, okay. But on K, but I'm a can.
Wow.
Yeah. It's my memory. Like,
retentive memory.
No, it's not a credit.
We pray for, you know, that grace. And do you believe that there's a grace, you know, that is upon you, thy grace?
Yes.
You believe that?
Yeah,
is that the reason why we have a new song called Thy Grace?
Yeah, the grace is upon everybody. You just have to believe it and you will receive it. Yeah.
Where is the name coming from? Team Move, the Orekodo. I want to understand where, how, or what necessitated that Orekodo or remove. You know, tell me about, you know, the genesis of the whole thing. Now it's a
just like
household.
The motto of my team, Team Move FC.
Okay.
Keep moving.
Okay.
Yeah. You have to make a move. You don't have to stay at one place. Just make a move. So at first it was kill them all because I was doing rap. So kill them all. Just to scare the people I will be battling with. So after kill them all,
then what?
I proved their points. Then kill them all. From kill them all, I came to Abedimpo, meaning waters. After killing them all, Abedibu.
Okay.
Then another slogan came move. Then I moved to Accra, and you know, then move. Orokodo. It's ongoing. We've moved, and since I'm moving, since I'm ongoing to Orokodo.
Yeah. That's an interesting story. All right, so we'd like to say a very big thank you to Carla Max for always, you know, keeping us, you know, together, giving us the very best of support. Thank you to Jay and Jazz Hair for my beautiful hair, and also Miss Shay Abena, Miss Shay Abena for my beautiful jeans. You can always trust Miss Shay for your beautiful jeans and everything fashion. So we're still here with Kofi Kinata. I'd like to find out a bit more about his influence on the youth here in Takoradi when we return. Please stay. All right, if you just joined me, this is still E-Vibes here on your favorite channel. I'm still here with Kofi Kinata. He's just cracking me up here. Kofi, so your name, Kofi Kinata, is that like the real name?
Martin Kinata.
Martin
Kinata.
So, is there a history behind your name?
Yeah, I was adopted. I'm a British.
Oh, okay. You, but you never told us that you were adopted.
No, it was the same name I inherited. They just gave me. Yeah. My dad is Charles Kinata. My brother, the one that you met, is Charles Kinata Jr.
And you are Martin Kinata. Yeah. What inspires Martin Kinata, you know, to create the quality music that we've been hearing? I want to find out the inspiration.
I don't know, but I feel like I think a lot about the listeners. Because there are a whole lot of songs out there, and why should somebody go and listen to your song? And when somebody is listening to your song, me for instance, I find it difficult listening to songs. So when somebody have to listen to your song, at least you have to appreciate that person. So by appreciating that person, that's you make sure you do something that will be worth the time that the person like wasted.
Yeah.
So that I take that into consideration. That's one. And two, I feel like there are a whole lot of stuff that we have to talk about.
Yeah.
You have to know some flowers is here, contain is here, shape is here. Until the song shouldn't be girl, and then it should, love, nice, girl, nice, but although it is a balance diet. I can to feel the use serious not my exposure. I feel the baby our hamper me use in the be. Three, me feel the you should be entertained.
Yeah.
You should be like on your information. You should be informed. Or there, comfort like in comfort blow. It will be you can be say when you me people for FM station there. Not urgent suicide, but it is so can who they are okay. Until then, at least you know will make impact. Oh yeah, Nyamaka can cry. Yeah, can are so far and we are holier than the Pope. But someone melody man, I'm a boy.
Yeah, melody.
Yeah,
you don't have an album, Kofi.
Yes.
Why? You don't know why?
I have a lot of songs too, but this year they should have an album.
Okay.
Like they should have an album. I'm working on that. I didn't want to. I just wanted to surprise them. Yeah, I have a lot of songs that people need to listen to. Sometimes I was feeling like when it's an album, certain songs don't get the attention. A song like Digress wouldn't do well on an album because in this area or in this Ghana that we are, people don't have the attitude of listening to albums. They will just pick one danceable something, play it on air, make it popular, and people will dance to it. They don't even listen to the lyrics. Okay. Somebody will be dancing to a song for like 6 months. He doesn't know what they are saying there. So those are the things that discourages us. But I think people are talking about album and
you give it to them.
They deserve one.
So your song has given hope to a lot of people, has inspired a lot of people. How much of an influence has your brand had on the Takoradi Township where you come from? Tadi, you know,
I think
what do you think?
The people in Takoradi will be in the best position to answer this. One thing I will say is that we have this perception that when you are singing and it's not gospel, you have to behave some way. You have to drink some stuff. You have to be high on some level. You have to, but they will see me normal as Kofi Kinata, dressed up like the way any normal boy would dress up. But I'm the star. So I'm telling them that you shouldn't dress in a certain way before you will be a star or before people will listen to your songs. Or to be a musician, you don't have to do certain things. You can be an way, but maybe but on your no or try on your you know, at least I'm giving.
Newsfile is brought to you in association with MTN.
Everywhere you go.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplast goes, water flows.
Star Assurance, your solid partner. Ghana's most useful app. Hubtel is everything you.
Visit the St. Thomas Eye Hospital and get advice on which treatment works best for you.
Fernart Ghana. Think wood. Think Fernart.
A researcher concerned about their developments in the teaching field writes, a teacher who is supposed to teach your child writes a receipt 9 freaking times for basic literacy exams. What kind of education will your child be subjected to? Reginald Sechi Brown. So as you know by now, a cumulative 7,728 have failed multiple times the teacher licensure examinations. They took the exams again last month, and only 1,277 or so passed. A whole 6,400, and that's a whopping 83% of the near 8,000 teachers failed. The embarrassing outcome is revealing and has left many shocked, especially seeing some of the scripts where teachers could not spell very simple common words, let alone form basic simple sentences. What is the problem? When some 350,000 teachers have sat and passed the same licensure exams since it started in September 2018. In 2020, Jachi Kwesing won an election, beating the NPP's candidate by over 3,000 votes. Today, the NDC's national leaders must come in Asin North to try and maintain their hold over that seat. But there are allegedly no rooms for them because the NPP has booked almost all hotel rooms in town. And who leads the NPP flag bearer race and why? 7 have filed their nomination papers. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. We'll be right back to deal with these vexed matters.
Crystal clear and thrilling podcast and live shows.
Pascal's showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that the wells can store many, many messages. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded your contact center yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Own your luxury. What if you could enjoy ultra luxury in the environs of Sakumono? What if you could have a share of affluence all to yourself? Step into our 5-bedroom executive Ohima suite or our 4-bedroom Oyster Asantewa space, or our 4-bedroom plush Kukwa unit and discover a whole world of possibilities. It's not just a building, it's a promise of a dream come true. Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them ourselves. Reach us on 0553 662 366 or 0544 299 4.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Mala 2 is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
There are days when you think, whoa, today I've earned it. So order a Glovo. Days when plans run longer. What if we order a Glovo? Or days when you can't control everything. Oh yes, because on Glovo, you can order anything you want. Glovo, you order, we deliver.
Welcome back. And on Samson's take, on a light note, I title it, I am not Yvonne Nelson. Of course I am not. And I say, be faithful to the text. That's the most important message I want to get out there. Be faithful to the text. And George Quay, you know him, this weekend is urging producers, directors, presenters, hosts, pundits and experts, counselors and resource persons, etc., who want to have a word or say something about this book to, first of all, read the book. That's its only plea. Read the book. Only 262 pages. That's not much. Immediately it was announced that it was ready. I was curious. I needed to know what the content is. So I made an order from Nook and they delivered it. Before I could say Jack, my wife had finished reading it ahead of me, who bought the book for myself. So you may have seen commentary and criticism, apparently in the name of the book. Please read it for yourself. So I say that the way we, particularly as journalists and hosts of shows, promote empty-head attention seekers in this town is really, really terrible. It's embarrassing. It reflects really bad on us. I have seen and read some supposed publications about comments purporting to critique the book. And it was very easy to discover right from the headlines that the newsmakers, those speaking, and the lazy news writers, including their editors, had not read a page of that book. If they tried reading, that is, if they can read, they should improve their store of vocabulary and English. I don't mean to insult you. So those who can read, I'll say that note that your reading of the book is incomplete without a reading and reflecting appreciation of, quote, a word from the author, end quote. She wrote that, and she meant that you should read that. And I say that no serious reader ignores the foreword to a book. Again, read the foreword. People who write the foreword have read the book. So that's what you do. I urge you, as the book will be the focus of discussions on entertainment shows this weekend, don't show up on a panel to discuss it if you have not read it. That's the least you could do if you have not read it. Don't play host to a discussion of the book if you have not read it. If you must discuss it, be faithful to the text. That's the ground rule. It's the basic first principle for any person who wants to analyze, critique any text. You must be faithful to the text. Don't tell people what you think when you have not told them what the text is. So I say, save any reputation you have. Don't embarrass yourself. And you that is commenting and purporting to critique the content of a book you have not read, no. Are you okay? See the fool you are making of yourself by your attention-seeking conduct. This book will be in the league of best-selling books you know about by American authors. So that will be my piece of advice. And those acting highly hypocritical, particularly the men, the focus is not about what you have focused the book on. But ask yourself, how many girls, women, ladies, did you ask out or ask for sex before you got married? Ask yourself that question. Girls get these dangers in our society. Some are faithfully seeking a friendship with you, and all your focus is on their skin. It's on being able, to get through to them, to have sex. So imagine what they go through in life. By the time a lady is ready to marry, there's statistics that show that a good number, dozens of men would have asked the person for sex. Think about it. I think that this book will help all of us to think in a certain way, particularly the men, that one day, you will be exposed. And more importantly, that you will now be careful and help your sisters rather than seeking only sex with them and to exploit and abuse them. That's my take. We're right back to get into the vexed matters that we are canvassing for you today. And this show, as always, is brought to you by the candid sponsorship of Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN. Everywhere you go, Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 31 years. Duroplus, how you get your water matters. Remember, where Duroplus goes, water flows. DBS Industries, roofing Papa Fie. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. And Cherry Tree Properties, we develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them ourselves. We'll be right back.
My name is Tina. I am a person living with HIV. I got to know my HIV status after I gave birth and lost the child because of HIV. In those days, prevention of mother-to-child transmission services had low patronage due to fear and stigmatization. Today, many HIV-positive women have delivered negative children. I follow the guidelines and take my HIV medicine called ARVs every day, as prescribed by my doctor. This makes me strong and healthy, and also prevent me from passing HIV onto any future child. Please, avail yourself for PMTCT services when pregnant. It is the only way to ensure you do not pass the HIV onto your baby during birth or pregnancy. If you have tested for HIV recently and it was negative, test again when pregnant. If you have tested positive, go to the hospital after birth as directed by your healthcare provider. Your baby will be given medicine immediately and tested to ensure baby and mother are well. Let us work together to have an HIV-free generation.
Our children must be free to shine.
Kaprenu eya enu nti na metufu se abribiara o twade a wonsa nkoto no mprenu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi edie na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa ena die edisi dem biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebema obi se wo pese wo siw dan na pese wo gu concrete enya fida akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwea ofre SCP a card concrete ya messing the with quality cement wom on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo bon any impatem ho nyinara your office I was Printers Road ya ni papaya restaurant in the dinhwedi
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll free number 0800 626 262.
Hi, good day. Your friend is Dr. Victor Nana Dankwa because every Big Dank Healthcare. And probably then call for hospital like catch up someone your liver and kidney related conditions. Obi on my or fatty liver. Obi on my catch so when your hydronephrosis. Obi on my catch so when your pyelonephritis, which is inflammation of the kidneys. Obi on my catch and send the kidney so be a major now. Obi on my send the creatinine and I send the JFR. And until we show how now sit me tatai. I feel don't send me an atom. Johnson now be Johnson, we will say phone be about training. Kawakuma to him. And until Vedan Healthcare, Yabase, yet an alternative way so ever so yare.
So over Vedanka, it was serene environment with ultra modern facilities. As I was share there was Painters, Coca-Cola Roundabout, close to Fidelity Bank, Stanchart Ichironuma.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It is authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. I'd like to commence today's show by congratulating Isaac Kajato, the overall winner of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award. Impact Makers Awards, which was held yesterday at the Labadi Beach. We say congratulations to you and all others who made it to the list and all those who won. You keep improving your communities and bringing smiles to the faces of particularly vulnerable people in your communities. So we wish you all the very best. Thank you very much. Maybe at another time, I'll say some more about impact makers. Right, now listen to this.
Pass rate of the licensure examination has been around between 60 and 70%. That is when you have fresh students mingling with reciters. But this year, the fresh students are moving into a new era of examination, a new dispensation. So they were not combined with, or they were not allowed to join the reciters. So it was exclusively for reciters, people who have written the examination 10 times, 9 times, 8 times, and so on, and have not been successful. And so their chances, in fact, studies have shown that when people continuously write the examination, they are not passing, their chance of passing is very, very low. And so it's not a surprise that a lot of them could still not make it.
So if that's the case, what would be the remedy then for people like that? Because like you say, after continuous writing for a number of times, it will be difficult for them to pass. What will be the remedy then?
Yeah, we are proposing 2 ways to deal with it. After November writing, if they are not able to pass, those who are diploma holders must go for further studies and acquire degrees to be able to do it. I think those with degrees who have not been able to make it will need to do extra classes and so on to be able to do it. Fortunately for the degree holders, we are reforming the exam. And so the new reform may favor them because a lot of them complain about numeracy, literacy, because those are not their area of specialization. Somebody might have specialized in, let's say, Ghanaian language, but expected to write a paper in literacy and numeracy, and it's a challenge to them. But then the principle is that you need a little bit of literacy to be able to deliver in the class. If you're a teacher and you cannot express yourself, how will you be able to deliver? How will you be able to teach? How will you be able to explain concepts to the understanding of your learners? That's a challenge. And that is why a minimum level of literacy is so important for every teacher, irrespective of the area of specialization, because the means to deliver the content is the language.
Right. So you just heard Dr. Christian Adepoku, the registrar of the National Teaching Council. He's right here in the studio. Good morning, sir. Thanks very much for making time to join us.
Good morning, Samson, and greetings to our listeners.
Great. We also have joining this discussion Peter Nochu Kote, who is the MP Akachi North and Ranking Member, Education Committee of Parliament. Professor Ransford Jampo, Professor of Political Science, University of Ghana, and Professor Nicholas Insoa Nyama, who is President, Dominion University College. Gentlemen, good morning to all of you and welcome to Newsfile.
Thank you very much.
Great. So, you have been very disturbed. I'm talking about you watching and listening now. Share your questions with us, your concerns, your comments, let them come through. Tweet them. And remember, this is Newsfile. Tweet them at us, and we will file your questions to those who are right here in the studio and joining us by Zoom, because we have the right people to answer your questions. So, to start with, I began by reading a comment by this researcher by name Reginald Sech Brown. And he said, a teacher who is supposed to teach your child writes a receipt 9 freaking times for basic literacy. Of course, numeracy is there, and then you have the other skills that you are asking. Exams. what kind of education will your child be subjected to? That's the sort of question that mirrors the way many people are thinking, parents, guardians, everybody else is thinking. What is going on? Such that over 7,000, almost 8,000 teachers sit an exam, which is supposed to be basic, very, very basic in literacy and numeracy, and a whopping 6,481 fail, 83% of that number. You are in charge. What have you discovered is the problem? You've already started talking about the solutions. We'll get to that. But what is the problem?
Thank you very much, Samson. This comment is a clear buttress of the gatekeeping role of the Ghana Teacher Licensure Examination. I think the nation studied the trends over a long period of time. Before this time, to enter a college of education, one needed to write examination and then go through interview. I'm sure Honorable Nuchu went through that. I did. And then you were recruited. I mean,
that's after passing your WASI?
Yes. But at a point in time, the process was reversed. Now, we set a minimum qualification as set by Ghana Teacher Education Commission, and that is the minimum grade of WASI, a grade 36. And that is all you need to enter a teacher education institution, whether it's a college of education or a university. And then you go through the training.
The minimum grade the university stake is what?
36.
Universities?
Yes.
To enter a university?
To enter a university is 36. That is, you should have 6, average of 6 in 6 subjects. 3 compulsory subjects, which English, Maths, Integrated Science, or Social Studies, and then your other 3.
So there's exactly no difference in the entry level grade for those who want to go to university and those who want to go to teacher training college?
Exactly.
Okay.
The difference here is that universities have cutoff point for specific programs. Right. If you go to nursing, I think currently nursing, if you have even a grade 16 and beyond, you won't get a chance to read nursing. So there's a cutoff point. Even though 36 qualifies you, nobody will admit you to do nursing at 36. That is the challenge we face at our end, one of the challenges we face. Then, beyond that, if
and for most of the courses in the university, the cutoff, even for the humanities, will be what?
18, 24.
24, right. So is there a cutoff point for the entry to the training colleges as well?
Presently, no.
There is not.
There's no.
So 36 and you are fine?
You're fine. Okay. So whichever, from 7 or 6 to 36, whichever is still workable. Okay. And there are no screening, gatekeeping screening for you. So it's just open, the institutions take you. But that is not even the point, because the colleges of education still are a bit rigorous about how they select. But when it comes to distance training, that is where the real issue is. Distance and sandwich programs are the biggest issues for us. If you look at NTC data over the time, at any point in time, you see average of between 50 and 65% of the people who fail are through distance. Through distance and a sandwich mode, and to some extent online. Regular candidates tend to do better in the exam. So the challenges are many, but for me, I always say that to some extent we can say that the candidates are victims, because institutions that are supposed to train them are supposed to bring them out well refined and fit for the purpose. Because you have admitted people not just for any program, but for a professional program. And so before you churn them out of the institution, they should be capable of fitting well into that profession. A profession that uses language to really train people's affective skills, psychomotor, and other skills, cognitive skills, and so on, if that person is not well adept in the knowledge, in the skills that the person is supposed to use in delivering, then we have a huge challenge. And that is why these basic things that people are not able to do is a problem. Something, it didn't start yesterday. From 2018, when licensure examinations started, we started seeing these things. In fact, we have had occasions to bring stakeholders together. On many occasions, I've heard teacher unions talk that we should have stakeholder engagement and so on. It's fine, we are ready for it. But I can assure you that Angel, my brother, knows all these issues long ago. 4 years ago, he was aware of this. King Ali was aware of this 4 years ago. Musa was aware of this 4 years ago because we showed some of these.
You are mentioning people and you are not telling us who they are.
Oh, Angel Kabodo is the president of NAGRAT. King Ali is the president of CCT, and Musa is the general secretary of NAT. Beyond that, we have brought the universities together and made presentations to them. Some of these scripts that are in the system were not churned out by NTC. But what I can concede is that in most cases, when chief examiners finish their report, they attach some of these scripts as evidence of what is really prevailing. And they go through a lot of hands. Awards committee meetings, they have them. You have examination committee, and then you have the board. So it could have come from any of them who is so angry about what is happening. But the point is that it has always been there. And we have not sat down. We've been working behind the scenes, trying to find a way of dealing with this. That is why we are bringing a reform in the licensure examination. We have even approached, first the Ministry of Education, we have approached Parliament, trying to see how we can restructure or reform the entry requirements and so on to the colleges and so on. So we have a challenge. And I must also concede that even they go beyond the training institutions, sometimes we have to also look at the foundational level, right from the basic school to the senior high to the university. Because if the person is really good at the senior high and really deserved the WASI results that the person really used to enter college, then the person shouldn't have had a difficulty going through the licensure exam. So it also brings to question what actually prevails at the WASI level. And I must concede that there are so many things that happen, and I don't blame WAEC so much. Sometimes they even put WAEC personnel in danger. We have cartels around that the nation is not talking about. Some people set up private schools and they end up just cheating the system and getting people past examinations. And so when those people pass the examination, they really did not deserve the examination, the results they got. And if you don't create another sieve for them, a gatekeeping role somewhere to do a further check, then some people may slip in there who did not really qualify to be there.
You say, are you making some excuse for these people? That these are people who have actually been resitting or may have been resitting for the first time, second time, third time, or I don't know to what extent. And yet, you make an excuse for them. You want to put the blame partly on their teachers before they entered, the teacher training colleges, on their teachers before they got they wrote the exams, the WASI. You're making an excuse for them.
To some extent, because something, ordinarily, nobody is, excuse me to say, a stupid person. And so it depends on the strategy you use to train the person. And as they pass through all these hands, some diagnosis should have been made. If the person has a handicap somewhere, maybe medically or in any form, as they pass through this system, somewhere within the pipeline, somebody should have detected that this candidate or this learner has this issue and therefore must be handled differently, because we cannot handle everybody at the same level. Some people are very, very smart. Some are slow learners, but they catch up and they are very good, and so on and so forth. So if we had been able to identify some of these people and their challenges and dealt with them before they got to where they are now, probably we wouldn't have experienced.
Would you say that the exam or the test that they would have written earlier, which was stopped, and the interviews that they would have attended before being admitted to the teacher training colleges would have helped?
It would have helped in two ways. One, if a teacher education institution was going to admit you and having interviewed you and having taken you through the exam, had detected your challenge. Let's say you had issues with literacy. Right from the time that you were being admitted, I knew that you had a challenge in literacy. So why don't you introduce me something like English language for, English as a second language for this candidate as an extra tuition while he or she goes through the training process. By the time the person completes in the 4 years, whatever the challenge is might have been corrected. That's one way. So the entrance exam would have been diagnostic in one way or the other for them, and the interview would have to. Secondly, it would have also meant that it stopped you from even entering in the first place. Do your remedies before you get a chance to enter. And when you enter, then it becomes seamless and smooth for you to complete. So these were some of the things that we thought we were bringing forth so that it will help the candidates to do better. Because forget about those in the colleges of education which government is sponsoring. There are people who have gone through this training 4 years. Their parents have paid fees for 4 years for them to complete, only to realize that these are the kind of products they will present to all of us. It's a worry. And the candidate having also spent all the time in the world for 4 years to go through this training, only to get to this point to realize that, no, I don't even fit for this purpose. It's also a worry. So right from the gate of the training institutions, we should diagnose their issues. We should either stop them from wasting their time or prescribe other measures that will support them while they go through the training so that by the time they finish, they will be fit for purpose.
Right. I'll come to Peter Nochu, the MP who is on the ranking member on the Education Committee of Parliament, to also glean what it is that they, at their level, have also discovered are some of the reasons we are seeing these results. But let me go to a teacher, Professor Ransford Jampo. Prof, the teachers are not doing their job well to a certain extent, admittedly, to bringing up these people who eventually end up in the training colleges and are unable to pass very basic exams. What do you say? Hello, Professor Jampo. Okay. So Professor Nicholas Nsoa, you have also been a teacher and you have been at the forefront of education in this country and education reforms. Do you agree to that suggestion that this could be part of the reasons we have this class of students who can't seem to do the most basic things expected of a student, not even of a teacher?
And also to my other panel members. Yes, I myself, I'm a trained teacher.
Right.
I finished middle school, and then entered training college. And that time, there was what we call teacher training college examination. So entrance examination. So before you enter, you have to write the examination. So they sieve it. So those who enter, who get the opportunity to enter, are people who have really gone through some system. So that is where I agree with the first speaker, because if they used to have this entrance examination and interview and so forth, right from that time, that is when you know who really can continue, can go to the college and become a teacher. Because becoming a teacher is one way or the other going to be trained to be able to transfer knowledge. So first and foremost, you should have the knowledge before you are able to transfer it. So if we don't get the right people to enter the college, and anybody who passes C6 can just enter, then that is a big problem. And when you enter, you see, in fact, one other problem is that it's also possible that those who got C6, as the first speaker said, might not have even really gotten the C6 on merit. There could have been one way or the other, another way of getting it. Secondly, it is also possible, and this is where I want NTC or GTEC to verify those who passed, who did not pass, who have not been passing. They should go to the background and see their entry qualification.
That's right.
It is also possible that even in English they had F or they had whatever, yet they were able to enter. So I'm not saying that that's what has happened, but that is one way we should go around it to verify the qualification they used to enter. And remember, the NTC registrar was saying that those who failed, about 70% of those who failed are the distance students or the sandwich students. Yes. How can you be a teacher? You want to be a teacher and you are sitting, you're somewhere, you go to your farm, you do everything, and then one weekend you go and meet somewhere, or sometimes you don't even go and meet anywhere. When we were going through the teaching, that's why the College of Education, perhaps they could even do better. When we were going through our program, you are always the classroom. There is a teaching practice. You go there and they come. You prepare notes. So how could you prepare notes, write lecture notes, and go and stand before students? And when you are asked to write a letter, you are talking about Mr. Chairman, this and that. How did you go through even the first, the senior secondary school? How did you get to enter? So for me, the most important thing, the issue I think I foresee is the people who enter the colleges or the go to do education. Nowadays, for instance, in my village, I knew I wanted to be a teacher right from the beginning because that's the only person I saw as I could emulate.
Right.
So I decided I want to be a teacher. At the point, there are people who don't have that. It is because they didn't get another this thing. There's no way out, this and that. Then they decided that, let's pass through this route. And so my issue is, let us look at the entry qualification, go back. The NTC or GTEC should go back to the background of those who have passed or who didn't pass and verify the entry qualification. Again, you see, they didn't pass also sometimes because somebody was arguing that, why the questions they were set perhaps are outside what they have learned. How can you be asked to write a letter and you say it is outside what you have been trained or what you have been taught? Letter. It is also possible, now we are only looking at the literacy. It's also possible that when you go to the numeracy, it could be worse. Yeah, that may be simple division. The teacher may not even know, or they're not a teacher. The one who wants to be a teacher may not even know how to do. Or simple mathematics or arithmetic, they may not even know how to do. So NTC should also disaggregate. I mean, not just put them as 50% or so, 82% didn't pass, only so and so pass. They should take the courses one after the other and see the deficiencies also there. And then the picture will be clearer to us that a lot of them are not, were not good enough to be a teacher. Of course, this has established it. Maybe when it comes to the solution, then I'll talk about other things. But I think that is for me, the main issue NTC or GTEC should consider.
Right. Thank you. So, Mr. Fentanyl, what do you also find from your committee? You've been discussing these issues, and you have also been speaking about matters in the education sector for a while. You're writing just 3 papers: literacy, numeracy, and essential professional skills. It sounds unheard of that these mass numbers will fail such, small exams, so to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Samson. Let me begin by thanking the registrar of the NTC for the cooperation that the committee has been having from him for some time now. Anytime we call him, there's an issue. He's readily available to meet us. He invites us to their programs because anytime they come for budgetary session, we query them a lot. So he, in particular, invites us to some of their programs. This year, the exam in which we recorded this month.
Commissioner Adepoko has been in this education sector for
a very long
time.
How
many years now? For a very long time. 30 solid years. Yeah. Right.
So we visited.
I remember he was at the forefront of the NAGRAT.
Yeah,
some years back. He was president, vice president to president. So you know the problems. Yes.
So we visited Accra College of Education. That's my alma mater. We saw the conduct of the examination, and I can tell you that when we went round, I managed to look at the answers some of the candidates were providing to simple questions. I was surprised. I said, are these people going to teach our children? Then we are in trouble. Yes. Common spelling. My brother, it was just too bad. So we just observed it silently and went away. So when the results came up, I wasn't surprised at all. Now, you see, there are entry requirements to colleges of education as the registrar said. Yes, the minimum is 30. I think 36. That is C6 in all the 6 subjects. You are good to go. But when you go to where we have these distance programs, there is one entry requirement they call mature students. That is where the problem is. So you can get your E8 in English language all along. Then once you are 25 years, you qualify to do the program. And they are the problems, creating the problems in the service.
You spoke about the distance and the sandwich program,
yes.
Those who came through
yes.
that.
Yeah, so they are mature students, 25 years. But years ago, for you to be a mature student, I think it's about 35, 40. But they have brought it down to 25. So when they go there, they are not able to do well. We also have a problem with these distance programs. You see, you go to the nursing profession. I don't think they run any distance program or sandwich. No. You go to the College of Nursing, and that's where you are trained as a nurse, because you are going to deal with human life. So if we are to teach, and you want us to do the course by distance, no, we have been telling the minister that the ministry must do something about it, because there is a mass production of teachers.
It reminds me of University of Ghana. To be able to take up the law program, if you are working, they will say you must undertake that you will not work whilst you are doing the program.
Yeah. So they are producing teachers on a mass basis, and they are able to pass the examination because I don't even see the number of or the credit hours that they even earn, whether they earn it genuinely I don't know. So there's a need for the Ministry of Education and GTech to sit up. You know, this distance program came about during the National Youth Employment Program, when we have one module we call the Community Teaching Assistants. So those who had O-level or the WASE and they were at home doing nothing, they were engaged to help in teaching in these schools. But the ministry at a point saw that there was a need to train them if they wanted to be teachers. So the universities, I think Uniba and Cape Coast, were engaged to do this. And I'm sure the money business or getting a lot of money out of this motivated them to enroll people outside the youth employment program. And that's what has created the problem we are facing now. So it is the entry requirement that we need to look at critically. And why do we allow teachers to be trained on weekend basis? You see, as the last speaker said, yes, I sat for an entrance examination to college, or that time it was a training college. And after even passing, they will take you through interview, orally, and then when they find out that you are good, then they admit you. Yeah, so I think when he came last year and proposed that they wanted to conduct an entrance examination, well, we told them we needed a cabinet paper on it. It's a major policy. So go and then get a cabinet approval and come back. And if you do so, and then the committee is well convinced, then we'll approve it that there should be budgetary allocation for entrance examination to colleges of education. I think that is one way we can improve upon the caliber of people who enter the colleges of education. And these universities that are running service programs.
When you look at certain professions, like the legal profession,
yes,
I'm sure you are very familiar with what happens in this country. Yeah. Not only in this country, it's not peculiar to the Ghana School of Law, where 2,000 or so apply to study, and then they go through the entrance exam, and less than 80% get the opportunity. Yeah. Why do you think there is this, overwhelming concern about the teacher's situation, not as much as it happens to other professions like law, medicine?
No, if you go to let me say, almost every village in this country, there is a school. So there's a need for teachers. So the teacher turnout every year is great. People retire, people resign, people unfortunately also die whilst in service. So there's a need for replacement every year. Yeah, but I think the NTC, which at that time were called Teacher Education Unit, developed methods by which replacement could be done. So those years, we even had two categories of teachers, the trained teachers and then the untrained, that we call pupil teachers. And pupil teachers in those years were very good. I was not taught by a trained teacher until I got to middle form 1. But they were very good. You see, that is why I am saying that we should take a second look at this distance training of teachers, because it is not helping the situation. Yeah.
So as we understand from you, there's a last opportunity for this number to retake the exam. What do you think you are encouraging? Somebody has sat this exam for how many times they can pass, and you still give them opportunity to sit. What do you think you are seeking to encourage here? Some say that's bad to start with, because you have seen that the quality assurance mechanisms for the entry level is the problem. And you want to cure the problem, and yet you are giving people how many times of an opportunity to still enter the profession?
Thank you very much, Samson. When we were in school, we used to have this poem we call, "If at first you don't succeed, try again." So at the outset of the policy, the crafters didn't think about putting a cap on the number of times one could write the exam. So the old system made it so open. And so if you are phasing it out, you give the people the last opportunities. So we gave them 3 opportunities to, redeem themselves. 2 of them have just gone. It's left with the last one. We have to be committed to our promise. So that will be given. But the new one that is coming, definitely there will be a cap. There will be a cap on the number of times one can write the exam. And these people, we are not just seeing them. Some of them, of course, might not be cut up. I might not
cut
be
for.
Cut for, sorry, the right preposition. Cut for the job. And so may have to find their talent somewhere. But there are some of them that are redeemable. And so they may have to go through some training and so on and so forth and see if they can pass. If they're able to do that, that's fine. Other than that, they have to go for further studies, go to the university, study, and then come back and see if by that time they will be resourced enough to fit in.
Okay, there are questions specific to you, and I suspect that some of these people are quote-unquote victims. Ibrahim Bascourt says, ask the basis of assessment and why you have not come out with any book that will spell out what the teachers should know before going for the exam. Mohammed Lamin asked Dr. Ade, for me, why you don't integrate that discipline in the courses offered in the colleges of education. So if you want to take, there's one which is actually almost tied to Mohammed Lamin's question. Francis says, why is the exam not based on specialized areas, but rather generalized? Why should a teacher doing early childhood education write the same exams as a teacher specializing in mathematics or secondary education?
Okay, I'll take the last one first.
Right.
Something in teaching, we have two main basic knowledge. That is pedagogical knowledge and then content knowledge. So the pedagogical knowledge is about the professional aspect of it that any other person will not have. Somebody may be good at mathematics, but may not be good at how it is taught. That's the difference between any other person who wants to teach and a trained teacher. And so the current one that we run is mainly pedagogy, how the person can apply the knowledge, the content knowledge in the classroom. That's why we brought these things. We are unable to integrate it into the examination at the college level because NTC is a gatekeeper. Before you enter the teaching profession, you must cross us. And we have a national teacher education curriculum framework that defines the confines of the training. And so it's expected that by the time you go through the training institution, you would have been well educated in these areas. So when you come, whether you are from UDS, you're from University of Ghana, you're from Ken UST, you're from University of Cape Coast, we bring all of you together and assess you whether you were able to be trained in the curriculum that we have put in place. And so that's the basis. Two, we are not able to write.
Inherent in that question is the question by Sharon Ajiman. Why are kindergarten teachers and class 6 teachers writing the same exams? What is the meaning of basic maths and English?
Yes. Up to the senior high school, as I said, content knowledge is different. As for the content, somebody may be a specialist in geography. We have not assessed, but the new one that is coming, it will assess it. Okay. Hitherto, we were not assessing it. All we wanted to know is, if you get to the classroom, can you express yourself? Can you really communicate to the understanding of the learner? Can you apply basic numbers in filling your continuous assessment, in preparing your timetable, and so on and so forth? And can you apply the basic skills of pedagogy, classroom management, learning strategies, and so on? Basic for everybody. That's why we did it for all. Because whether you are in secondary school or you are in early childhood, you all need to communicate.
Right.
You all need to apply basic numbers in analysis. And then you all need some basic skills to handle learners. So we did a flat one. However, I acknowledge what she's saying. Over the years, we have had a lot of, the universities have come up critiquing this one, saying that, no, we need to do more. And so we are now shifting, not entirely from this one, but we are adding up.
Correct.
We are adding up. So we are now
So the
adding
literacy, numeracy, but you do your specialized area.
We are adding it to it. Because you cannot just go into the class without being literate enough or numerate enough. So we are adding the content knowledge, because just as literacy and numeracy are exposing us now, there's a likelihood that content knowledge, some people will be exposed.
Professor Nsawanyama, what do you say? Do you agree that the suggestion is almost like scrap the literacy and numeracy thing and just examine us in the areas that we teach?
No, I don't. And it's also because, as the last speaker said, you need to communicate. So how do you communicate? You need to know some 1, 2, 3 calculations. How do that? And how can you say you are a trained teacher? When you go to, say, the basic school, the primary 1 up to 6 or so, in fact, we have a class teacher. You don't have a special teacher for each of the courses or the subjects. So when you are a class teacher, I don't know now, but at the time we were a class teacher, you teach all the courses, everything. But even if you are not supposed to teach all, you still have to be able, if you're a social science teacher, you should be able to read, understand, communicate to the students, or with the students. So that numeracy and literacy approach or courses or subjects have to be taught or have to be known by every teacher, because that's the basis for you being a teacher. And not only your specialization. Specialization, yes, is good, but even your specialization, how do you communicate your specialized subject, the knowledge to the students? If you take, say, for instance, you are teaching economics or even geography, whatever, there are some calculations there. So you should be able to also express yourself in those numbers and so forth. So those are the basic, the 2 courses or subjects are basic for every teacher. And that cannot be compromised.
Right. Professor Jampo joins us now. Prof, do you share the view that the examiners should simply examine these people in their areas of expertise rather than add numeracy and literacy? Hello, Professor Jampo.
Sorry. Hello.
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. The exam is a quality assurance mechanism to assure us that we have the best, or at least the people that are going to teach our children are competent. What do you make of the results that have come out from those who have done the research? Some have done it so many times, and yet only as much as 83% failed.
Well, thank you, Samson. I think, first of all, I've been questioning the rationale for the introduction of the licensure exam. What did it seek to achieve? If for some reason we do not believe in the kind of training that are given at the various teacher training centers, why don't we strengthen these trainings, improve their infrastructure, and ensure that they are able to deliver effectively on their mandate? Why don't we also infuse licensure exam as part of their exam at the various teacher training centers, so that once a person gets out of the training center, he has his license? I do not see the essence of creating always being in a rush to create parallel structures when problems that exist can be fixed. That's the first comment I want to make. I didn't know the reason why they went to sit in Parliament and to have this body to be doing this. Number two, I believe that Samson, the teaching profession, in my view, is a calling. I've been a teacher all my life. From 16 September 1996 up to now, I've taught in every department of teaching, from day nursery to KG to day nursery to lower primary to upper primary.
Okay. Okay, so Professor Jampo's line is breaking. But to his very first point about why he doesn't understand why this was introduced in the first place, we need to understand why he doesn't think it should be there. And there's someone, Mark, sending us a message from the US, and he's just going to check what someone needs to qualify to teach in kindergarten in New York State. And the results he gets is that you need a bachelor's degree. So you need to possess a bachelor's degree. You must have completed some early childhood education coursework or have significant experience working in early childhood education with children under 6. And you must commit to obtain a New York State early childhood teacher certification within 3 years of your employment. Yes, Professor Jampo. Okay, we still have a problem with Professor Jampo's line. So what do you make of the intervention that Mark brings in to ask Professor Jampo about why his problem that he has with this introduction?
I don't know. Change is always a challenge for a number of people. We had a system running, and there was no gatekeeper. But since the gatekeeper came, results that are coming are Professor Jampo's answers. Because it is clear that if we had allowed the system to run the way he is talking about, all these people who have not had the chance to enter our schools would have just gone in. And that is the reason that we foresaw that with the explosion of distance learning, with the decentralization of teacher education, you know, hitherto it was only University of Cape Coast and to some extent University of Education, Winneba, and then the colleges of education. Now KNUST runs education. University of Ghana runs education. UDS, Valley View, Catholic University, Presbyterian University, a number, Jackson College, so many. And so if all of them are sticking to a particular curriculum, when they are done, there must be somebody there, like all secondary schools running a NACA curriculum. When they finish, there is a WAEC there to test you whether you really implemented the curriculum the way it's supposed to be implemented.
So have you checked to tell us where these quote-unquote bad students are coming from? Who is churning them out? Which of the institutions?
Oh, we even have institutional, if you call it a league table. We drill it down. We know where they are coming from. Almost every institution has some failures. But if you rank them, it's there. We have not been able to bring it out, but it is there.
So you must be doing something to those institutions.
Absolutely.
Like the Ghana School of Law, there is a body in charge of legal education. So they get up and they say, we have blacklisted, this is your institution. It's not up to scratch. You don't have the requisite libraries. The faculty is not sufficient enough. So they have, for example, taking some schools out. You can't teach students law to come to, sit the exams for the practical.
Yes, Education Regulatory Bodies Act, which Honorable and his team passed for us in 2020, empowers National Teaching Council to do accreditation of both teacher education curriculum and then teacher education institutions. So while GTEC is doing it for general accreditation, we are supposed to do it for professional. And it was 2020 that was passed. We are still working on the framework to start accrediting them. And when the accreditation starts, is there and then that we can write to you and say that the trajectory of the failures in your institution tells us that you do not fit to continue.
All right. Professor Jampo, you were making your second point when one of our viewers, listeners, brought in an intervention about your first point, that if you want the best, this is the way you must do. So he wants us to take an example from a kindergarten teacher, what you need as a qualification to teach at kindergarten level in the New York State.
Well, thanks to him. You know, like I said, I was only questioning the rationale for doing that, and if there is good justification for that. I mean, as an academic, we are trained to give in superior wisdom and superior argument. And so if there is justification for that, that will be it. But generally, what I want to say, something, is that the teaching profession is a calling profession. Teachers are called to be teachers. Teaching profession is not just for anybody. But it appears to me that the caliber of people who are venturing into teaching profession nowadays are people who are using the profession as a guarantee against their potential joblessness in future. Now, people get to school, SHS3, and then they look at the fact that my senior brother has completed school for the past 5 years, he's not found job. My other sister has also completed school for the past 3 years, she's not found job. Then proactively, they tell themselves that then let me ensure that I don't go through the same challenge. And so let me go to a training college or training, let me go and train myself to be a teacher, because after all, when I'm done, I will be able to find job, and then I'll be able to receive some monthly salary. Now, because of this, people who do not have the calling to be teachers are all venturing into it as a source of employment for themselves. So they go and try the mathematics. They write it 1, 2, 3 times, math and English. They pass. They barely pass. And then afterwards, they get into training centers. If you have set people at those training centers, then when they are confronted with licensure exam, they will see the kind of responses or results that we've had. That is so embarrassing. The other point that will have to be made is that the quality of training and teaching at these training centers also must be interrogated and questioned. Many of these institutions train these prospective teachers via distance, and we know the challenges that distance learning face in our part of the world. Distance learning students are treated like second-class students, and the infrastructure is simply not there. And even when they have to meet their instructors once in a while, the numbers of students that the instructor would have to be engaging are such that no meaningful knowledge impartation can be given. And so why not? If you go through this and you are confronted with licensure exam, you would have difficulty. When we were students, we spent all our time studying and we focused on it. Nowadays, you have people doing all manner of things. In addition, they tell you that we are also distance learning students. And then the infrastructure isn't there. Teachers are contending with numbers. The books are not there. And so many challenges. And so, if you subject them through some of these difficulties, and then you want another body that may be not unempathetic to the challenges that they may have gone through, ask them to conduct exams, then you are likely to confront some of these challenges. The other point that I want to make, I don't know whether it's controversial, but I will still make it anyway, is the fact that don't forget that we ourselves, we elected to tell the IMF that we would impose some public sector recruitment fees on ourselves. Now, if we did that, it means that we'll be, the system itself will not be comfortable in absorbing the over 7,000 students who went to write a licensure exam. And so we must also, I know the respected Christian Adaipoku is in your studio, and then he may want to rebut this, but I want to also put as one of the possible explanatory variables as being the fact that the system itself is not ready to recruit more people.
So plainly, in plain language, what you are saying is that because we don't have the resources to engage more teachers, we have deliberately ensured this mass failure.
I've given several reasons. I said this one is also part of the could also be part of the explanatory variable, that the system itself is not even ready to recruit more people. And so we must also factor that into the equation. And then I want to make the point that I was also disappointed when I saw the scripts of the students that were displayed publicly for Ghanaians to see. I've been told that it was not an official release from those who conducted the licensure exam. But I'm wondering the kind of system that they operate that will allow intruders to get into their system to openly to bring out scripts that have been graded and then be openly showcased to embarrass prospective students. I think it is something that is not professional. It is something that is not acceptable. As a teacher in a university, if you conduct an exam and a student fails, I am not supposed to be showing the student the script. If the student doesn't agree with the grade that they have been given, the student is at liberty to go for it, apply for remarking, and there are processes. And so the bit about also showcasing or showing publicly the scripts that have been marked to make a case in support of the failure of the teachers.
But to that your point, which you said you didn't know whether it would be controversial. Some will say you shouldn't think about that in the first place. That it's wrong to contemplate such a thing, that the state will deliberately orchestrate the exam in such a way to fail those who are sitting for it, so that, it will help its cause because it doesn't have money to hire more teachers?
Samson, don't make it a big deal. Ghana, do we really have a state? Are we not being operated by politicians? Is the state not being operated by politicians? You see, were we not here that we spent huge sums of money to go and procure past questions, and we did all those things? So please, let us not say the state as if the state is some entity that the state itself is operated by human beings. And human beings are the ones who went to write this IMF deal, or who proposed or elected that, look, we may not be able to, we wouldn't want to, or we want to impose a certain public sector recruitment freeze on ourselves.
You are a teacher yourself. How is such a thing, a scheme, possible under your watch as a teacher?
Well, how is such a thing possible under my watch as a teacher?
Yes.
You see, to the extent that, you see, there is a deliberate effort to justify the failure. Okay, something, don't get me wrong. I have not used this as the only explanatory variable. I'm saying that it's an explanatory variable.
It is the only controversial point. You noted that before you made it.
Well, but I'm saying it is not the only variable. I said it's a possible explanatory variable. And I'm saying that what makes me even inch closer to that variable is the hate in which scripts have been thrown out there to justify or to support the mass failure, or to make a case that.
Right. Let me have Professor Suaniama. What do you think? Is what he's saying unthinkable?
Honestly, I don't want to support that, and that is because when the questions are set, it's not one person marking. These are different people with a marking scheme who go through the marking and then bring out the results. So for me, as a trained teacher, as a university lecturer, and so forth, I cannot see how I could. I cannot think of how somebody will intentionally do things to be able to get students to fail, to make a point. Honestly, I don't, but he has his own opinion. But in my opinion, I don't think that should be possible.
Now let's quickly outline some of your recommendations to overcome this this issue. It has become very clear, around this table that long distance and sandwich programs don't seem to give the students the best, and that this may largely account for what is happening. Number two, that the initial program where there was the opportunity to test the students and interview them before they gained entry into the teacher training colleges, that's, sifting system, the absence of it is also, to look at. And then the teachers who are teaching these students to write their WASI and so on also must answer some questions, because if someone has passed WASI and simply can't express themselves, can't write a full sentence to save their lives, then it's worrying. So what are some of the solutions that you proffer? Hello, Prof.
Yes, Samson.
Professor Nuyama first.
Okay. Yes. I think that the entrance examination for especially the colleges of education, for me, should come back, because that is where we have the receiving point. That's where we can know those who really want to be a teacher, who can be a teacher. That one, I think it should come back. When you come to the universities, because universities, you cannot control the admission, but there should be a cutoff point for those who want to go and do the Bachelor of Education, and especially because they are going to do the Bachelor of Education with the intention of coming to the teaching field. So they should have a cutoff point, not the aggregate 36 type of thing. They should have a cutoff point. Thirdly, they should NCTE or the GTEC.
The cutoff point that you are seeking, just like we find if you wanted to go and do some other courses in Legon or elsewhere that you will encounter. Don't you think there is a certain disincentive? That is why for the teachers training colleges, a lot of room has been allowed. Else you are not going to get people, unlike your days, when people looked up to a teacher and admired a teacher, were inspired by a teacher and wanted to be a teacher. Today we celebrate money, quick money. It doesn't matter where it is coming from. So people are not looking up to a teacher and wanting to become a teacher. Don't you think if you put such stringent cutoff points, you are not going to have numbers in the teacher training colleges to be able to produce teachers to take care of our situation?
No, first and foremost, every year, I think the colleges of education, they have a lot of students who don't get admission. Even with this aggregate 36 or so forth, they still have a lot of students who can't get admission. That is one. Two, what is the point of, getting people to go in because we need them, but they don't really qualify. They can't qualify. Why do they have to go and spend all the time there? And then in the long run, they can't get into the field where they wanted to go to. And it's also because once you get there, in fact, our days, the examination, you take it 3 times. First, you don't. Second, the third one, that is it. You finish it. So what is the point? And I know people who could not do it. So they had to go find their way somewhere. So what is the point of getting the mass people to go in? Because we want more students or more teachers. And then in the long run, those who qualify to be teachers are very few. Meanwhile, money has been spent on them during that time. So if you are not ready to be a teacher, you don't pass there. So for the entry qualification, it should not be a wholesale that because I want to be a teacher, and as somebody said, because I cannot do this, so let me pass through the College of Education, or let me go through this so I can become a teacher, not because he wants to be a teacher. So I think that we should not allow anybody at all who has decided to be a teacher for one reason or the other, to come there and distort the system.
But generally, you will agree that we need a certain national, consciousness about what we choose to celebrate. We say the teacher's reward is in heaven. And all of this, we may not be thinking about the impact that it has on children and people who are growing up and want to decide on professions, that the teaching, profession will be the least that they will think about. We glorify wealth, quickly gotten, and we can't trace the source. In our various churches, the people with deep pockets are the ones who are deacons, and we are elevating them all the time. We are praising them. The teacher who is training, the minds of the generations, those who will, propel the nation's prosperity, hardly is recognized. So there is something that must be done nationally to the psyche of the Ghanaian, right?
Yes, I agree with you. Because even those days, we were highly respected. Those days in the villages, we were highly respected.
Right.
And the salaries were not high, but I think in those days it was reasonably good to survive in the village.
Right.
Yes. But now, if you get a graduate, a teacher, and perhaps you compare him to another graduate doing something else, you will see that the teacher is not paid very well. And so the idea that people, your reward is in heaven, now does not play any role at all.
Right.
So perhaps the ministry should think of a way of awarding teachers, perhaps not only maybe financially, but other incentives that they could create to make the profession very attractive. Right. And if it is attractive, people see it as attractive. We got attracted because those we saw in the villages were looking to us distant. They were, people you could emulate.
Yeah.
So if people now can see that, if you're a teacher, these are things that can happen to you, these are the benefits, these are this, I think you get a lot more people who would be interested in going to that field. So after sieving, you still get a lot of people who can still enter. So there should be a national policy to make the teaching field, the teaching profession a better place.
Thank you very much, Professor Anso Aniama, for your time. Thank you very much indeed. And we were told these stories, and I'm not 50, but I was inspired by a teacher, and I wish initially I felt I wanted to be a teacher, but these days, people who are getting the best grades, so to speak, are hardly contemplating wanting to be a teacher. So, Prof. Jampo, what will be your list of recommendations to overcome this situation? Do you agree with what the council is thinking about to add examination on the subject areas that these teachers are involved in? and not limit them to only literacy and numeracy, so to speak?
Well, I think that I will make a recommendation that goes beyond that. Generally, I would agree with what the Professor Nsoa,
Nuyama, yeah.
Nuyama has said, that can we put in place mechanisms to ensure that only those who have the calling to be in the teaching profession get into it? That, for me, is key. That's the major thing, the main thing that we must put in place to ensure that people would not just get in because they are looking for jobs, but people who would get into the teaching will be aware that, look, it may not be well paying, but it's a noble profession that you may want to get in. And even though people say your reward is in heaven, sometimes if you work hard, you receive your reward here. And so we should ensure that those who get into the profession of teaching are people who have the calling on them. And then the other bit is that, yes, that will come in the receiving examinations that may be undertaken. We should ensure that only, if you are not academically brilliant, what business do you have going to teach? You are going to be teaching. And so you yourself must have a certain IQ, you must have a certain brilliance, you must have a certain smartness so that you can be able to impart same to students. And so there should be a more receiving examinations that are undertaken or conducted to be able to ensure that those who get there to be trained have what it takes to receive further training as prospective teachers. I think if these two are done, then I think we may be making giant strides in our efforts to ensure that those who get into the profession are people who have what it takes to be there. But the other point that I made, that you said, you didn't allow me so much to make. I think the professor said he wouldn't think like the way I'm thinking. He did not say it is not a plausible explanation. So I maintain that as we look at
you could also say that he's being very diplomatic in his response.
Oh, don't reason for him, something.
Because you just reasoned for him. You just reasoned for him.
So I'm saying that it is part of, but something. Really, if a government has said that there's going to be public sector recruitment fees, how is it going to absorb 7,000 prospective students into the system? Let's be.
Has there not always been some freeze of sort on some jobs? Must the government take, a deliberate step like a scheme, like you suggest is plausible, to fail teachers,
so if you
7,000 teachers?
You are just saying it's a reasonable guess that you are making, and I think I'm entitled to make that reasonable guess. So
yes, but you are making it on such a big platform, and what it might influence in the public discourse may not be the best.
Well, I wasn't emphatic. I said that it is a reasonable explanation. It's a plausible variable that would have to also be taken into account. And so if it is not the case, I will be happy that I'm proved wrong. And it will be for the betterment of the good people of Ghana, because I've said, and labor unions have already made it clear to government that bit about public sector recruitment fees, it is not going to work. We'll fight against it. And so if this explanation...
The basic principle from where I sit is that he that alleges must prove. So you shouldn't wait to be proved wrong. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Those were good suggestions for recommendations for improving the system. Yes, you at the committee level in Parliament, a good number of you come together, to put your heads together over what can be done to improve the situation. So what are you thinking about? Dr. Prince Hamid Ama, MP for Kwesi Mintim, who is also Vice Chairman, Education Committee of Parliament, he says the results from the licensure exams validate, the policy decision to introduce the teaching regulatory body and the licensure regime. However, it's important to understand the underlying reasons for the mass failure. Beyond verifying the background of the candidates, we need to map the candidates who failed to the colleges they graduated, together with the modes of training, whether private or public, distance or full-time. Such desegregated data will help in policy reform at both the college level and systems level. It's also important to map the exams with the College of Education curriculum and the Teacher Education curriculum framework to identify alignments or otherwise. NTC, GTEC should rank and publish the performance of candidates according to their schools. This could serve as demand-side accountability system and invoke some competition among the colleges. Parents, guardians are likely to apply to the high-performing colleges for their children or wards.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the registrar has promised that he will segregate the results and provide the committee with what the vice chairman is asking for. Because if we just enveloped the failure and then blame it on one institution or the other, I think it will not be fair. So he has promised, and I know he will see us on it. Yeah, so the committee, as I said earlier, we've been working with him. But we need to look at some of the requirements and then the recommendations that people are making. Especially me, I have a challenge with the distance and the sandwich. That one, the NTC, as a regulatory body, must look at it carefully. At what level do we have mature students? Is it because somebody has just finished JSS for 10 years and he can go and then study to become a teacher? No, I think we don't have to cheapen teacher education in the country. That's why I support the entrance examination, because we'll be able to sieve those who are good and those who cannot make it. Yeah. So, yes, I think WAEC should also be helped by authorities that are responsible, because if you go to examination centers, the cheating that takes place is not good. Things were not like that. Students these days are not ready to learn, but they want to pass. You see, so if we don't put measures in place, I think we'll continue to have these type of results. Okay. And where even communities are ready to support cheating in the school examination. It's not the best. We have records of all those things. Well, I think as a country, we need to take a second look at our educational system. All right. How do we make sure that we get the best of our children when they go to school? Yes, the subject area examination. Yeah, I think that is important. But what you also need to do is, if you just go academic, what about the professional aspect of it? That one, they should not gloss over it. Yeah, but I think finally the NTC, as a regulatory body over teacher education in the country, should also make it part of the curriculum in the colleges of education, so that as they progress from level 100, by the time they reach level 400, as they are coming out, they write the licensure examination.
They write it immediately?
Immediately. Yeah, they don't need to come out, go for national service for 1 year, and then set a time for them maybe after 1 year or more before they write the examination.
You're encouraging the chew and pour kind of habit.
Not necessarily, because when they go on national service, they really forget about it.
When you do the service, you acquire experiential knowledge.
Yeah, that is a different thing.
You get practical, hands-on stuff that you can use. And that's actually the best measure of who you really are when you put that on paper.
Yeah, you'll be surprised that even some of them from the university doing their Bachelor of Education, they don't go to the classroom for national service. They want even to be at the bank. They want to be at a SNIT. They want to be at so place. We're surprised. So
we should not be encouraging that.
Yeah.
So we should not be encouraging that. That you make them come and write for a professional certificate when all they want is to go and sit in a bank, banking hall.
Let them write as they are, because if we look at the nurses, they finish, as soon as they finish, they write their licensure examination. And that is the end.
But professions, you know, for the professions that many envy and want to belong to, there is continuous, examination.
Yeah, but
There's
that
continuous
that will
examination
add
to prove that you are still up to scratch.
Yeah, but after your licensure examination and you are employed, at least for your promotion, they have other programs that they run for them, which I think they use as credit hours. Then that can add up for your promotion.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that is what I will.
Dr. Adepoku, there are people who are asking questions, including Fred Forsing, who is questioning bottom line. He has a number of questions, but the bottom line is that what is it that this exam will do for a student who has been professionally sort of certified by the UCC, gone for training as a teacher, and he's passed out as a teacher? What will 2 hours of exam add to that student?
Okay, something. Before I tackle that question, a little to what Honorable said, on the National Service bill, so those who train as teachers, when it is time for posting, they post all of them to schools so that we can monitor them, because they go through induction training. And the reason we are not able to do the examination immediately they complete the university, one of the reasons is that when you complete, it takes time for them to compile the results for you to graduate. And the first condition is that you must graduate. When you complete university in, let's say, August, maybe by September, you do the graduation. We used to write the examination, the first one in September. Candidates apply and they do it. But this particular year, 2022 batch, because of the reforms that we are embarking, the years have delayed for almost a year. That's acknowledged. Coming to the substantive question that the person asked, people have critiqued examination over years, that it's not the best measure of people's competence. But the unfortunate thing is that the world has not been able to find a substitute for examination. And so, yes, UCC might have trained you and given you a certificate. But if UCC has trained you and given you a certificate to go and teach, and you cannot write a simple letter of 200 words, that is the question that my brother should ask University of Cape Town.
You are actually embarrassing that institution.
I'm not doing
embarrassing
that.
Your teachers. I'm not saying you.
Yes.
I'm saying the one who sat that exam.
Yes.
You're embarrassing your teachers.
That's it. So the sentimental aspect must be taken out of the system and look at the problem critically. Coming to Professor Jampo's issue of IMF pinch of salt theory, I want to say that, honestly speaking, I've listened to him and he articulates very well. But on this particular one, being a teacher, I expected very little on this. Because you are a teacher, you know that with your professional competence and professional autonomy, you will not want to mark a student to fail when the student has actually passed an examination. And those who mark these scripts that I'm talking about are from the universities and colleges. So they are his colleague, professors and doctors who are marking these licensure examination. They set the questions, the chief says, I don't set questions. I am just the moderator here, but the questions are set by professors and doctors like him. And when we finish, we calibrate the results and release. So for him to question the results in that way, and in fact, there is a trend. There's a trend every year. In fact, my minister asked me to do a 3-year analysis for him. And cumulatively, we have about 36% of the candidates failing for the past 3 years. And there are many factors that are contributing to this. We don't have the time. I would have opened up and give you a lot of reasons. Hitherto, people were passing very well 2018, 2019, 2020, because we're not serializing the questions. And essential professional skills, for instance, is purely multiple choice. So if an invigilator looks away and allows candidates to teach in the examination hall, what was happening is that somebody would just go and answer all the questions, come and stand there and say number 1, A, B, C, and everybody will pass. So in 2020, we introduced something we call serialization of the questions. I'm telling you something that year, we had 76% failure. And then the Minister of Education said, no, if you have had this, candidates are complaining about reading materials and other things, so can we do something? So we decided that we were going to have we call it, we had a number of questions, put them together and put them online for test preps. So the candidates could go online. The moment you register for the essential exam, a link is sent to you, and then you go online. There are sample questions, about 600 of them, for you to practice. So that it will help you.
They are the bigger problems. You see, students at Asahi University are not invigilated for the exams they take. Students in a Bible college, people who are preaching the word of God have to be vigilated because they are caught cheating. So this is the problem. But Professor Jampo had, what he said is the overriding recommendation, far-reaching, that you make sure that nobody gets into the college who hasn't got sort of a calling to be a teacher.
I like that.
How are you going to do that?
I like that because apart from the exam, the interview, you go through inventory. So the inventory will tell us whether you have the attitude and aptitude to be able to...
Is that really possible?
Oh, many professions do that. They have a well-established inventory that when the candidate sits before you, you ask the person questions that will expose the candidate whether the person is using teaching as a stepping stone or really is interested in becoming a teacher. It may not be 100%, but it will give you some level of credit.
If you ask the Venerable Sam Okujeto, who has taught us law for a long time, he will tell you that when you ask the students when they come fresh and he's teaching them, and he's asking them, what's your motivation? They will all say, we want to get a law degree, a certificate, called to the bar to practice, so that we can help the downtrodden, so that we can help the vulnerable and the poor. But once they finish, almost 90% stay in Accra. If you had 100 who came from Kumasi, you may have just about 5 of them returning. So we are hypocritical.
Well, that may be true to some extent, but over the years, these are inventories that have been applied in academia to test people's attitude towards these things. So maybe...
So how soon do you want to introduce a new one where you are bringing in the specialization as well?
I've sent my memo to the minister.
Okay.
And as Honorable indicated, they would need cabinet approval. So the minister will go through the process. I'm just hoping that by November, when we are defending our budget, they will give us the approval and the funding to be able to do it.
All right. Thank you so very much. My guests you have been listening to over the last almost 2 hours dedicated to this very important subject matter. Dr. Christian Ade-Poku is the Registrar of the National Teaching Council. Professor Nicholas Nsoanuyama is President, Dominion University College. And Peter Nochu is MP, Akachi North, and Ranking Member, Education Committee of Parliament. Ramford Jampo is Professor of Political Science, University of Ghana. We'll take a quick break. When we return, I have Alex Segbefia, Director, NDC International Relations Directorate, Ben Epson, pollster and Managing Editor, Daily Dispatch newspaper. Professor Jampo stays with us, and Richard Ahiagba, Director of Communications of the New Patriotic Party, will join us to look at matters arising from Asin North and the 7 who have filed their nominations, hoping to lead the NPP into the 2024 elections. We'll be right back.
The court, in its own wisdom, dispense of his presence in court, which means that effectively he is supposed to come after the elections. And so clearly we want to be thankful to the court, the judge, and to say that we are most grateful for the ruling given to us today, because we have achieved what we wanted to achieve.
Jachi Kwesi, at the time he swore the oath to become a member of parliament, did not have any other citizenship. Adamu Dramani Sakande, at the
You are your own person, unique, one of a kind, special. That's why you deserve everything tailored to suit your particular taste, your preference, your needs. Just like MTN Just For You. You can get customized offers tailored to who you are. Dial *141# or use the MyMTN app to get to choose from a variety of offers made just for you.
There are days when you think, whoa, today I've earned it. So order a Glovo. Days when plans run longer. What if we order a Glovo? Or days when you can't control everything. Oh yes, because on Glovo, you can order anything you want. Glovo, you order, we deliver.
Hi, good day. Your friend Dr. Victoria Dankwa, because every Vicdank healthcare. And probably then Conforco Hospital, like catch up someone your liver and kidney related conditions. Obi one more your fatty liver. Obi one your catching so when your hydronephrosis. Obi one more catching so when your pyelonephritis, which is inflammation of the kidneys. Obi one more your catching say the kidney so be a bitch now. Obi one more your send the creatinine and I send the JFR. And until we so how now sit to me tatai. I feel don't send me an atom. Johnson now be Johnson, only was the phone be about training. Kawakuma to him. And until now, Vicdank healthcare, Yabase, you did not alternative way so ever so yare.
So over Vicdanka, it was serene environment with ultra modern facilities. And so I share your trakwanya. There was painters, Coca-Cola Roundabout, close to Fidelity Bank, Stanchart Ichironuma.
My name is Tina. I am a person living with HIV. I got to know my HIV status after I gave birth and lost the child because of HIV. In those days, prevention of mother-to-child transmission services had low patronage due to fear and stigmatization. Today, many HIV-positive women have delivered negative children. I follow the guidelines and take my HIV medicine called ARVs every day, as prescribed by my doctor. This makes me strong and healthy and also prevent me from passing HIV onto any future child. Please, avail yourself for PMTCT services when pregnant. It is the only way to ensure you do not pass the HIV onto your baby during birth or pregnancy. If you have tested for HIV recently and it was negative, test again when pregnant. If you have tested positive, go to the hospital after birth as directed by your healthcare provider. Your baby will be given medicine immediately and tested to ensure baby and mother are well. Let us work together to have an HIV-free generation.
Our children must be free to shine.
Passing the tape and declaring plastic and what? And then, can you not with them, the idea see you, factor. As I can introduce DBS lifestyle guest trusses amount. They say if you baby, I say, Yama Menum, the daddy. And you know, you dance.
And no crow, no sending near Benina, and your papa. Sa DBS lies you get trust. Yet the computer not generated. Inti and Nadine goes for a straight. And if it's a Nadinti, and want to mean the Henry. A good answer, I feel
Finito. More musicians saw that. More music factories, and as a dark is Biano. Me recommend DBS Trust Samamo. DBS Trust. Finito.
Pascal's showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that the wells can store many, many messages. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded your contact center yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. It's been a week where there's been a lot of talk about Asin North, Jachi Kwesin. In just 3 days' time, Tuesday, the by-elections there will happen because the Supreme Court pronounced recently that he had allegiance to a country other than Ghana. And that was supposed to be Canada because he was once a dual national of that country as well. He had a dual allegiance to that country in addition to Ghana. At the time he picked his nominations to contest. So it doesn't matter that he got his renunciation certificate by the time he was elected and sworn in. That is the law. At the time you are filing your nominations, make sure that you are clean. So because of that, there's a by-election and the campaign has been heated. It looks like both the NDC and the NPP, all of them, national leaders are gravitating to Asin North. But this week, things were heightened as Jachi Kwesin, the criminal trial, his lawyers sought the opportunity so that he would be excused from coming to court until the elections there were over, and he didn't get that. And then applications started flying. Eventually that was determined yesterday. Even though it was determined against, the application was not granted, the NDC says they got what they wanted. After all, he's not going to, the daily sittings will not start until the 4th of July. So let's begin the discussion. Let's begin the discussion on that note. Professor Jampo, start with you on this. Some say, well, the court or the judge brought all of this brouhaha on itself, because if at the earlier date, when the request was made that the court should consider the fact that there's a by-election, he has to, campaign, and therefore he should be excused until the by-elections had been done, so that at least from the 29th he could be attending court. If the court had agreed at that time, all these brouhaha would not have come up with accusations that, the judiciary was sort of in cahoots with government to deny him the opportunity of campaigning and all of this. What do you say?
Well, thank you. That was my view initially when I heard that Jachi Kwesin's case was going to be heard on a daily basis, and that even if he's supposed to be campaigning, he will be asked to be part of the court process because the case is criminal. I thought it was quite, it deepened the perception that, look, the judiciary is being manipulated in a way to give a certain advantage to
the ruling party's candidate in this by-election. But I am happy that some of us spoke publicly against this, and I'm sure the judges, they live in society, and so sometimes they also listen to comments and the sentiments and mood of people. So I am happy that at least in the subsequent ruling, I think they have said that the guy can go about his campaigning while the case hearing, goes on. So it is good. The judiciary itself has a responsibility to work in such a way that it will repair its own image in the eyes of many Ghanaians. Because there are so many Ghanaians who feel that judicial independence has been quite, is getting sacrificed, day by day. And so some of these second views or second rulings or verdicts coming from same judges would help in repairing the image of the judiciary as a whole. So I wouldn't want us to hit them hard too much, because the judiciary is all that we have. And when it gets
but the question is, the question is that two lawyers make an argument. The NDC's lawyers make the argument that there's a by-election, so give him some space. The Attorney General is in court, and he also makes the argument that don't let him determine how things will go on in this court. We must have a speedy trial. And the Attorney General's arguments win the day. Why should that be stretched to these claims that it is the judiciary that is sort of working with the government to frustrate someone?
The argument that Jati Kwesin is contesting an election and that it's a national assignment and that he wasn't running away should have been compelling. People have won elections while they were even in prison. And so to the extent that I was told that what the articulation was, the journey was embarking was quite personal and non-national, I found that kind of argument ridiculous. And I believe the judge merely exercised a certain discretion that later on he or she found out that, look, that was not in the best interest of even our electoral politics and our democracy. And so if the decision was valid from the first one, I think it's something that we must commend. But I purely believe that the Attorney General's argument shouldn't have been upheld in the first place. It was quite ridiculous to say that the assignment or exercise wasn't a national exercise. It's an important exercise about representation, serving constituent interests. And so I thought a judge could have disagreed right from the word-go with the Attorney General. But they have a lot of discretion that they also exercise. So if they exercise that discretion and later vary the discretion, I think it's all good for Madagascar.
Okay. Yes, so now these elections, from where you sit, why is it almost like a do-or-die affair for the two parties? And why should it be so difficult for the NDC to retain the seat after its candidate, won it by a margin of 3,305 or so votes?
Don't forget that in same election, at the presidential race, the candidate of the NPP won. So the NDC won the parliamentary seat there, and then in the same election, President Akufo-Addo won. It tells you that, the people there, they are quite cosmopolitan. And then the Asin North is the coming together of people from all backgrounds. And so they are quite discerning, they are quite rational, and it can swing anyway. Don't forget also, if you look at history, NDC has won the seat, MPP has also won the seat on several occasions. So it's a keenly contested election. And the other bit is that he who wins this particular election would have a certain bragging right and will have a statement for Ghanaians. MPP is seeking to break the 8. If they win this election, it would help them to propagate this particular statement. NDC is seeking to take power from the MPP, and they are saying that the MPP has disappointed Ghanaians, and that Ghanaians should give them another chance to come and govern the country. If they should win this election, it would also be a plus for them in terms of the message that they want to canvass and deepen among Ghanaians. And so it's a keenly contested.
It's already their seat. So why should it make any difference? Yes,
well,
it's a fact. It's a fact that Akufo-Addo beat Mahama there in that same election by over 1,000 votes.
Well, it is their seat, like I said. It is their seat, but to the extent that they didn't vote, they voted skirt and blouse. Split ticket voting was what they did. The extent that they did that, it should tell you that the people could bury their views and their voting patterns depending on how things go. And it's not a safe seat for any political party. And if you are going into election in an area or in a constituency that can be described as an unsafe seat, then you must approach that process of election with caution and then with a lot of interest. And so that's why the two parties are keenly competing among themselves. Now this time, you see, during such elections, you hear accusations of vote buying only from the ruling party side because they have the resources. But this time, what we are hearing is that the accusations of vote buying across the political divide. They are all doing all they can to...
But it's a fact, isn't it? The opposition cannot outdo the governing party if they are buying votes.
They can't outdo them in terms of vote buying. But the point is that vote buying, no matter how little it is vote buying, and it is something that undermines the expression of the popular choice of the people, and it's something that we must not sort of support or countenance or tolerate, as a people in Ghana. And the possibility of such keenly contested elections to generate in violence is always high. And so I would call on the police that just as we did in the lead up to the Kumewu by-election, I know that an unfortunate incident happened, and one of them was sadly murdered this week, and many of them are grieving. But I would urge Dr. Dampare that he should assemble his men to the place and make sure that they are proactive so that the competition does not degenerate into violence.
Okay, thank you. Ben Epson, thank you so very much for your time. What makes this by-election, a lot more special, so to speak, is what the parliament is now, isn't it?
Good morning. Well, I think that, Asin lost in 2012, NDC won with the parliamentary presidential. 2016, NPP won both presidential parliamentary. 2020, NPP won the presidential and NDC won the parliamentary. I think that the difference in 2015 was that the equation comes from Asin Breku. The lady candidate for the MPP came from another town. This time, both the NPP candidate and the NDC, they are both from Asin Breku. The lady who contested has been campaigning for the NPP candidate. And because of the resultant advantage in Parliament, clearly you will see that both parties want this seat so badly. For Kwesin, the sympathy vote that he would have gotten has been dimmed a bit because some NDC people were trying to influence the swing voters that when there's by-election, your roads get done, money comes from both parties. So let's vote Kwesin in. If he loses, then he's jailed for another by-election. But, the court asking him to go back to campaign has deemed that. Now, for the NPP candidate, the little investigations I've done about him, it seems that he had been preparing himself something for politics. For the past few years, he's had an NGO who helps children with exercise books, does help the disadvantaged, and so on. So that places him with an advantage. And if something were to gamble with your last 100 CDs, I think that it's too close to call, but I would advise you to put your money on the NPP candidate.
Really?
Yes.
That's a Herculean task. Over 3,000 votes. Oh, that's not too much.
You see, the lady who contested is not for Asin Breku. Asin Breku is the biggest settlement within Asin North. He came from, person was from Asin Breku, and the lady was from another area. And the lady had issues with some of the NPP people in Asin Breku. That is why the lady who had won and contested earlier, that is why this time she was asked to stay aside. So both candidates coming from Asin Breku and the lady popular in another town campaigning for him. Now the MPP candidate, as I told you, have been doing a lot of philanthropic work within Asin North.
Yeah. The question I asked you earlier was that, is it not because of how Parliament is shaped now, as far as the numbers are concerned, that both parties appear to see this almost like a national election?
That is true, but it gives you an impetus. And John Mahama seems to have given it an extra edge by saying that the Assembly elections is a determinant of the performance of the MPP government. So if the MPP win, they will say John Mahama has, by his own admission, confirmed that the MPP is doing well. If the NDC wins, they're going to say, well, Asin North is a swing constituency, and by the results, it shows that you've not been doing well. So apart from the razor-thin advantage, something in Parliament, I think that it gives most parties a bargaining chip.
Yes, but you have been watching politics for a long time. How much influence, do by-elections have on national elections?
Oh, it's more propaganda value. It's more something of propaganda value, in terms of what people will think, what people will say. I must say something that with 17 months to voting, it's going to be anybody's game. But this one is going to be basically the advantage in Parliament and bragging rights towards 2024.
All right. So hold it on for me there, and let me come to Alex and Ayaba, Richard. So, Alex, yes, as we understand, your national leaders are trooping in there. Just about 2 days ago, is it Haruna Idrisu and some others? We understand, and we saw them in videos where they were doing, these days, what do you guys call that campaign again? You do...
Door-to-door?
Not really, it's a door-to-door, but you call it something else. Yes. So, why do you find it that a seat that you hold within an excess of 3,000 votes, you must do so much to hold it?
First and foremost, good morning to your viewers and my colleagues on via Zoom and yourself. I don't think that there is a problem with that position, because by-elections historically have been considered to be favorable to incumbent governments by virtue of the fact that they go in with all the sweetness, etc., and they put a lot of effort into ensuring that they get the seat, because it is normally also seen as a reflection of the government's performance at the time. So, except it is a stronghold of a political party like Kumawu, it is swing constituencies are always considered a barometer or a measure of how government have performed. So what John Mahama says is not.
But if you are buying votes,
yes,
how then do you celebrate it that this is a reflection of my performance when you bought the votes? They are not genuine votes.
We all know this, but that is how it is perceived. It gives you a propaganda value, some form of bragging rights. But you asked a very pertinent question. What is the effect of this on a general election? And the answer is nothing. General elections have a totally different, it's a totally different creature or animal. And so the odd by-election here and there will not tell you one way or the other what is going to happen in a general election. And I've always maintained that on any program I am.
But even if it's of propaganda value, yes, that is significant, isn't it?
Yes, up to a point. So, but it's a swing constituency. So I'm very realistic about what the position is. For me, the MPP have more to lose than we do. Yes, it was our seat. But they have actually created a sympathy value for Chachi-Kwesi, because they have created the impression that they are doing everything to ensure that he doesn't have a fair election process. You asked a very important question to Professor Jampo about the judicial processes that have been going on. And no one takes away from the discretion a court has to set dates, as often as possible, yes. But ethically or even morally, you're a lawyer. How many people are sitting in remand who have not seen a courtroom for over a year? They don't have rights to quickly have their cases heard. And all of a sudden, in this case, we know about the rights of a country to ensure that people are heard daily. So we create problems for ourselves in any infrastructural group, judiciary, executive, when you pick on this particular case. So the only conclusion you draw is that the executive are interfering with the judiciary. Because there are numerous people in this country who are actually in custody. They haven't even had a hearing. They are innocent, but in custody. And even to get a date to go to court, they haven't even given them a date.
You're actually speaking to my prison project.
Well,
and in my prison project, I visit the prison, speak to people on remand particularly. And the last time I was telling this story and somebody was shocked that people have been there, their warrants have expired, yeah, nobody bothers.
Nope.
They are just left to rot, like Sir Kwam Boateng found out somebody has done 20 years, just need to see a judge after being put on remand, not that they have been convicted.
No.
And they don't have the opportunity.
So, but all of a sudden, in Chachi-Kwesi case, we know day to day. I mean, it is totally political. That's the only conclusion that I can draw.
But it must be said, however, that day-to-day trials, yes, are actually more preferred, they are expedient, and they happen.
Yes.
Right.
Now, it's to do with fairness. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Justice hurried is justice buried.
So we have two fighting against themselves. So in between is the balance. So I ask you, what was a week going to cost him? And whose fairness are you after? That of the state or that of the individual? The individual's fairness is actually paramount. And he is saying, give me a week, I'll be back. Hello? So I'm clear that, yes, we have all these...
Well, in the process, you say there's a sympathy value that's been created for your candidate.
So that is why I'm saying that no matter how hard they push, look, the initial even disqualification was an issue. The Supreme Court cases, the judgments that have come out, the whole, issues surrounding how he was not even allowed to stand or hold himself out as an MP, even prior to judgment. Why? Just keep him out. Yeah, just keep him out of Parliament. That was the whole idea. And now you are keeping him away from trying to campaign. That is why the Attorney General is saying, all of a sudden we know, look, it is purely, Chachi Kwesin's issue is a purely political platform. And we will have the debates another time on the legalities after this election.
Well, there's been leave granted for a review of the Supreme Court decision. So there's 7 days that was granted by the Supreme Court for him to file for a review because he's challenging the Supreme Court's decision that something went wrong legally. Right, so we see how that goes. Richard, as I understand, you are in Asin North presently, correct? And it does appear that you're already in some celebratory mood as the NPP that your machine on the ground will deliver the 3,000 plus votes that Chachi Kwesin got in your favor so that you win, correct?
Certainly, something you could have said it better. The New Patriotic Party has been on the ground. Fortunately, unfortunately for us, right from Kumawu, we rode in here and we've been working since. And our MO is fairly simple, that we'll go to the people, canvass them, tell them what we want to do, what we have done, and on the basis of that, promise that in the future we'll do more of what we have done for them. And that has been our conversation here, and I think that it's taking hold, and come 27, the New Patriotic Party is going to win. The conversation about the candidate of the NDC is one that I think that the NDC, well after this election, they'll come to terms with what wrong decision they have made. I think that the NDC, right from day one, in 2012, when Mr. Chachi Kwesin showed up, they have mangled all the opportunities they have to decide properly as a political party for who represents them in Asin North. And the consequence of that is what we are all suffering today. In fact, Samson, permit me to share my condolences with the family of one of our communicators here who sadly passed yesterday, all part of the efforts that we are giving here for victory on the 27th. We are yet to formally inform the family, but some people have been sent to.
So sorry about that. What led to his death? I think there was one earlier death reported on the side of the NDC. What led to this death?
Right. So this was not an accident, but he was involved in an accident with my vehicle much earlier, I think a week or two ago. But then got out and everything. But then yesterday we heard that he had some situation to do with asthma. We're not too sure. But then somehow he was brought to the hospital, and within 30 minutes or so, I was declared dead. And
sorry to hear that.
Very, yes. But we've resolved to move on and to ensure that ultimately, as a party, we win this election to the honor of all who have given the effort, and especially for the good of our North. So, Samson, I was saying much earlier that, the NDC conversation about the Chachi Kwesin, I wonder sometimes when I hear them if they are listening to themselves. Because here is a gentleman who came from Canada, wanted to contest, want to go to Parliament. And Samson, people who want to go to Parliament have foreknowledge. So they prepare, they do whatever it is they want to do, engage their communities, build relationships, nurture the constituency, and all of that activity goes on. We know that. But Mr. Kwesin showed up and in 2012 wanted to contest, holding his Canadian citizenship in hand, wanted to contest, commence the process, which begins with a party screening before you get to the point where you go through screening with the Electoral Commission and file. He was holding that in his hand, and the party, disqualified him. And Mr. Chachi Kwesin went back to Canada for the ensuing 4 years, 2016 he came, holding the same document in hand. So you have the Samson. If I venture to use this, he has a premeditated motive to want to contest with his candidature, his nationality as a Canadian in hand, until he crosses a certain line. Then he feels that he's comfortable and he has won before he go and dispense with it. He came in 2016 with the same, Canadian citizenship in hand, and then contested and lost the primaries. In 2020, he came again. He had it because in 2020, when he came back, he was still holding his nationality as a Canadian. And so you now look at this sequence of events as to how it is that the Chikwesen, from day one, had this nationality issue and was not able to resolve it. And the NDC did not resolve that issue. And they allowed him to go through their primaries. And they allowed him and watch him file with the EC to contest. And subsequently then says that he's going to renounce it. So I'm saying that he has a motive, and his motive was to commit a crime because it was convenient for him to go that way. He was not looking at the interests of our Constitution. He was looking primarily at his self-interest, not at the interest of people of Asin North. And so what has happened here is what the Chikwesen has brought upon himself, and in the process have breached our laws. And I think that, in all fairness, in the end, the NDC seeking power is seeking power to uphold the Constitution. And so when somebody has breached the Constitution, I think that it's incumbent on the NDC and all of us to ensure that that person pays for it. Otherwise, you create a moral hazard situation where anybody thinks that they can hide behind their political parties and breach the very law we're all trying to protect and uphold with our Constitution, with our democracy.
It's the president and the vice president, are they going to be there for your campaign?
They certainly will be here. The vice president was here yesterday, as you would see. He was here to commission the 31-kilometer road from Praso to Asin Fosu. That was beautiful. He will be here again tomorrow for our rally, which is a herald of victory on Tuesday. And I think that many more of our top-ranking members from parliament, ministers, party elders will be here, because it is that important for us as a party to be able to go back and help Asin North develop.
Right.
And know the story of Asin North, Samson, just briefly. This was a constituency that Honorable Kennedy Japon was the MP of. And every community we have been to, since he came, I was part of his campaign team that went around many other places. Everywhere we went, the people point to infrastructure project, electrification project that he has led to their communities. And ever since his departure, up until 2016 to 2020, there hasn't been any such development. And the people are calling for the return of the New Patriotic Party as a member of parliament to represent the good people of Asin.
Right. My final question to you on this is, there's the, suggestion that you want this extra number to your numbers in parliament to help you do business. But you still won't have, a good number to do business, because you have MPs who are ministers who have to travel almost always, and you will always need the opposition to be able to carry on business in the House. So even if you want this, it doesn't make any difference for the numbers in Parliament. What do you say?
Well, Samson, that the business of parliamentary work is consensus building. And so even when we had 169 in our first term, we still were engaging with the NDC. So that's a given. There's always going to have to be that dialogue, and it's healthy for our democracy. So it's not a situation where we are looking for a certain magical number, which this one will not be. But what is important? The idea that we would have those numbers is the incidental benefit of victory. But what is key for us in Asin of why we are giving every effort and effort to try and win the seat is We want to get development to the people. They've been denied development, proper representation that will benefit the people. And we think that the New Patriotic Party gives Asin North a better chance to develop. And that's why we're in this. And we think that on Tuesday, when we win, there will be hope, and there will be development, and there will be progress in Asin. That's why we're in this, and that's why we're deploying everything that we have in our arsenal to make sure we win the seat on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going back to Ben Epstein. So Ben, now we have 7 candidates who have filed their nominations for the flag bearership. The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former Trade Minister Alan Kyerematen, former Energy Minister Boakye Jako, former Minister of State Dr. Konadu Aprako, who had a little glitch but successfully did it, former Agriculture Minister Dr. Owusu Efriye Akoto, MP for Asin Central, Kendia Japong, and former General Secretary of the NPP, Kwabena A. Japong. From where you sit, how does the contest for the flag bearership look like? The elders of the party initially were trying to see if they could get a consensus candidate so they don't have to go to this voting that have to be done, super delegates and so on, train the number to, is it 5? And then afterwards there's a general voting. Yeah. Okay, I understand that we have a little issue with, yes, hello Ben, so let's hear you. How does it look like?
Hello?
Hello, Ben.
Yeah, Samson.
Yeah, so the 7 candidates, they attempted to get a consensus candidate. It was clear from the outset that that would not work. So the elders backed off on that. Now 7 have filed. These 7, obviously they will have to go have the number trimmed down, and then eventually the 5 will be voted on. From your assessment, who is leading the pack and why?
Oh, I think that from work I've been doing, I'm finishing my 7th book on the elections, and I did some work before the election of new delegates, and I think that in the it will be Bawumia, Kennedy, and then Alan in that order. This will be the top 3.
Bawumia, Kennedy, and Alan in that order.
Yes.
Kennedy Japan will beat Alan Kyerematen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Alan Kyerematen is suffering from not going to Parliament. 15 years ago, he peaked and cash. Delegates in the early 20s and early 30s were 15 years at that time. And Kennedy has been an MP for 23 years. He's been moving around, talking about the party, go to various conferences. And I think that if Alan beats Kennedy to 2nd place, I'll be very surprised.
So actually, the number who have filed now is supposed to be 8, not only 7, because we have Adanimo also has filed, as we understand. Why do you think that the rest will not amount to much? Efriye Akoto, Dr. Konadu Aprako, the Adanimos, the former General Secretary, all of them, why do you leave them out of the equation, the calculations?
Oh, something, their name did not come up.
What do you mean by their names did not come up?
You see, what we did was, we asked, before the election of new delegates, there were elections, and then after the elections. And the names that kept popping up were these 3. Then we narrow it down to the 3 just to get in terms of who will be first and the likely percentages. Yes, I'm sure these 3, the 2 of them cumulatively would get about maybe 80%, 85% of the total leads. The rest will be shared among the others.
Interesting. So are you suggesting that those who have gone ahead to pay this hefty filing fees to file, they are wasting their time and they don't know about that?
No, Samson. First, I'm not a delegate. And they will want to be, whenever the history comes of the MPP, for example, and they are being written, the names are written for those who contested for the flag bearership slots. Now there are about 7 or 8, 2 or 3 will be left behind. That is about 1,000 people, 1,000 superdelegates will select the top 5. And about 200,000 delegates countrywide, we decide which of the top 5 will be their flag bearer. And I'll give you from the work I have done, the top 3.
All right. So please hold on there for us briefly. Professor Jampo, it's a lot of money. Is it 300,000? Well, paying 50,000 to pick the nomination form was not seen as much. But do you expect that some other, aspirants will file? Apart from these 8 that I have listed, Boache Jako, the former energy minister, Francis Adainimo, Kwabena J, Dr. Kunedu Aprako, Dr. Akoto Efriye, Kennedy Japan, these guys. Hello, Dr. Jampo. Professor Jampo.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes. Who for you will lead is leading the pack, and what are your reasons for that?
Oh, in a race?
Yes, 8 of them who have filed so far.
You want me to do this? I mean, I've not done any research. As far as I'm concerned, the race is between 2 key candidates, Alan Semantin and Dr. Baumia, and that's what I can say. The rest will be able to also sail through in a few of them, two or more of them will be able to sail through in the super delegates. But generally, it will be these 2 leading candidates who would face off in the main flag bearership race. And that's what I can say. But if you tell me who is leading, I have not done that research, so I'm not in a position to do that. My caution to them is that one would emerge victorious in the superdelegates, but it's been rumored elsewhere, in some circles, that it may get to that point where after the superdelegates, some people may canvass the idea that since one may have emerged victorious, the others should just understand for the victorious person to make the flag bearer. And I'm saying that that's not what their party's constitution says.
So, and when you say victorious at the superdelegates level, you are talking about the one who get the highest votes.
The one who get the highest votes. That's what I mean. And that's not what their party's constitution says. And so NPP, even though they have broken their own laws on several occasions, it's a party of laws and rules. And so I would urge them that they should manage this particular process very well, because political parties that have been intact have not even been able to break the 8. And so if you are seeking to break the 8, then you cannot afford schisms and disintegrations. What I foresee is that if the processes leading to the selection of the flag bearer for their party is not fair, if it's not level, I foresee a breakaway from the party, and that will make the party bleed till it dies. And the caliber of people who are now contesting are people of pedigree. If Dr. Baumia thinks that the processes are not fair, and so he wants to break away, he will take a huge chunk of the support base of the party. If Alan Semantin feels that the processes are not fair, he will take a huge chunk of the support base of the party, and then can elicit support from other areas too. And there may be formidable forces. And so the party will bleed.
So the party that is seeking to break the aid shouldn't be the party that should allow it to run.
Who do you tip will win?
Who do I tip will win? Oh, you two. I've said it. I've told you that it's a race between the two. I've not conducted any research.
Yes,
so
but what's your hunch? You observe, you speak to a lot of people, and so on, and you are a political scientist. So who do you think among these lots?
Your people are ready. Your online portal people, they are ready, so they will go and make a headline. What I'm telling you is that as a political scientist, I can only speak from the angle of research and empirical data. I have not done that yet. Maybe
you are not a man. You are not a man known to shy away from controversy.
I am revising my notes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Professor Jampo. Now, Alex, there are suggestions that, you know, eventually it will come down to Dr. Bawumia and Alan Shermanting, and there's a potentially, the suggestion is that the two may have to come together. Do you see this as a possibility? No, I'm talking to Alex Segwefia here.
Okay, all
right. My position on this is very clear. We really don't care what they do. Absolutely don't care. The baggage that is being carried by whoever comes as a result of the performance of this government, anyone who comes is going to sink. Whatever permutation they put forward, whoever is the leader of the party, and it gets worse even when you mention the two forerunners, because they have been part of government, one more so than even the other. So if you even put them together, you make matters worse. So as far as I'm concerned, the MPP is in a very bad place in terms of trying to create a front which gives Ghanaians the hope that something is going to change in Ghana.
They suggest to you that President Mahama is coming from the north. For the first time, if they are lucky, they have a candidate from the north. Even before he gets to this, he has broken your hold of the north. That they have come to lead you in the numbers in parliament in the north. So if they have that ticket, it's done for John Mahama. That's the end of him.
John Mahama had 4.5 million votes in 2016. We lost. MPP had 150-something seats. We had 106 seats. The same John Mahama has moved to 6.5 million votes for the president, 6 million for us. So an increase of 1.5 million people in 2020 election. And we've moved from 106 to 137. Historically, the trajectory is going one way. So as for statistics and things, you look at them and you give your story. I'm sure others will say differently. The bottom line is that most elections have been impacted by the state of the economy of the country and how people feel about the current government after 8 years. The MPP is looking very, very bad in that. In fact, no government that I can think of has come from such a low trajectory. All the macroeconomics are against them. And yes, some will change by the time we get there. But people are not forgetful. Most decisions are made the year before the election. That is also historical. By the time you are done your third year, most people know. So you then play with the swing
They have
voters.
been telling Ghanaians, and they will continue to tell Ghanaians that, and some Ghanaians know that it's not exactly their fault that the economy is where it is.
No, it's exactly their fault. Let me just make this clear. It's not that, it's exactly their fault. The level of incompetence and lack of planning that has gone into Ghana in the last 7 years has brought us where we are. Why? How many countries will ever reach 54% inflation? How many? We've got there. Why? The borrowing. Why? COVID came and borrowed money for Ghana. They borrowed it. They're the government. Neither did the Russian and Ukraine borrow money. It is our debt Have we ever been under a domestic debt exchange like this, ever? So what has that got to do with all these things they're talking about? It is the debt position that has created it. And that is created by the MPP government. They've borrowed, they were warned. So I quickly want to put that aside. Let's not, nobody should buy into this propaganda about, yes, globally the COVID has had an impact. Yes, globally the Russian recruitment has had an impact. But why isn't every country in the same position that we are in? To the level of the macroeconomic indicators. Even going to the IMF of itself is not necessarily something that you can say, oh, because, but the extent to which we have had to, the conditions. Why? People bonds are at risk.
I never would have thought that you could talk about Ghana in terms of, you know, our CD and its development, and the comparison is that we are only better than, is it Zimbabwe and one other country, you know, in that regard. But you know that elections are not exactly on these numbers.
No, our biggest problem since in the last election 2020 is we never believed, and we still do not believe, that we had a free and fair election. In fact, if you have a referee that can explain their decisions, then you have a problem. So regardless of what anybody says in the courtroom, we have a right to information bill and all that. So at least tell us how you came about things. So we are clear in our mind that our biggest problem is to ensure that we count our numbers properly. We've raised our hands on that.
Interesting.
Just going back to the point, I've heard my colleague about Kwesi. We have learned our lessons. We know. He made a comment about, yes, even this year, we have made it clear, because of the timing of our elections for the parliamentary, people are allowed to contest even if they have dual citizenship. But by March 2024, if you haven't brought your certificate, the seat becomes vacant and we have a quick.
Okay.
So we are live. This issue of why should education come 2012, you don't know our rules at the time.
Well,
and you shouldn't speak for us.
Well, maybe by that time, Parliament would have passed the amendment to the Constitution to remove the impediment on dual citizens. You know, there's a bill.
I'm hoping that would come to pass.
All right.
Which, by the way, John Mahama has promised to push.
Okay. Richard, thank you once again. So, I know I haven't heard you yet where exactly you stand, but too many of you in the NPP, in Parliament, you know, towards Dr. Bawumia, and some people say you are not helping to create a level playing field for the flag bearer race. How do you respond to that?
Samson, thank you very much. My senior brother has said a lot of things I will probably be veering off if I want to respond to him. But I just want to say one thing where he says that their problem is the electoral commission. When you have a commissioner who cannot explain their actions, I want to say, Samson, you are the lawyer. If a litigant does not have a case, will he have a day in court? They have confirmed to us that in 2021, the election petition, they didn't have a case. They have confirmed that in their own admission.
Well, he says we have an RTI law and you can demand information. The last time we checked, they have not filed an RTI request to the Electoral Commission for that information. Well. So please, let's proceed with the flag bearer race.
So the key is that they are their own problem. Nobody is their problem. And being their own problem is simply that they are incompetent, they mismanage the economy, and that's why they were voted out. What we have now, the situation of our economy now is well known. And I'm happy my senior brother admitted that yes, Russia, Ukraine has had an impact, COVID has had an impact. Their only problem is that they are trying to minimize the impact it has. But globally, it is established that this is the reason the global economy is in distress, and Ghana is no exception. So we'll go to the election. Ghanaians know.
What do you say about the complaint that your MPs and a good number of you going to the Bawumia camp is not helping to
give a level playing field for the candidates?
Well, something you want me to move away from the economy story, but I think that's the key matter I want to say. But you know,
we are talking about your flag bearer race.
Oh, but he was talking about the economy anyway. But the matter at issue, I think that is really a matter of people's opinion. It's democracy, and it's democracy. People are free to choose. I have not made any such declaration. Others who are comfortable, they can make that declaration. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. What it is that we should expect from them is that so they don't use what their declared position is to affect the prospect of another. If that doesn't happen in a democracy, I think that people are free to select what vision they want to support. And I think that that's what is at play.
That's exactly the effect of these declarations of support, is it not?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You can estimate some perceived impact, but I don't see any substantial impact of that. What will be consequential, Samson, is that if anybody...
what just happened? From Asin North, his line has been cleared. Yes.
That will be...
Go ahead.
And so I'm saying that if anybody affects the other with their declared position, then that would be a problem. In my standing, for example, as a director of communication, if I am to say that I am for this candidate, this candidate, how, perhaps assuming that I've said that, if that colors the way I do my work, if that becomes a basis for me to do what I do differently in order to benefit the candidate or the person I support, then that will be problematic. But in the ordinary sense, if people support one person because they believe in a certain vision that it carries, I don't think that is a problem. But ultimately, the new patriotic party will prevail. And I can tell you simply why that is the case. Because we have attempted in a difficult time to steer this economy in the right direction. The NDC, however, doesn't have any message. When they run this economy aground, something, you were here in this country, they didn't have any proposition. Even when they were in a storm, they didn't have any solution.
Do you have a sense of which of those who have filed will emerge after the superdelegates? Do you have a sense?
Something, I think the delegates will decide that, and when that is decided, we'll all know. Right now, there are estimates from that are saying that our delegates will decide, and they will decide the right candidate. In fact, something, any one of these people, I think my check this morning is that 9 people are filed. And so any one of these personalities will give us a better leadership than the NDC can afford. And I think that I stand with the party, and I stand with the party simply meaning that in the end, when the votes are cast, anybody who wins, I will commit my time, my energy, and dedication to ensure that they become the next president of this republic. It will not be an ending.
Okay. Richard, I was going to ask you this very last question. Our time is up. I was going to ask you that after the superdelegates, is it likely within your party, is that the conversation going on, that there will emerge a consensus candidate?
Well, if that happens, then that is good. Then that will be democracy still at play. But I believe that ultimately, our party delegates will be given a chance to make that decision. Somehow, our delegates always get it right. The party has about it a spirit that leads it to arrive at the right candidate. And when that is done, the MPP will all rally behind that individual for victory in 2024.
Thank you. Ben Epson, in the 2020 elections, the NDC lost as many as 17 seats in all. Now, 15 of this came from the north. The MPP's gain has been attributed to Bawumia. How much is Bawumia a threat to the NDC's candidate going into the 2024 elections? Did I lose Ben Epson? Okay, we lost Ben Epson, but time is almost up. Just some 2 minutes. I'm not sure we can get that. Is Jampo still on?
Yes, please, I'm here.
Yeah. So that question I just asked to Ben Epson. In 2020, the NDC lost a total of 17 seats, 15 of that from the north. The projection is that this is attributed to Bawumia's work. How much is Bawumia a threat to John Mahama in going to 2024 if Bawumia emerges?
Well, you are saying if he emerges. Well, if he emerges, he has a pedigree. He's campaigning, and no, he's still campaigning, and then his work in getting the party secure victory in previous elections are known for everybody to appreciate. And so, definitely, if the party decides to give him the nod to lead them as flag bearer, he will definitely be a force to reckon with. But the point must also be made that what we are talking about is a hypothetical situation. And also take note that the other side, the NDC, is also not resting on its oars. They are also working hard. And so I foresee a keenly competitive election. The same would apply to whoever is given the opportunity to leave the party, NPP, as flag bearer. That is, if it goes to Alan, it's also a serious force to reckon with. And a lot of people in the grapevine actually say that he would even have more to do in terms of tripping up support base, because it appears that the NDC is not really attacking. They are yet to
okay. Yeah, Prof. I'm sorry, but this all time will allow us. Thank you all so very much, gentlemen, for the work you have assisted us to do for Mother Ghana. Just a couple of messages before we go. We haven't left you. We have not forgotten that you are sending us messages. Amma McGold says, I'm having the feeling that Alan will pull a shocker and it will be a huge statement against the mess of this government led by Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. E.D. Black says, did Richard just say the people of Asin North have been denied development, so a win for NPP will bring back development? Well, they are there doing all the things that has to be done. Edu Pong says, is Richard aware Kwesi wrote a year in advance and that the EC cleared him to contest after dismissing a petition brought against his candidacy? Let's do factual politics but not gendarme tactics. Edward Dugbaza says, we all saw how the government mismanaged the economy, went on reckless borrowing with wanton corruption. What has COVID and Russia-Ukraine war got to do with clueless mismanagement? And finally, Nene Aiku says, I thought the DCE, MCE is responsible party for the development of the Asin North constituency. How is it that the opposition party is being blamed by the NPP communicator for lack of development in the Asin North after 6 years? Last one here. It says, my take on Asin North by-election. First of all, Asin North is domiciled in Central Region, and Central Region is a swing region in terms of deciding political power in Ghana since the Fourth Republic. Therefore, how the Asin North by-election goes will have a huge impact and multiple effect on Central Region. People from all walks of life in Central Region will look up to the results from the by-election and economic factors to make political decisions. Thank you very much for those messages. And I want to say thank you very much indeed again to my guest. Alexander Segbefia is Director, NDC International Relations Directorate. Ben Epson is Pollster and Managing Editor, Daily Dispatch newspaper. Ransford Jampo, Professor, of Political Science, University of Ghana, and Richard Ahiagba is Director of Communications, the New Patriotic Party. I'm Samson Ladia Nyanini. As always, Newsfile, my outfit is by Habil Scooter. Habil Scooter, and they are doing a Father's Day promotion, giving you some discounts. So look for them and enjoy. Have a good afternoon.
MTN. Everywhere you go. Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplast goes, water flows.
Star Assurance, your solid partner. Ghana's most useful app. Hubtel is everything you.
Visit the St. Thomas Eye Hospital and get advice on which treatment works best for you.
Fernart Ghana. Think wood. Think Fernart.
That new African is ready to fight his own battle and show that the black man is capable of fighting the world. Do we want to go forward or do we want to go back? We want to move forward with lies.
We're going to go into a 3-year program with the IMF. It will be the last time we'll have to go to the IMF again for any such program.
This is why we got into the IMF. You were spending too much relative to revenues, which is true. You were borrowing too much, which is true. Your external payments position has deteriorated, which is true.
I'm also pleased to report that the 3-year IMF-supported extended credit facility program, begun in 2015, comes to an end this year. We will not go to the IMF today, we will not go to IMF tomorrow, and we are not going as long as the NPP remains in power.
Don't let anybody tell you we are not.
The way from Harmony Christian Center, Pastor Wale Olulano.
First, I'd like to say congratulations to Reverend Steve Mensah and the leadership of CEM for the fulfillment, reality of this great vision. Last night, I was saying that for a man to conceive one aspect of this vision in a lifetime is great. To combine all this is awesome. One of the things when I think about this vision that God is doing here, when I think about God gave himself, he put himself in our life, he added value to us. This project is adding value to persons of disability and persons for us to understand that God made us in his image and he loves us equally. So my prayer is that first, the vision will be fulfilled in our lifetime. Every aspect of it, I pray that the Lord, who is starting this work through the hand of his servant, this hand that is laying the foundation shall fulfill it. In the name of Jesus. This community is adding value, not just to the people, but to the nation, Ghana, and putting Ghana on another level in the global map. I pray that nations will come here to come and learn. Not only Bishop Dag is learning. I believe nations will come to learn and see people who are producing, people who are transforming, who are becoming something great. And I'm so glad to be part of that vision. So thank you very much, Reverend, for allowing us to be part of this. The Lord bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Wale Olulano, for your support from your church and from your community. I want to bring my mother. We don't have a lot of mothers, but this is the real mother. My biological mother is already gone to be with the Lord, but this woman is a trailblazer in this country. She's known for her passion for the kingdom and the spiritual things. And I sent her an invite. I wasn't too sure whether she was going to come. She came all the way here. And I want you to help welcome my mother, Reverend Dr. Christy Doe Tete of Solid Rock Chapel International.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate the visionary, the set man, Reverend Dr. Steve Mensah. I said this is a Laudable project. This is an empowerment center. If you hear anybody say that the church has failed, tell them to come to the Ability Village. The church is marching on. In the past, Reverend Steve will ask for things to go to the villages for crusade. By the time you TV new fridge, Eddie Akono, but this is transforming lives, giving people equal opportunity, making it happen for them. I want to appeal to everyone who will hear about the Ability Village. Let's partner together and make it happen. I believe that nations are going to come and learn and copy and support this Laudable project. Congratulations.
Give it up for my mom, Dr. Christy Doe Tete. I want to bring one of my fathers. This man, when we were on our own, we didn't even know how to celebrate communion. He taught me how to celebrate communion. When I was not licensed to bless marriages, he came, even though he was a Baptist minister, he came and taught me how to bless marriages. I used his manual to do, when somebody unfortunately died, he was the one who had to come and bury the person, because I didn't have manuals to how to bury a person. And for years now, over the past 30 years, this man has stood with me, mentored me, fathered me, encouraged me, and supported me. Help me welcome all the way from the Baptist Convention, Reverend Dr. Otupimpon, to come and say a few words.
Thank you very much. I first want to begin by saying that, Steve, congratulations. I say this congratulations without humility, that indeed you have availed yourself for God to use you, and my eyes have seen it all. Then secondly, in your delivery, you show his authority. So he described the behemoth, a monster that has so much power. But getting to the verse 19, God said that, but when I show my sword to the behemoth, he dies. So anything that is an impediment to resources, God will clear it your path, and you receive it. And that is my joy, that you have the resources to complete this project over here. I myself, I specialize in applied theology, so I like set things. And in my research, it's all has been about this. That's why I've been following what Doug has been doing all over the place, meeting people. May God bless you and give you the strength. The Lord is already with you. By Job chapter 40, from verse 15, you see the power and the strength of God leading you to avail yourself to get the resources. As for the money, they will come, and it will come. The land, God released them. And we are all learning too, because this is an aspect of ministry that has been a blessing. It ties into James 1 verse 20, the last verse in James. You know, meeting the vulnerable, visiting the widows. When I put all together, it means if we want to be religious, we must empower the disabled amongst them. That is exactly what you are doing. Christ in our time. God bless you.
We thank God for Reverend to be born. I have two more, and then I will take my seat. I invited Dr. Mensah Otabil to come, and he has a very equally important assignment. So he sent one of his top lieutenants to be here. And so I want us to, Dr. Mensah Otabil has been part of my ministry, supported it, given out, he's spoken about it all over. And so I want to welcome Reverend Albert Okran to come and say a few words on behalf of Dr. Mensah Otabil.
Thank you very much, Pastor Steve. His Excellency the Vice President and other protocols respectfully observed. I bring you greetings on behalf of Pastor Mensah Otabil. He sent me to bring you 3 messages. The first being that he has always admired your compassion and your commitment to the underprivileged and the vulnerable in our society. The second message was that even by your very high standards, an integrated village or city that has agricultural, health, educational, residential, industrial, and medical components is a very, very high standard. The third and final thing he asked me to communicate to you is that, like Nehemiah, his prayer is that this will be built in record time. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Dr. Mensah Otabil, for that goodwill message. We receive it, and we know that it will build in record time. Lastly, my friend all the way from US, he arrived yesterday. He's one of my board of trustees. He's been very passionate about this project. He's helping me to get some funding from outside. That's why I've given him a front seat. I told you that the front seat is not for nothing. As you are sitting there, just look and then go and bring me some millionaires and billionaires to come and help me. And he's traveled all the way from the US to be here with us. Help me welcome Asin Reneville, all the way from the US. He told me that he's going to wear kente. He's an African American. He said, wear kente to my ceremony.
Well, I was told I had 5 minutes, but you know what? When I saw the protocols have been established already, I decided to hand over my speech, and I'm going to attempt this extemporaneously. With all protocols having been established, I would jump right into congratulating you, Dr. Steve Mensah and Lady Mensah, for this groundbreaking, I would say, this long-awaited, highly anticipated Kingdom of Possibility, SAM Ability Village. You can do better than that. The next order of business, I must say, is such a project, after researching, would have remained elusive. It remained elusive, rather, in all of the continent of Africa and within our global village. And so we give God thanks for your courage, your tenacity, your bold faith, and your stick-to-itiveness with birthing such a project of this magnitude. The last thing I want to talk about quickly is the Empowerment Center. We all know what empowerment looks like. When we can empower anyone with a disability, you know what that translates to, real-time wealth for any economy. You understand? And so we want to thank God that every pillar with specific reference to the Empowerment Center will work harmoniously and synergistically to serve the needs of the people. So I'm urging you to get up, get involved, stand up, and give generously to this project. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jason, for coming all the way. Before I hand over the podium to my able MC, I want to thank all my pastors who have stood with me all this time. All my pastors are here. Thank you very much, all pastors of CEM. Those who have traveled from far and near to be here. But I want to particularly thank two people in my life who have supported me tremendously with this vision. Number one is my able wife, Reverend Mrs. Jane Mensah. Thank you very much. She goes everywhere with me, the radio stations, everywhere. She's with me, she's like my handbag. And sometimes I can lie. One day I was up at 3 a.m. praying for a long time. Then she said, Steve, are you okay? I said, I'm okay. She said, why are you awake? I said, I'm praying. He said, about what? Oh, I said, about this village. I want to be sure that I'm doing the right thing. But I said, who sent you to go and do this thing? We have a peaceful life. We are going to take this project. Now you can't sleep. It all, tremendous support, helping me everywhere, praying with me, standing with me. Thank you, Jane. You are the best. And then I want to thank especially my twin brother and my deputy. I don't know where he's sitting, either at the back or somewhere else. He's always somewhere doing something. He stood with me. He's my deputy. He goes everywhere. He's standing with me 100%. And every time he encourages me. For being there for me. God bless you. Let MC take over now.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together again for Reverend Steve Mensah. Before he said what he said, I was going to say, how are we going to build the village? And then before that, he said, who sent you? Reverend Steve has asked me to invite the next person, so I know who sent me. The next person to speak is the project director for the CEM Ability Village. Please, let's make welcome Mr. Fred Noah.
His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, Vice President of Ghana, Your Excellencies, Honorable Lariba Zawiri Abudu, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Natoshi Ado, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, Neneme, Board of Trustees of CEM Ability Village, invited guests. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm pleased to present to you the evidence-based reasons for undertaking the CEM Ability Village project. About 16% of the world population is made up of persons living with a disability. That is about 1.3 billion people. Research shows that about 2 to 4% experience significant difficulties in functioning. According to WHO, about 80% of persons with disabilities live in developing countries. In recent times, disability has become a major concern because its prevalence is on the rise globally. Disability is relatively prevalent in Africa, mainly because of poor health care, poverty, lack of basic infrastructure, and, unfortunately, wars. In Ghana, the number of persons with disabilities has increased from 3% of the population in 2010 to 7.7% in 2020. It's worth noting that we have over 2 million Ghanaians living with a disability. The percentage of females with disabilities is slightly higher than males. Persons with disabilities face many health inequities. Research shows that some persons with disabilities die up to 20 years earlier than those without disabilities. Health inequities arise from unfair conditions faced by persons with disabilities, including stigma, discrimination, poverty, exclusion from education, and employment. As a result of these factors, the charity is constructing a specialist hospital designed to meet the specialized needs of persons with disabilities. Global statistics show that persons with disabilities experience 50 to 70% lower employment rates. This is likely to be much higher in Ghana and the rest of Africa. Poverty rates are therefore higher for persons with disabilities given their economic inactivity. Lower employment rates are mainly due to the lack of skills training and prejudice that persons with disabilities cannot take on some jobs. With the right training and policy initiatives on employment of persons with disabilities, unemployment rates amongst them will reduce. The charity initiative to construct the Technical and Vocational Skills Training Center will go a long way to equip persons with disabilities to acquire the skills that will make them competitive in the labor market. This flagship facility would help train persons with disabilities from across the country. I want to quote Professor Stephen W. Hawkins, a professor who was at Cambridge University. This is what he said. Majority of persons with disabilities in the world have an extremely difficult time with everyday survival, let alone productive employment and personal fulfillment. Women with disabilities are at a serious disadvantage, experiencing exclusion on account of their gender and their disability. According to UNICEF, about 240 million children in the world have disabilities. That is to say, 1 child out of 10. They are 49% more likely to never attend school compared with children without disabilities. Our research shows that persons with disabilities face major barriers in access to education and training, access to specialized health care, and specialized needs services. These barriers are key issues that need to be tackled to help persons with disabilities integrate seamlessly in society. It is in the light of these challenges that CM Ability Village was birthed, to ensure that we make the needs of these underserved individuals in our society. Living with a disability in Africa can be a life sentence of hardship and neglect. The desire to lead a productive and independent life is a universal human need. However, for people living with a disability, this desire can be compromised by a physical, medical, or mental condition which can severely affect the individual's quality of life. The plight of persons with disabilities in Ghana and the rest of Africa is in a poor state, and that if action is not taken to address the situation, persons with disabilities will become a forgotten group of people on the continent. Championing and initiating projects for persons with disabilities is our moral responsibility and a necessary condition to harness the potential of all. These are not invisible. They are visible. They have feelings, talents, and gifts. Let's make our bohobium. I must say that persons with disabilities are not invisible. They are visible. They have feelings, talents, and gifts. Let's make a conscious effort to reach out to them in love, as their lives are as valuable as ours. If you consider the predicament of persons with disabilities, you realize that they are wallowing in an ocean of discrimination, and the time to stand with them in their corner and fight for them is now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fred Nura, who's the project director for the CEM Ability Village project. His Excellency, distinguished guests, a critical component of the CEM Ability Village is the healthcare infrastructure. How do we medically take care of those in need? Their needs are a lot, but who understands it better? Over the past 8 years or so, we've spent time in building a robust medical support structure, which has been led by Dr. Jifa Bella Ofori Ejay. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Jesse. His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the Vice President of Ghana, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Lariba Abudu, Honorable Irina Toshi Ado, distinguished Reverend Ministers, Neneme, Board of Trustees, and invited guests. Today I have the honor and the privilege to present to you the Specialist Medical Center of the CEM Ability Village. The medical center is a 100-bed hospital which will cater for the health needs of persons with disability. The hospital will bridge the healthcare accessibility gap and the affordability challenges facing people with disabilities, and will also act as a major referral center for specialized services for those with disabilities and the community as a whole. The mission of the hospital will be to provide the much-needed comprehensive and quality medical care to persons with disability to enable them to reach and maintain their optimal physical, sensory, intellectual, psychological, and social functions. Our objective as a hospital will be to provide model services in the area of restorative surgery, aids, and appliances to all persons with disability, irrespective of their age, their sex, ethnicity, or religion. And the center will also serve as a training and research facility for all cadres of health workers. Results from the research performed here will contribute to the body of knowledge and will also be used to adopt evidence-based practices that will help us better serve this vulnerable population. The Specialist Medical Center will consist of 5 units, mainly the General Medical and Surgical Unit, the Children's Clinic, the Women's Clinic, the Orthopedics and Locomotive Center, and then the Mental Health Units. In addition to the units stated above, the center will have a hospice and palliative medical unit designed to provide supportive care for people in their final phase of terminal illnesses. And this will focus more on comfort, quality of life, as well as the emotional and the spiritual needs, rather than cure. This is going to be one of the very few services that will be available in the country. A mortuary and a funeral home will also be available to serve members of the community. The Orthopedics and Locomotive Center, it's my favorite part of the hospital, and this will provide comprehensive orthopedic services for physically challenged people and people with cerebral palsy. There will be a physical therapy unit as well as a prosthetic center to enable those with physical disabilities have prosthetic limbs and other parts. The goal of this locomotive unit will be to provide medical and rehabilitation services needed to improve and maximize each individual's functional capacity, their quality of life, and most importantly, their independence. The general medical and surgical units will cater for the general medical needs of adults who are at least 16 years of age, and communicable and non-communicable diseases will be managed here. And the surgical units will cater for the surgical needs of the community, and the surgical unit will have 4 different units. We have the general surgery, we have the ENT, the ear, nose, and throat, and the hearing impairment units, and then the eye and the visual rehabilitation units, and then the dental clinic. The Women's Hospital will address the reproductive health needs of women. It will consist of obstetrics, gynecology, and then the family planning units. As we are all aware, children are the future of the nation. Hence, our facility will not be complete without a unit dedicated to children and adolescents. The unit will address the needs of children right from birth up until 16 years of age, providing neonatal intensive care, well child clinics, sick child clinics, as well as specialized services through its well-equipped centers. Last but not the least will be the medical health units. WHO defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not the mere absence of disease and infirmity. An important implication of this definition is that mental health is more than just the absence of mental disorders or disability, and our hospital will not be complete without a mental health unit. We are hopeful, Mr. Vice President, that government will extend its free mental health care policy to this facility to help augment the management of mental health diseases in the already overcrowded mental health facilities currently available in the country. Some 20 years ago, before I entered medical school, Reverend Steve said to me, "When you finish school, I'll build a hospital. We call it St. Stephen's Hospital." And at that time, I thought it was a father's pep talk trying to push me to finish school. I finished school, there was no hospital. I did my specialty. He still kept talking about this so-called St. Stephen's Hospital. And every time he spoke about it, I say, "Pastor, tell me something new," because I'd heard it over and over again. Up until 8 years ago, when he spoke to me about this Ability Village. And at that point, I said, "Lord, I believe, but help thou my unbelief." And today, I am excited and I'm honored and I feel very privileged that this is happening in my time. It's been a long time coming, and I am appreciative that you are also here for this historic groundbreaking ceremony. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the CEM Ability Village Medical Center, I thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, she calls herself a daughter of CEM, and as she indicated, she started a CEM medical team. She's one of 4 pediatric ophthalmologists in Ghana, and she's a consultant at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Jifa. As she mentioned Kolebu Teaching Hospital, I'm privileged to invite next Dr. Opoku Wari Ampoma, CEO of Kolebu Teaching Hospital.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Ministers of State, State leaders, men of God, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me my pleasure to witness this program. Reverend Steve Mensah is one of the few people that I can call a blessing to this nation. It is a blessing to have people who are in tune with the needs of the common man.
And my encounter with Reverend Steve Mensah goes back many years, but we started a partnership when he started his rural outreach, and where he decided to expand it, because most people go around the country and provide medical screening, and that one doesn't have lasting impact. But then he decided to go a step further and decided to bring specialized surgical services to the doorstep of the rural community, because we all appreciate that specialized surgical services are only available in the major cities in the country, and a lot of people in the rural areas suffer from a lack of access to some of these specialized services. And so over the last 8 years, we've been partnered with Reverend Steve Mensah and provided free surgery for thousands of Ghanaians, across the country. We've been to Sandema, Jirapa, Goso, Techiman, Keta, all over the place. And this is something that is still ongoing. And I believe that this project takes things to another level, because we all appreciate the needs and the challenges that persons with disability, various disabilities have. And I believe that the quality of every society can be determined by how we treat the people who are vulnerable. And it's important that such projects should be supported so that they provide that safety basket and allow people to live their lives in dignity, so that they can also contribute meaningfully to society and not just be seen as a burden to society. So, Reverend Steve Mensah, I also believe that God is the one who gave you a vision, because this vision is so big that it's only God who can give you such a vision. But I believe that when God gives a vision, he also makes provision. And I believe that just as His Excellency the Vice President is here lending his support to this project, I believe that God will bring people from all over the place to support you and to make sure that this becomes a reality to the glory of his name. Thank you very much. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Just to announce that we're streaming live on Joy 99.7 FM, and we're also streaming on Joy TV, Joy Prime. Ladies and gentlemen, to also indicate that if you're watching us on social media, you're watching us right now on the CEM Facebook page. And thank you very much for joining. If you've got any comments, you can put it in there. We're happy to share with the rest of the world. How are we going to build the structure? The architects, the engineers, who brings them together, and what's that story? Mr. Michael Ekuamwa-Boateng is next. Please put your hands together for Michael.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Gender Minister, Honorable Nato Shiado, Neneme, Board of Trustees, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So as a design team in designing and planning this project, we were guided by 8 key principles. 1, creating very innovative designs in the construction and planning, being guided by sustainability, so that we are within the global sustainability goals, creating very efficient buildings. Accessibility, we wanted to create a project which is accessible to all persons living with disability. Also, championing the use of local building materials and low energy buildings. The environment, we wanted to create an ambient environment. And thanks be to God, we have a site that is beautiful and will help us achieve that. We also wanted to create a lot of communal spaces for people to socialize, work, and play. Create very large interior openings, ventilated and lighted. And then key to this project is involving the people that will live here, the persons living with disability. Their input in this project was largely sourced. We had 3 key design considerations. Accessibility. One of the key things with persons with disabilities is accessibility. So when this village is built, what you will find are all the pavements will be tactile floors. We'll have shaded corridors along the streets for our brothers with albinism. We'll have ramped access all over the village. There'll be very wide sidewalks. There'll be disabled lifts at all bus shelters. We'll have the Braille markings in front of all buildings so that the persons who are visually impaired can find their way in the village. We'll have self-opening doors. And then all the floors will be high contrast so that, again, the persons who are visually impaired can find their way in the village. In terms of infrastructure and services, now sustainability. So we will have a very large solar farm. We want to depend largely on solar in the village. We'll have a water treatment plant. We want this village to be self-sustaining. So we'll be harvesting rainwater, treating it and reuse. We'll have a recycling plant so that all the waste that is generated in the village, we can reuse it. And then we'll harvest water which we'll use in our agriculture. Because we are dealing with persons with disability and this project will be purposely built for them, all services will be underground, as indicated in the image you see. So it will be a complete village, but every service will be underground, no open drains, very level ground, and again, this land is perfect for it. At the project site, as we all are here, is Agotakope. We are looking to procure 2,000 acres, but for the phase 1, we have procured 500 acres, which we are on now to grade the groundbreaking. The design concept. In designing the concept, we have 3 areas. We wanted to create a project that mimics the cycles of life. So you grow, you change, you grow, you die, and there's rebirth. So we want this village to outlive all of us, and this village to manage its own and be self-sustaining. We want to create a lot of community life. Because we are bringing people from all aspects of life, from all parts of the country here, we want to create a project and a village that encourages community life so that they come together as one people. And then also creating a lot of inside and outside relations. So the designs we'll do, the planning and the spaces we'll create will encourage inside-outside relations. Now the master plan. The master plan will be complete with all aspects that will let a city or a village thrive. So there will be residential areas. We'll have the educational areas. We'll have sanitation and waste areas, commercial areas, open spaces, gardens. We'll have the hospital and civic areas. We'll have the industrial hubs. We'll have farmlands and recreational areas. Now, quickly, I'll run you through a few images of aspects of the project as we have envisaged it. When this is built, this will be the gate entrance. As you drive in, this is what you'll be greeted with. And then you go through the housing. This is an area view of the residences when it's built. A street view, showing the ramp accesses and then wide streets for the persons with disabilities. We'll have 3 different building typologies. We'll have the 1 bed. We'll have 2 types of a 2 bed. And in the phase 1, we are hoping to construct 400 units of the 1 bed units. We'll have 2 types of the 2 bedroom, the type A and the type B. 128 units in the phase 1 of the type A. And then we'll have also 128 units. And then we'll do 1 and 2 bedroom 4-story buildings. And these ones will be for our brothers and sisters who are not mobility constrained. So those who can walk, especially persons with hearing impairment, they can use the staircase. So we'll do the building flats for them. And then we intend to also build about 500 units in the phase 1. Educational facilities will be key in the village. We will have a basic school. We'll also have a center for children with learning disabilities and a vocational training center. And these are images and visual impressions of the various facilities as we intend to build here. Healthcare, as Dr. Jifa mentioned, is also key. So we'll have our 200-bed specialist hospital in phase 1, which of course will be developed in phases. And phase 1, we are targeting to do a 70-bed. This will be complete with all the various sections as Dr. Jifa outlined. And then as part of the hospital, we'll have the social care, which will be targeted to the aged. And then we'll have the technology hub, which also will intend to train persons with disabilities in IT, hardware, and software. And as part of this, we have named that project after the Vice President. So it will be known as the Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia Technology Hub. Oh, shall we give it up for him? It will be known as. So this will be a center where technology will be championed and persons with disability will be trained in technology. Of course, for the village to function, we'll have all the supporting facilities, a bus terminal which will be solar powered, bus shelter solar powered. We'll have a police station, we'll have a fire station, and then all other supporting facilities that will let the village thrive. And then we'll have the light industrial area, which we also have named after Honorable Natoshi. And this will have the food processing, we'll have the recycling factories, we'll have the garments, the shoemaking, and all of that. And this is intended also to empower the person with disability, empower them in some skill, and give them something to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, how can we help? How can we help? We are doing that. Everyone here will support, if you can, by cash. We are also hoping that if you want to support us by providing building materials, we'll give you the specifications required and you can supply them. You can also partner us. You build a housing unit and we'll name after you. Or you build any other facility and we'll name it after you. Together, let us all come together and build the CEM Ability Village for God and for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. As we bring the first part of the program to a close, I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody for being here. Your Excellency, Chairman of the Ability Village, partners, ministers, members of parliament, chiefs, CEOs, country diplomats, multilateral partners present, and CEM church members, and other corporates, all here present. We're thankful for you being here with us today. Before we jump into the next set of speeches, may I humbly ask you to look to your left. We're joined by a wonderful young man. He's Minister Jerry, and he intends to bless us with a beautiful rendition that's very soulful. And as he prepares himself for that, may his words and his music sink you deep into a giving heart, and may we prepare ourselves for what's to come. Minister Jerry.
Thank you so much. Somebody put your hands together for Jesus. Oh, do it better. And you can add your voice by shouting and giving the Lord a praise. Oh, give the Lord a shout. Hallelujah. This is the doing of the Lord. And all we can say is thank you, Jesus. Mi frima come mi she nyawaya ese ser mi dawa siyoda on sanu nyuma minganga ese ser mi dawa siyoda oh mi dawa siyoda mi dawa siyoda mi dawa siyoda che dawa siyoda Oh my dawase, yadawasyo, yadawase, oh esase, woman, shiwayo, Minyami wa mayena sere ohinkasiye wayenyo wa mawnisu atani niche. Thank you so much.
If you're touched as I am, please let's put our hands together again for him. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're still live on Joy 99.7 FM. We're live on Joy News. If you're watching us on social media, we're streaming on the CEM social media handles. Your contributions, your blessings, your prayers are welcome. We are thankful that you made a time to be with us. As we move forward, I'd like to invite our next speaker, who is the Member of Parliament, passionate about youth, passionate about development, and doing a lot for his constituents. He is described as Jata. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ningo, Prom, the Honorable Sam Nate George.
Your Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my big sister Nato Shiado, Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Reverend Steve Mensah, Bishop Dag Heward Mills, men of God here, Mama Christy Do Tete, Neneme, Inganye di manye bayo kemambi. Just when I was told I would speak, my wife whispered to me and said, make sure you don't make a political statement to Vice President Bawumia. Because I have not had a meal yet, and I intend to have lunch when I get home, I will comply. So, Vice President Bawumia, I wish you well. Obiawo the master. But I just want to say that it's exciting to be here this morning or this afternoon at this groundbreaking ceremony. And I say that this enclave is where all the best things in Ghana are happening now. Everybody's coming to Ningo, Shai. You know, we are making it happen. And you're all welcome here. We've been calling them persons with disabilities, but I believe they are persons with special abilities. And Reverend Steve Mensah, God bless you for what you're doing. It reminds me of the movie X-Men, where Professor Xavier called people who had special powers and put them in a school, and they became the superheroes that saved the world. And now you're picking our brethren with special abilities, giving them an empowerment center to come back and impact Ghana and Africa. God bless you. For me, this is not just preaching the word, it is living the word. And I always make the fact that as a Christian and a politician, I believe that we must walk our talk. For those who think that the church is a misnomer, this is a wake-up call to you, that the church is doing for Ghanaians and for society what even governments cannot do. And this is testimony of the power and love of God. For me, as I'm George, and as the MP for Ningo Pram Pram, you have my support. If you want me to come here and do communal labor with my boys, we'll come here and carry concrete for the glory of God. Whatever we will do, we'll put our money and our energy to do this. God bless you so much. Thank you so much.
Now you know why he's Jata. If you pick nothing from his speech, he says when he is called upon, he would bring his boys to do manual labor. He didn't end there. I heard the money bit. Did you hear that? Finance, he will support. Please put your hands together. To the protocol team, please make sure you take his wife's number. Now we know how things work in that house. Yes, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is very important in where we are today. Possessing the land doesn't come easy. It also requires that the custodians of the land are aligned to the project and they believe in what you're about to do. Nene Adegbo Kwesi Animle the Sixth is ably represented. He is the paramount chief of Osudoku traditional area. He's ably represented by Nene Amano Aklebeto the First. And he will deliver his speech from where he sits. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished men of God, I want to be safe by saying that all other protocols are duly observed. Before I proceed, permit me to mention to you that Adegbon Mumboya Kwesi Animle the Sixth, the paramount chief of Osudoku traditional area, who doubles as the president of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs and a member of the Standing Committee, the National House of Chiefs, would have wished to be here. But as I mentioned, his positions, it can tell you the volume or the Herculean task on him. Unfortunately, he has been called by another equally important national assignment. That is why he couldn't be here with us. But Nene has directed me to let you know that even though he is not here physically, he is with us here spiritually. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when I arrived here, I must confess that I was overwhelmed. Because if I see what I'm seeing now, and they keep on saying village, 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 I become a bit confused. I think that should be called city. Secondly, I heard somebody ask a question that, who sent you? My spirit, it is Almighty sent Mensa to this place. So I'm answering this question on behalf of God, which I think is true. Ladies and gentlemen, Osudoku and Ningo are twins. And where we are sitting here is in Osudoku, and we share boundary with Ningo. And for that matter, whatever happens here automatically impacts on Ningo. In the same vein, what happens in Ningo impacts on Osudoku. Let me say that Nene has promised, he has promised that whatever land that this project needs, he is ever ready to release them. When the chief of Agoto, in the person of Nene Tekwesi II, informed Nene about this project, did he believe that it was such a magnificent project which will not benefit only Osudoku or Ghana, but it benefits the whole world. And God will bless Reverend for that. Let me be brief, because at the appropriate time, Nene himself will find the appropriate place to tell us what exactly he wishes to tell us. But let me take this opportunity to call the attention of His Excellency, the Vice President, that he saw the road that he used to reach here. Much as everybody is promising his or her quota to make this project a reality, I have no doubt that because accessibility to this place is very vital, I believe sincerely that it will be among the priorities of His Excellency. Let me conclude by saying that Injimeme dangwele no akpenge here. Masone wochwepe wale kan no agbo ne akaba hawo no. Maun ne ejeke hawo. Ne esane waka wanine enyo chwepe efwale ka wagugwem. Ne yenke bua feko ne wamanye ne wakama yebua. Ne ma ojekpo hawo no. Wamana hese ne wabime ke wabibi mama hese yo. Eji wani chum ka wamachunyani. Makpanya peke sibam. Neneji kan pechowi ne enge wakpeti. Zubamunyu machemunyu kilometrepe. Makpanya peke sibam. Igenye pekpa ke sibam. Ni menka kejiwo. Nyane wakpe. No chopo yabe ne wamasewe ni ha. Mama ke je pemene wakpeti. Cha manyaba. Cha manyaba. Cha manyaba. Manyaba. May God bless us all.
May God bless you too. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jesse Ejepon. And before doing this job, Reverend Steve said to me, Jesse, take judicious notice of every commitment made by every speaker. You know where I'm going. From Uncle George, we are getting cash and labor. I'm speaking on behalf of Nenekwesi Animle the Sixth. He said, whatever land you may need, we would walk confidently into his palace to collect and claim. It is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, may I invite Madam Rita Kusi Chema, who is Executive Director of the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. Please make welcome. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, Chairman of SEMA Ability Village, Reverend Dr. Steve Mensah, Ministers of State, great men of God, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the leadership and members of the disability community led by Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. Your Excellency, according to our recent census, persons with disabilities constitute about 8% of our population. This is a significant number, and it is important that we highlight some of the challenges we go through and the opportunities being presented to us. Already some of the challenges have been highlighted, but it's important to add my voice to say that persons with disabilities continue to have limited access to services and opportunities. Services in terms of health, education, employment, and other services that are relevant for their participation in society. We acknowledge the efforts of government and other stakeholders, but there is still more to be done. Your Excellency, this project, we believe, is creating a big opportunity for us as persons with disabilities. The challenge of accessing opportunities and resources to invest in ourselves for better economic empowerment is limited. But this project is here to create that opportunity for us. As organizations of persons with disabilities, we deem this project as a key opportunity to address some of our key needs. As we have heard and witnessed, the project is creating an opportunity for basic education. It's going to be a technology hub, and therefore other opportunities are going to be created. A list of the things that will happen at the village. So we deem this project an opportunity, and we want to see it as a model for disability inclusion in Ghana. A model that will fully integrate all categories of persons with disabilities to effectively implement our inclusive education policy, to ensure that we have all assistive technology that will empower all categories of persons with disabilities to participate in the activities of the village. We want to use this opportunity to call on persons with disabilities in Ghana to be ready to access the opportunities that will be created within the project. Your Excellency, we are ready as organizations of persons with disabilities to support the project with our expertise and other resources that will be needed to see the reality of the project. On this note, I want to thank the chairman of the project and all the team members who have contributed so far, and expressing our appreciation for paying attention to our needs as persons with disabilities. We want to congratulate you and wish you well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly I invite the minister who superintends over the area of our interest. The Honorable Lariba Abudu is the Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection.
Yeah, thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, with your kind permission, let me stand on all existing protocols. And I am very happy to be part of today's event. And I want to say that this is a very laudable project that the ministry is very happy to associate itself with. I also want to thank the chiefs for giving out this land for this wonderful project. And I want to urge each and every one of us to support this project. My ministry, the Gender Ministry and Social Protection, is ready to support this project in whatever they want us to do. And we all know that government can't do it alone. So as Ghanaians, we need to support this project. We have to contribute to the project, hashtag 10 for Ability Village. I also want to thank Reverend Steve for the foresight to help persons with disability realize their dream. And I want to say that it has gone a long way to also support the gender ministry, because already we are helping them to gain employable skills. And this is a very good project that we'll associate ourselves with. Without much ado, I don't want to bore you with so many things that people have said. I'm here to compliment whatever Reverend Stephen has done, and I promise him that our doors are open, and anytime he comes, we're ready to support him in any way. I always say that it takes a minute for one to become a disabled or join the disability community. So I urge all of you to contribute generously to this project to let it realize its dream. I wish you all the best, Reverend Stephen, and may the good Lord bless you. Thank you.
When the President's representative in charge of gender, children, and social protection says she's ready to support in whatever you need, you must take her serious. Please put your hands together for the minister. She's been a great supporter of the project from the very beginning. She's always come to our aid with time, with prayer, and with cash. She's a great supporter of the Christian faith. And I remember the one time that I was in her office with Reverend Steve Mensah, she said, issues of faith are important to me. It's a commitment that I have made to my God to always support issues of faith. So when I do it because it's my covenant with God. Please put your hands together for our next speaker, the Honorable Irina Toshi Ado. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, I'd like to also stand on all existing protocols. It's not just a joy to be here today at the groundbreaking ceremony of the CEM Ability Village, but I am humbled that I have been so honored by CEM to have the whole industrial park named after me. Steve and Stanley Mensah, I say thank you. I agree with George that they're not persons with disability, but they are people with special abilities. We pledge our loyalty, we pledge our commitment to this project. I want to mention the fact that the presence of the Vice President at this occasion goes a long way to show the commitment of government to this project. Not just government, but himself. Because the Vice President is somebody who has championed the cause of the vulnerable in this country for years. He celebrates his birthdays over 20 years ago with persons with disability, lepers, children living with special needs every year. And he would never ever miss an occasion to attend anything that concerns them. Indeed, I think Reverend Steve Mensah mentioned it, that these times are not ordinary times. And today, we had 3 programs outlined for His Excellency the Vice President. Last minute, he cancels every program and says, I am spending the day at the CEM Ability Village. This is a man who's working just not for himself, but for God and country. Please give him another round of applause. I am so humbled, I don't know what to say, but I continue to pledge my support and to say that I am excited I'm going to do more. And I have some George here with me. So I guess I'm going to take it to Parliament in my next proposals and ask that the members of Parliament will give the CEM Ability Village a huge amount of money to kickstart this occasion. And it's my prayer. It's my prayer. Join me. And because I know what the members of Parliament can do, represented by Sam George, it's my prayer that next year, by the time you get here, you would not recognize this place. Thank you.
Honorable, please. Sam George, please come back. Please come back. So this, I want them to complete the story for me. She says, I'm going to Parliament to work with Parliament to get some injection for us. Let them shake hands. Even better. Come on. Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Really appreciate.
Oh, I forgot you were here. As a member of Parliament. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to echo anything. Parliament is listening, and action shall happen. Please put your hands together. With that said, again, we anticipate the next speaker, and you all know. And I need you to prepare yourselves for His Excellency the Vice President's speech. But before that, to your left, another beautiful rendition from the CEM choir. Take us away.
They say this mountain can be moved. They say these chains will never break. But they don't know you like we do. There is power in your name. We've heard that there is no way through. We've heard the tide will never change.